Aha. We are live. I gotta make sure we get this up on Instagram story. That way everyone knows, hey, we do be live right now. Wasn't Kaijan. Oh, interesting. I just got this comment now. Well, I guess that was 6 hours ago. And yeah, I guess whoever made that comment didn't watch the rest of the video because I had, I think later on I was like, wait, that wasn't him playing defense because someone brought that up in the stream. So yes, that is correct. That was not Kaijan Cummings Coleman. You know, before I'm gonna go respond to this really fast. These are comments from this previous video that I did, and I want to leave this guy hanging. 9 replies. And River currently defense in general is a down. I think these guys are debating about Elk River and Chanhassen. Two 5A teams are gonna have a lot to say when our 5A podcast comes out. Caleb and I are going to be doing, so like we did this previewing every team in class 6A. We are going to be doing that same thing for all the 5A teams. Same deal. It's going to be split into 2 different videos but obviously instead of 4 sections, there's 8. So I think we're going to do sections 1 through 4 in part 1, and then sections 5 through 8 in part 2. Chan video, please. Just only Chanhassen coverage. Interesting. But yes, we are currently working on the 5A videos. Can't wait to watch Appreciate Insights. I responded to that. And then couldn't agree more, especially at the high school level. I was going to ask, do the Cougars and Elks ever talk or have joint practices? Coach Hamilton is always looking for new ways to improve the power tee. Last year they had a couple of quick passing plays. Yes, they did. Elk River had a funny RPO play that they ran in the state title game, and Alexandria totally fell for it. Yeah, I figured since Steve Hamilton is head coach. I believe Steve Hamilton helped teach you guys the system. That is true. I mean, he still does. And if you guys ever still... No joint practices, but we are always communicating with each other. And that's true. Lakeville South and Elk River guys are always talking. I want to see with some of these others. I believe that especially about Chan's offense. They seem like a special group. That is true. Colin Nelson, not Colin, but yeah. I sure hope that is the 5A state championship matchup. Yeah, I'm not going to give away too much of what my predictions are for the 5A season, but I guess the most obvious one, I already made the claim that, what's it called? Chanhassen was my favorite to win the state title game. I do expect them to be playing Elk River in said state title game. And, you know, it could go back and forth. The last 2 times they've played in 2024, Elk River got the better of Chanhassen both times. But then in 2023, when Chanhassen won the state title game, they beat Elk River week 1. So, I mean, it's almost like a little rivalry, Chanhassen, Elk River, especially now that Andover's gone. Elk River's kind of looking for the new person to butt heads with. Might be Chanhassen. But obviously there's a lot of football that has to be played between then and now, and they don't match up in the regular season, I don't think. So, yeah. Oh, and I also got to respond to this comment because it had the most likes. As a former PL, which Prior Lake player, you guys are all right. All of the issues are offensive. They do still have a few issues on defense. They play very tough and very physical, but some of their secondary, not necessarily secondary, but outside backers, when they drop into the flat and pass coverage in their quarters defense, they'll turn and look out to the sideline instead of keeping eyes on the quarterback in zone coverage. That's a little bit of a concern, and they never budge out of cover 4. If I ever cover the 2022 second round playoff matchup between Prior Lake and Eastridge, or even the game the week before that, 7-seeded Coon Rapids at 2-seeded Prior Lake, you can see pass-happy spread offenses taking advantage of Prior Lake's kind of inability to budge, we'll say. But yeah. nice to see some of that, especially from like former players. It kind of gives you a feel of what the vibe is within those teams and everything in the community over there. Yeah, Elk River versus Chanhassen, totally see that happening down the line. Oh, I forgot to get YouTube Studio going. That's my B. I can't see any chat or anything. Bad Coach Lance. There's YouTube Studio. Here on my other screen so I can see it. I gotta get this fixed. Currently watching Mounds View. Oh, don't need a capital I in Mounds View. Versus Farmington, who actually does have a ton of farms. There we go. Oh, it's just slightly too long. That looks sloppy. Does it look better if I have an @ symbol instead of versus? Will that make it fit within the frame? Oh, no. It just barely is still too wide. Come on, Mounds View. Oh, well. Let's go to content, live. That way I can actually view the live, There it is. I want the live control room. That way I can actually see chat and interact with it. I'm assuming my buddy Adam Rich will be hopping in at some point here. 2 views. Solid. Oh, yeah, I gotta get the link posted out. Duh. I was like, what am I forgetting to do? I forgot to post the link to the YouTube channel. If I don't do that, then were people going to be able to click from Instagram? I said post link to YouTube channel. That was an NPC moment. I meant post link to, whatever it's called. Also, Benilde St. Margaret's versus Chaska from 2021. I don't think... you know what? I'll do a little bonus footage while we're doing that. I want to look up John. So while I'm doing this, I'm going to give you guys a little something to watch. And especially if you're 6A football fans. John Summer, Chaska, football. Here it is. So, you guys are going to love this. I was showing, Caleb and Caden from Minnesota High School Football Network this video because they could not believe that this footage existed. This is a 9th grade football game from 2022 between Chaska and Benilde St. Margaret. So I was not at Lakeville South at this time. I was still at Bloomington Jefferson. We beat Chaska week 1, this same Chaska Hawks team week 1. But the reason I wanted to watch it is not for the Chaska Hawks, but I wanted you all to watch it because of right here, the quarterback for Benilde St. Margaret's. I'm 90% certain that is Nick Kinsey, the former Stillwater quarterback, because he started for the Ponies his sophomore year. I'm fairly certain he played freshman football at Benilde St. Margaret's. And is he number 3? If he is, that's interesting, because he's at the 2nd level. You're putting your quarterback at the 2nd level? There's no way he's a quarterback. He is. I think that is Nick Kinsey. Number 3. I don't know. You all let me know while I get the link posted here to the Instagram account. I'm fairly certain that's Nick Kinsey at quarterback for Benilde. There is the post. Posted to story. Then we add a link. Link. Paste the URL. Watch here. Make that bigger. All right. Yeah, I'm fairly certain this is Nick Kinsey. It has to be, right? I mean, he's got a good spiral. Chaska bringing their pressure. Oh, yeah, they're all down. That's got to be lightning coverage. There's no doubt. Yeah, it's 100% Chaska's lightning coverage. 3 and out. Yay. So much for Benilde. But that's not the game we're looking at. Today, we're actually going to be looking at Mounds View and Farmington, the last two teams. I think if I go to my Instagram here, who were the last teams? Oh, which post was it? Was it this? No, it was this one where I said, these are the last teams. We did Champlain Park, Coon Rapids. I did Eden Prairie, Wyzetta. I did the Roseville doubleheader where they matched up with Woodbury and Eastview. That means right here in the middle, the Farmington Tigers are officially the last team for me to look at. And I think I mentioned in the description that I did do a first look stream of Mounds View. You can find that on my channel, but it was mostly just like preemptively like, hey, it's a Thursday stream. It's not like a full game breakdown. And I kind of only went through half of their game versus White Bear Lake, which, you know, not exactly the most quality of opponents. And so I figured I need to give Mounds View a true full look. And funny enough, these two teams played week one, and it was actually a pretty solid game. I think if I go to Minnesota scores here, that it was... I know the game went into overtime. And I know that Farmington came out with the overtime dub. Why am I blanking here? Farmington. No, I don't want an ad. Dude, look at how many ads I'm blocking with ad block, and it still is going to throw stuff at me. Yes, 28-26 in overtime, and it was at Farmington. I cannot wait to see that, just what transpires here. Also, 3 of the first 4 games were home games. Interesting, but then you're at Coon Rapids, not exactly that tough, but at Rosemount and at Egan, that's 2 pretty tough road games. Not to mention, they had to go at Lakeville South. We gave up 29 points to the Tigers, but, you know, whatever. You know, now that I'm looking at all these scores, it's really strange that out of anything they decided to retool, they're retooling their offense. I know I've talked about this in a bunch of other streams, that Farmington is switching to a gun single wing offense instead of their traditional spread. But it's like, look at the points they're scoring. 28, 29, 40, 20 and 21 are a little low. 10's definitely low, but 50 against Burnsville, 48 against Burnsville. Like, they're able to score points. It's the defense that's the problem. You gave up 26, you gave up 50, you gave up 36, you gave up 27. Rosemount couldn't score last year. That's their own fault. Egan, I mean, you hold them to 18. You should be winning that game. That's a bit of a head scratcher right there. You shouldn't be giving up any points to Burnsville, let alone 14, and that must have been like a garbage time touchdown. But the real stinker is right there. Prior Lake, you gave up 42 points to a team with offensive dysmorphia. It's I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm just a little surprised that Farmington would choose to retool their offense this season when the defense probably needed some attention. And that's probably something I could have expanded upon. Farmington did actually switch their defensive scheme from 2023 to 2024. They went from a 4-3, which they've historically always run 2023 and prior. And, I mean, you can see they're not... I guess they're still giving up points. They held us to only 35, 17, and gave up 46 to Rochester Mayonnaise. I don't know about that. You hold Lakeville North to only 21. Rosemount to 20. I mean, it's... Yeah, you're still giving up a decent amount of points. That was a fun one. Coon Rapids versus Farmington. And then, oof. Yeah. Maybe it's that loss to Edina where they decided, hey, we need to stop running a 4-3 defense, but it's like, you do realize you're playing in the Metro South, right? Like, you're not going to see spread offenses. Like, even just thinking of the Tigers' schedule this coming season, like, you're going to play Shakopee, Prior Lake, Lakeville South, Lakeville North, Rosemount, and Egan. All right, that's 75% of your schedule, 6 games, and those are all run-heavy teams that, like, yeah. Interesting choice is all I'm going to say. Maybe they didn't realize that was going to be their schedule, but who knows. Let's get to the game now that we've gotten the preface out of the way. And I guess full transparency, I have seen this game before, so it's not going to be like a first-time viewing for me. But I'm going to pull a fresh... It's been like a minute or two since I've seen it. I used it to draw up all the scout plays. Well, some of them. Oh yeah, they're up at the top because they are both on our schedule this season. Let's see. Week 1, who has the bigger film? White Bear was week 2. Farmington. So the Mounds View footage has 135 clips. The Farmington footage has... Oh, interesting. Farmington didn't post their game versus Prior Lake. Wonder why they don't want to show that. They have 2 Rosemounts. Farmington. We got to work on... There it is. 131! There's 4 more clips in the Mounds View footage, so Mounds View game it is. So, yeah, add again. See, funny enough, I wonder who added all of this to our huddle. Couldn't imagine who might have done that. Don't share to anybody, because nobody else needs to know. Coach Lance is just watching film like a maniac, and I don't want to manage library. We don't need to see any of our summer practices. Don't worry about that. Other items, miscellaneous. Here's the game. So this one will not be labeled or anything. I could watch the labeled one, but like I said, want to have full transparency and don't want to necessarily cheat and be like, oh, look, we all know what's going to happen on this play. I like to try and look at things raw. So yeah, this is Farmington Tigers Stadium. Tigers broke out their new... I guess, unis this past season, which actually is pretty sick. They got like a Cincinnati Bengals or Memphis Tiger type, like, tiger look on the helmet with the orange and black. It looks really sick with the full black jerseys and white numbers. That's pretty awesome. Actually, now that we're talking jerseys in Farmington, fun fact. Farmington used to have an all-orange jersey with orange numbers that they bought, like, in the, I want to say it's the last year or two. And they actually had to get rid of those jerseys because they are not eligible for play in Minnesota. In Minnesota, the rule is the number and the base, like the color of your number on your jersey and the base color of the jersey have to be, one can be light and the other has to be the opposite. So if one's light, the other has to be dark. So like you notice, black jersey with a white number. Or for Mounds View, you have bright white jerseys with a dark green number. Those are contrasting. Farmington had bright orange jerseys with bright orange numbers. Like they were essentially the same color with just like a vague black outline. I think their lower levels still wear the jerseys because they didn't want to just completely throw away all these jerseys they paid for. But it is illegal to wear those jerseys, which is why Farmington essentially was kind of forced to buy new jerseys. And Farmington does have a really cool stadium. It kind of sits in a little pit here. There's the practice field. They've got a real nice... we'll see when we look at the south end zone over here. It faces the school, so it's got like a little bowl-type feel to it. Very cool venue. The only complaint I ever have about Farmington Tigers Stadium... Well, I guess 2 complaints. One, their box doesn't have any windows or anything. It's just like open and you're exposed to the elements, which normally I don't care about, but... It's part of, or it's like, I guess it relates to problem number 2, which is, I swear they tell all the farmers in these farms back there that, hey, we have a football game coming up this Friday night, lay all your manure like Friday afternoon or Thursday morning, Friday morning, whenever. Because I swear, every time we have to play a varsity Friday night game at Farmington, the whole place stinks. And I got a conspiracy theory that the Tigers do that on purpose. I mean, it's a great home field advantage. You're literally using chemical warfare against your opponents. But yeah, just my little conspiracy theory about Farmington. It's every time we've been there, things are just a little bit stinky, we'll say, in a very literal sense. But those are the Farmington Tigers. Mounds View is up here. White jerseys, green numbers. And yeah, let's see how things go. Ooh. Weird that everything flashed again. Good evening, Mr. Rich. How we doing today? Oh, you know what? I want to switch these around. I want chat to be on my left. There we go. Now I can see it a little bit better. What about the first now? First what now? Was that a shallow kick? Where did that go? Oh, that's not good. Got to communicate. You've got, so you can see these 2 guys are both going for the football at the same time. They almost bump into each other. Got to be able to communicate. Pretty good field. Oh, what about the field? No, the field itself is fine. It's just a really cool venue with the way it's kind of built. Like the school's built like this, and then the field and the end zone sits here. So like there's all the pods of Farmington High School back here and the gym and whatnot. and it all kind of is built in a curve like that, and then there's windows all throughout here looking out over the field. Like, it is a really cool venue that they have over there. But my conspiracy is that Farmington purposely puts manure down on their field all the time, or not. That was dumb of me. They do not put manure on their field. The fields back here, all the farmland that's just north of Farmington High School, I swear they have all the farmers put down manure like Friday morning or Thursday afternoon, so that when you get to Friday night lights and you got to play at Farmington, the whole place stinks. I'm conspiracy theory that they do that on purpose. And you know what? Really fast, while we're talking about Farmington geography, Farmington Pub. I mentioned this on the podcast with when Caleb, Caden, and I were breaking down part 2, our predictions for all the teams in 6A for 2025, sections 3 and sections 4. I talked about how Farmington High School is built like on the far western border of the Farmington School District. So it's literally like Lakeville East High School. Yeah, see, I clicked on the map because I just thought it was so wild how close it is. This is Farmington High School. Like, here, let me see if I can zoom in here. So Farmington High School, you see, is literally on the far west end of the Farmington Public School District. This is the city of Lakeville right here. This is downtown Lakeville. It's that close. It is 2 blocks away from downtown Lakeville. And then when you zoom out and look at just how vast the Farmington School, like, look at all of this space out here. This is downtown Farmington over here, by the way. Farmington High School is actually closer to downtown Lakeville than it is to downtown Farmington. Which is, like, crazy to me. I think Flagstaff Avenue here is finally paved. Some of these roads used to be dirt roads out here, but I'm pretty sure they're all paved now. But yeah, and I get that this is mostly farmland out here, so funny enough, Farmington actually does have a ton of farms. Should have been the Farmington Farmers or Cowboys. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're pretty happy with their Tigers mascot. I don't think they're going to change. But yeah, it was just always weird to me that out of any place you build Farmington High School, you put it right next to the city of Lakeville. Ironically, I think it's actually closer to Lakeville than, no, because what street is this? 200. Yeah, Lakeville North is like right here, and then south is 215th down. South's south's like would be over here because this is Dodd. It's further on down west on Jacquard. So yeah, it's just interesting geographical location of Farmington. Also, kind of weird that the Farmington School District borders the Hastings School District. So you think of Hastings like all the way out on the border of Wisconsin with like on the Mississippi River out there. Just funny once you actually look at maps. Let's get back to the game, though. So Mounds View did not practice kick return, as we saw, because you have 2 guys that are fighting over the ball, not calling out me, me, me. The other one is not able to get into position to block, and now you lose a lead blocker on your kick return. Bright side, Farmington kicked it very shallow, and now Mounds View has to go less than 70 yards to score on their opening drive. So that's pretty solid. Interesting that Mounds View is in 10 personnel, so they are a pistol spread team, and as I alluded to earlier, Farmington did change their defense to a 3-4 defense. You can see the 3 down linemen, 4 backers, and 4 DBs. It's interesting that you have a DB playing at almost 15 yards off. He's only at 13, but still, that's a little bit deep. This one's good. He's at 10, but 13 yards deep for safety? Interesting. I wonder if any people in Hastings or Lakeville kids go to Farmington. Yeah, some of the city of like Lakeville addresses are boundaried into Farmington, so that I do know is a thing. This is just really weird to see Mounds View in 10 personnel, because if you look at the space here, there is a little bit of space between the H and the tackle over here, so it's interesting. Yeah, and I think this is Rufus, whatever the young man's name is. I gotta pull up the Google Drive with the top 100 players, otherwise I'm gonna forget. Top 106A. What is his name for Mounds View? Godson Rufus Okumanru. If I butchered that, Godson, I apologize. That is my fault. Yeah, Kids is obviously a stud, though. He's he's actually the number 2 ranked athlete in Minnesota, or at least 6A class of 2026, behind only Caleb Francois. So he's a stud, but I don't know if I expect them to put him at wide receiver a whole lot this next season. Just because when you, and I'll talk about this more as we look at Mounds View's offense, because there is a pretty distinct shift in Mounds View's offense between the first half and the second half of this game. But we'll just say the skills that Mr. Wheeler, their projected quarterback for 2025, brings to the table is not the same type of skills that Jacob Sampson here brought to Mounds View in 2026. And the first play is toss, so I kind of get this. It's interesting that you're all bunched up. You get Farmington to bunch up. Let's see how the reach blocking is. So they didn't need to block the end, which I guess kind of makes sense. You can get up to safety. The only problem is the right tackle falls down. It looks like he got tripped up. Oh, no, he didn't get tripped up. Watch his feet right here. You can actually see how his foot slides right here. That's actually really weird. I think that's his left leg. Yeah, it's his left foot kind of slides back on the turf, and he loses his balance from that. Maybe Farmington did put manure on their field down after all. Who knows? But toss, you actually seal the edge. And this is what I was saying, like Roseville should have done last week, when the defense is all bunched up tight like that, and you're getting that with a bunch formation here, trips open, then you want to pitch it outside fast. See how quickly it gets outside on the toss here? Now you're already outside, as opposed to Roseville, who's like, no, we're going to run stretch. We're going to put the quarterback under center and take time to rotate all the way out there. So this is a little bit of a faster hitting play. It was wet week 1. You are right, Mr. Mayor. I forgot. Week 1 was when it was all rainy. Good catch. Good catch. Definitely slippery. And then he has to hit the backside linebacker. It looked like if he held his ground, he was supposed to get this linebacker. Then that just leaves these two to block here, block there, and then it's just a foot race for Mr. Olsen to get that free safety. So it's actually pretty well designed and executed right here. Also, I like that you can tell Farmington's in man coverage. See how the corner turns right here? His eyes are focused on the man. Yeah. Oh, and dude, that slip kind of costs Mounds View this first play. Because that tackle slipped, no one is left to block that inside backer. He's pretty athletic. He gets out there and he makes the play. Isn't that funny how like one little detail like that is enough to kind of throw the entire, or like sink the entire play? This was very well designed and very well called by Mounds View. And this little miscue right there, just one little thing wrong in the play, was enough to blow it up. And that goes for either no gain or a 1-yard loss. I think it was a 1-yard loss. Yeah. Now it's 2nd and 11. That's not on Coach Woodley. That's just kind of conditions. Got to be able to get your footing, get that block. And if they did, I'm pretty sure the safety... Well, this isn't the best. You're kind of playing patty cake. Same thing here. We got to have better receiver blocking. Don't let them come to you. Go up there. Oh, and look, they're opening a nice lane. They both block out there. There's his whole... Oh, if the right tackle just got to the inside backer, play side inside backer here, if he just kept his feet and managed to reach him and at least get a piece of him, then you can have enough. You'll be in front of him. And then Mitchell Olsen's gone, man. That kid is fast. Oh, what a bummer. I kind of like that they have the white face mask, like the all-white face mask and everything. I think the only other team that does that is Edina. Pretty nice look. Now we're in 11 personnel. Any playbook issues with these two teams? No. Mounds View is a very well put together spread offense, and Farmington, at least last year, was a very well put together spread offense. And I'd say Mounds View is probably a little bit more sound on defense. Farmington, it depends on who they play. If Farmington has to play a spread offense, they hold their own pretty well. But if they have to play a run heavy team like a Lakeville North, a Lakeville South, then they start to have issues. I guess except if they play Rochester Mayo. Coach Holcomb was kind of cooking Farmington these last 2 seasons. So there's reach blocking here. Oh, is it a sprint out? No, it's just a straight up quarterback lead. So why did this not work? This is quarterback lead with a stud in Mr. Sampson back here. Farmington does blitz right into it, but they blitz away from it. Why is that a problem, though? Where's the reach block? Here's our biggest problem. So, quarterback lead is an outside run here. What do you have to do on an outside run? Kind of like I nag all the time with STMA and these other teams. You got to be able to seal the edge. So does the H-back get over here and seal the edge? No. You can see he's blocking the wrong side. See how he's blocking this shoulder? It does kind of force a running lane here, but the Farmington outside backer does a great job. He contains the edge. Even takes on a lead block and gets double teamed. You see that slows Mr. Sampson up just enough. And then who manages to get them? Is that the inside backer again? No. I'm like trying to see who's chasing him down. It was the defensive end. So that blitz really did throw things off. It looked like the tackle here was expecting the guard to pick up that defensive end. But then he couldn't because a blitzing backer comes through. I don't know if Farmington knew that was coming, but that's a pretty good call to disrupt it. What was my hot take on St. Thomas? I did mess that up on my Instagram account. So I made a hot take about St. Thomas saying that their athletic enrollment of 838 was all boys. And that is not correct. And that's why I thought they should be 6A. Because if you double 838 to account for no female students, then that would put them at 6A. However, if you actually look at it, that 838 is accounting for female students. They only have 562 boys in grades 6 through 12. So as I say down here, that puts their 9 through 12 enrollment, which is what the State High School League uses when they do sports classifications. You take away the 140-ish kids, that leaves you with like, whatever it is, like 3 or just over 400 kids. You double that 400, and that gives you 838. So they actually do take into account the fact that they have no female students, which is super impressive because, like, they should be they should be 4A technically, but they still hold their own in 5A. And I mean, if it's just okay, I know that I like asked people to vote on this. Like, do you think STA is once again going to dominate their section? Like, come on. Apple Valley, Two Rivers. Hastings is like a solid team, but they're not on the caliber of a St. Thomas. And then you're going to throw 0-9 Burnsville in there. Like, there's just no way that's happening. That's all I'm going to say. How is that including female students? So, St. Thomas Academy without girls in their school, they have just over 400 male students in grades 9 through 12. If you double that because like the ratio for male to female students in the state of Minnesota is about 1-to-1. So for every boy in a school, there's generally one girl in that school, which is why I said you need to double it. You take that, like, say it's I don't know, what would it be? 419 students? You take 419 kids or boys, that means you'd have to have 419 girls to match that. So when you put those two together, you get 838, which is St. Thomas Academy's athletic enrollment. So that's kind of explaining my mistake there. I thought the 838 was all boys, but no, only 419 of that is boys. And they just take that into account because, like, a school with 838 students, like Simley High School right here, has the same number of male students as St. Thomas Academy, which is why it's fair to do that. Because, like, suppose St. Thomas Academy only played teams with, like, 412 students. Let's actually see where that would place them. MSHSL enrollments is what we want to see. I gotta start closing some of these tabs. There it is. Frequently visited tab for me. So if we go enrollments by enrollment here, what did I say? 419? 419 would put them underneath between St. Paul Academy, who combines to make SMB, and whatever Math and Science Academy is. But like Minneapolis North, New London Spicer, I mean, they'd only be a 3A team. Belle Plaine, they would dominate 3A if that was the case. Like, wow. And that's on the lower end of 3A too. Next, there's ESCO. That puts them like solidly in the middle of 3A. What private high school in Minnesota is the best for football? At this point, I'd probably say St. Thomas Academy. Totino Grace was the best. I mean, because they used to be... Where's TG on here? Totino, there's pizza rolls. So, I mean, Totino Grace, they only have 689 kids, about the same size as Detroit Lakes. They used to play in 6A with only that number of kids, and they won a state title in 6A with that number of kids over Eden Prairie. That is insanity to me. Like, oh boy. So they used to be the best. And then Cretan Durham Hall, they're up here. They're kind of similar, a little bit bigger than Totino Grace. They are 4A, as you see here. They're around like Orono, BSM, Worthington, Richfield, Wilmer. They should do a state championship just for private schools. I don't think there's enough private schools in Minnesota to justify that. There's I don't know how many there are specifically, but I don't think there's that many in Minnesota. Like, so back home when I grew up in Illinois, there's tons of private teams that just dominate the state title games. Like, Nazareth Academy, I think, is like 4A, 8A, or 7A. I think 8A is always dominated by Mount Carmel. Like, and there, I get it, because there's so many more people, so many more private schools. It makes sense that there's people complaining, like, hey, private schools are dominating state titles, and we need to do something about it because it's not fair for everybody else. But you really don't see that here in Minnesota. Like, sure, St. Thomas Academy has made it to the 5A state title game several times, but they've lost all of them. They lost to Owatonna, they lost to Chanhassen, they lost to Chaska, and these last few times they've kind of gotten their bell rung in the playoffs. Like, who did they lose to this past season? Didn't they lose again to Chanhassen in 2024 in the state quarterfinal? I'm fairly certain they did, because then Chan went on to lose to Elk River, barely. Thought for boys basketball. You know, I don't know about basketball. It's a good point, Mr. Rich. I don't know how basketball works. But for football, I don't think there's enough. Just because so many of the private schools, like, split apart. Like, three that we were just talking about. St. Paul Academy, Minnehaha, and, what's the other one? Blake. Those are all separate schools for basketball, but in football, all of them come together and they make SMB, which is one 4A team, but it's made up of 3 different private schools. So you get a lot more of that in football. I don't think you really get that in basketball, where you get like those co-op teams combining together. So that is like the one weird thing. There's not too many. Actually, there's a lot. There's no co-ops in 6A. I think some kids from some random private school feed into Anoka, and there might be some private school kids that feed into Hopkins, but those are the only 2 I can think of off the top of my head, at least on the map here from the State High School League. But yeah, and you know what? Speaking of that, these 2 teams are pretty different. This is the newest one, but if you look, Mounds View is actually pretty low. They're only at 17-14. They're just barely above Hopkins and Lakeville South. They're, funny enough, they're right in between the 2 Lakeville schools. And then Farmington's actually a pretty sizable school. They're almost 2,000. Like, Farmington's bigger than both the Lakeville schools, but they never can seem to get the better of either of us. I don't know how that works, but hey, more power to the Tigers, I guess. And speaking of more power to the Tigers, Farmington is coming out with a stud defense. I will give Mounds View I don't know if I want to give them, like, shade here. I think it's just more of a thought. So I've talked previously about when teams come out with a defense other than what you expect, you can get caught off guard and your O-line doesn't quite know how to block the new scheme. Like I talked about Blaine and Anoka. Anoka came out in a 2-4 nickel instead of their base 3-4 defense, and Blaine's offensive line looked completely lost on, like, ISO and inside zone and GH counter. They didn't know how to block that even front. And then last week, well, it made lesser sense last week. It looked like Woodbury had no clue how to block Roseville's 4-4 defense. That one was a bit more of a head-scratcher because Roseville at least always has run a 4-4 defense. Like, Woodbury had no excuse. And they had offensive dysmorphia, which doesn't help. But that might apply here because Farmington was a 4-3 defense when these teams matched up week 1 in the 2023 season, and this is the first game of 2024. So unless Mounds View saw Farmington's scrimmage, where Farmington would have run this 3-4 defense, it probably caught them off guard. And you can sort of see that, because it looks like right here, this guard wants to reach the defensive end. He second guesses himself because there's a blitzing inside linebacker. But it's like that kid's in the wash already. If he's blitzing right here and you're reaching him, if he takes an angle here, he's not catching Jacob Sampson. He's already in the wash. Instead, the kid that you needed to reach, who's in front of Mr. Sampson, ends up making the tackle. And look at the Farmington Tigers. They're actually rallying to the football. They're not doing the way like Centennial does, like 45 here, pulls up. These guys are kind of standing around back here. Oh, we lost a helmet. Interesting. But hey, I mean, that's a pretty solid start for Farmington. It's 3rd and a mile. Mounds View has to go into 10 personnel. Kind of interesting. Mounds View wants to run out of 11, but passes out of 10. Wonder if that'll come into play this next season. But usual, pistol spread, double twins 2x2. Obvious passing down. It's 3rd and a mile. I don't think they're going to give us a bubble, a tunnel, or a running back screen this early in the game. What pass concept do we have? And you can tell Farmington's expecting deep pass. See how they're playing cover 4. Look at the corner's eyes. They're both inside on the quarterback. They're playing zone. Same thing with the outside backers. If I had to guess, it doesn't look like they're blitzing anybody. Flat, flat, hook seam, and then 4 deep zones. That's probably what we're going to get. Oh, they did blitz 1 inside backer. So he went... Oh, they blitzed the edge defender. I mean, I get the concept here. So if you look, obviously there's a big vacant hole right there. But the thought process behind this for Farmington is, okay, go ahead and take this flat. Our safety can come up and fill, and the most you're going to gain is like 6 or 7 yards. On 3rd and 14, that's totally okay. That is the zone they're giving up. And what's interesting is Mr. Sampson, he probably doesn't see it. Is Rufus down here? Yeah, Rufus is down here. Mr. Godson. That's why he's looking this way. I was going to say, is if a quarterback sees the blitz from right here, your instinct should be, here comes the blitz. I got to throw right behind the blitz because that's where the opening is going to be. And if he does hit the seam right here, you could hit him there, and that'd be open. Inside linebacker does a good job reading it and getting over that way, though. Flat does a solid job covering it. Oh, there's the in. That's open. That's actually a nice read. He's just reading that inside backer. He sees Rufus. He is kind of staring Mr. Rufus down, though. Yeah. Definitely. Is that... How is Lakeville South looking for football? Kind of like I said on the last Minnesota High School Network podcast, we got a lot of work to do between now and week 1 when we have to play Mounds View. But we're going to keep grinding away. Lakeville South is always Lakeville South, man. Nothing ever really changes for us. We do what we do. Is number 12... Now I want to see Mounds View's roster. Mounds View football roster. I guess it's only up here. Yeah, Jacob Sampson, so it is correct. Oh, he's number 8. Isaiah Goyat. Okay, so he's not staring down Mr. Godson. Mr. Godson's number 8. Outside linebacker. Interesting. What, is there a number 8 on the field here? Did I miss that? Where's number 8? Is it him? The slot? That's a 5. That's a 4. Is he not playing receiver? Well, 14, 5, and 4. He's not playing offense. Interesting. I would have thought you would have, especially if he's one of your best athletes, that they would have put him in. Also, so Farmington's calling a strong blade here. There's really no... I mean, Shakopee sort of does this when you pinch the defensive end in. Inside linebacker comes on the edge. Outside backer takes the edge. And you put that tackle in a bind. Someone's going to come through unblocked. The only problem is you didn't show blitz. Look at how long it takes them because they're coming from depth. Shakopee does it on the line and makes you guess. They creep up, and then it's like, well, where are they going? That's the hard part. Problem is when you come from this much depth, look at this. Already has the ball, still haven't crossed the line of scrimmage. 3-step drop, just got to the line of scrimmage. About to throw the ball, and you just get to him after the ball is well out. So, yeah. And it was funny. If Farmington actually lined up on the line here for the blitz, Mounds View still wouldn't have picked it up because you're going to have somebody come free. It's 5-on-5, and you look, you get a double down here. So if they're doubling here, that leaves a guard and a tackle on your 3 defenders. I'm just saying, that matchup, especially at a 10 personnel, that matchup favors the defense. Yeah, have those backers creep up. There's really no reason not to right there. Oh my goodness. And Farmington just gave up a first down on 3rd and 14. They played so well on 1st and 2nd down. And yeah, he just kind of sits in this dig route underneath the middle. inside linebacker just can't decide. He's just over the middle of field, and there's this nice little window. That's pretty good field vision by Mr. Sampson. Like I said, it looked like he was staring down as one receiver, but the dig eventually did come open. Good call by Coach Woodley. Oh, what's happening here? All right, ball apparently was snapped at some point. Mr. Sampson's getting attacked by a linebacker. What number is that? 10? Is he an outside backer? 11? Yeah, that's 11. That's the left outside backer. So they blitzed the left outside backer on this play. And it's just a 4-man pressure. So it looks like they looped him inside. The defensive end went outside. That's a pretty nice X stunt. We saw Eastridge do that. And then the inside backer takes his zone out there. One over the middle. Other outside backer has a flat. They're still playing cover 4. I got to give Farmington some credit. I thought this was going to be a case of STMA, where when you change from a 4-3 to a 3-4, you just kind of slap 3-4 or the rules of your old defense onto the new defense. But it looks like Farmington actually learned new coverage for their 3-4 defense. I must give the Tigers credit for that. I was not expecting it, but hey, they got it done. Ooh, not good technique. Look at how high up. I mean, number 11 here is standing straight up. You're never going to get a sack, especially on an escape artist dual threat quarterback like that. And then look, he just takes off. Ooh, throwing kids. What happened to 97 here? He tackles him and he just goes flying. Ooh, and then there's a dive on top of him at the end. That, I mean, on the one hand, you're rallying to the football, but that might be a little questionable. And then receiver blocking. Well, no, number 4 doesn't really do anything. He's like, all right, I might hit you. Oh, never mind. Go hit my quarterback. Also, he's chopping the feet, but once he has to make the hit, he stops his feet. You got to keep those feet driving, man. Watch some Centennial film. Look at the way they drive and tackle offensive players, because then you don't have stuff like this. If you drive your feet, he stopped right there, and it's 2nd and 8. Look at how many yards Mr. Sampson gets here because of the lack of tackling. The ball would have been right here. It's all the way up there. You gave him a free 3 yards because you didn't keep chopping your feet during the tackle. Little details like that matter, man. That's a big 3 yards. Now, instead of 2nd and 8, what it could have been, it's only 2nd and 5. Like this chunk right here, you gave Mounds View for literally nothing. Little details. All right, we're back in 10 personnel. We're in trips open. Is number 8 in? Do we have number 8 anywhere? This should still be 2 and 6 in the backfield. Mr. Sampson and Mr. Olson. Ooh. I got mixed feelings on the bubble route. They're not turning and backpedaling the way so many other 6A teams do with their ugly bubble routes. This might be a pre-snap RPO. Because look at where he's looking. He's looking at that D-gap defender out there. 2nd-level D-gap defender, the outside linebacker. Is this an RPO? Why did he throw it then if it's an RPO? So here's what's confusing me. First of all, this is a counter tray RPO. And there is some stuff that's confusing here. You don't want to block the edge defender, which makes sense. There's no double team at the point of attack right here, which is bizarre. He should be getting up to that backer. None of that happens. He goes out to hit the opposite outside backer. This almost looks like the way they run GH counter. So Mounds View does GH counter a little bit differently than everybody else does. Suppose there's an H back here. Tackle has a bit of a seal. You get a double team here. And then they go up to the opposite backer. This is where it gets different. If you watch like in Edina, the play side tackle blocks down inside to the next man inside and leaves the defensive end unblocked. What Mounds View does is they have the tackle come outside and hit the outside backer out here. It's just a weird little detail that Mounds View does that other teams don't do on their GH counter. And it works. I like thinking in context, it makes sense for the Mustangs because, I think I touched on this last week when I was covering Woodbury versus Roseville. All 6 teams in the Metro East have 3-4 defenses. Forest Lake, White Bear Lake, Stillwater, Mounds View, Woodbury, and Eastridge. All 6 are 3-4 defenses. So it makes sense to tailor your offense to attack a 3-4 defense. And the guard has the kick-out block, and then that H-back will be the one to come up the hole and take opposite inside backer. And then that's how they do it differently from everybody else. And there you go. That's Mounds View's GH counter. With counter tray here, it looks like they're trying to run the same rules, but with the tackle taking the job of the H-back. So he should go out there. I mean, these two take the two guys they're supposed to, he's going to get the kick out, and then the tackle comes up the hole and takes that backer, then that's where you're going to go. You don't block the edge defender because Mr. Sampson's reading it. If he comes down, Mr. Sampson keeps. If this defender runs upfield, then Mr. Olsen gets the ball going down here. What's weird is if this isn't, like, so that's just like a counter tray read. If this is supposed to be like an actual RPO, like say this is YZ right now. If this was YZ or Moorhead, then the read would be, okay, second level D-gap defender is attacking the bubble. We are running the ball guaranteed. That would be the read. So this must have been a play action design bubble. Now for the bubble route itself, I mentioned I'm happy that he's not backpedaling. I think that's one of the stupidest things a kid can do on a bubble. Not going to blame the kid for that, but if coaches coach it that way, like, hey, you're going to backpedal on a bubble route. Like, don't do that. So he is at least doing the bubble route, like, if he's facing the right way. My issue is, look at where he's lined up. So his foot is just about on the 48-yard line here. He curls it back. So now when he catches the ball, he has an extra 2 yards to gain for no reason. As opposed to he catches the ball here, your slot receiver, the Z up here is turning him out. And there's your running lane. Like, yeah. I do not like when receivers bubble out like this. I mean, when I was coaching 9th grade at Jefferson, I was the receivers coach. Like, that's day one stuff. You work on receiver blocking, and if you, like, bubble routes were always one of our first installs, you have to run bubble routes straight down the line. We go to one of the white lines. We get the kids to first learn how to do it going down the line, and then once we rep the crap out of that, it becomes muscle memory. Then we can just do it anywhere on the field, and it's built into them at that point. And especially since Mounds View has an offensive system, maybe they just don't work on that in their indie time with receivers. But it's like, if you don't, then why put bubble routes into your playbook? Still, it's a good catch. And this is why I like when the receiver just, like, sidesteps out here. Because look at this. He catches the ball, and look at how fast he turns. He didn't even have to face any way. He's already facing the way he wants to run. The point of catch to run right here is so fast. That's why that's a lovely detail to do on your bubble routes. Please run more bubbles like that. And going back to this being a bad read to pass, he's taken up. Now you have a free safety to come and attack the bubble route. Like, if this defender crashed down and now you've got one-on-one blocking, and bubbles going out here, then yes, 100% throw that bubble. But it's all about taking what the defense gives you. If this is a designed post-snap RPO, as soon as this outside backer is playing the pass, you need to give the run. And, like, I'm looking down here to see if the run play would have been there. It doesn't quite look like the run would have been there. Because this backside defensive end wasn't fooled. The nose guard does a great job working cross face to the center. He bumps the tackle so the tackle can't get to his block. It's actually pretty solid by Farmington there. 45 is the nose guard. Interesting number for a nose guard, 45. And I will give Farmington some credit. He's keeping his feet moving, but we're tackling high. Why are you tackling a receiver that tall? Especially because, look, he's already bent. He's trying to fight off the block. You got to wrap up around the waist, man. Why are we wrapping up around the shoulder pads? And then the poor safety comes in to try and help. Look at this. The Mounds View receiver's just in position and just keeps churning his legs so that they don't lose yards. I mean, it's no gain, and Farmington's hyped, but had we used better technique, it could have been a tackle for a loss instead of, a few yard gain. So Mounds View finds themselves once again in a third down. Sidecar this time for the spread. 10 personnel, trips open, which so far they've always done the 3x1 to the wide side whenever they're on the hash. Another interesting thing to note. I don't think we're going to get another bubble because we just got one. Obvious pass play, you can tell by the O-line doing their kickback steps. It looks like strike protection instead of slide protection. Ooh, nice little stunt by Farmington here. See, this is what we missed a few plays ago. When the defensive end shoots inside and the outside backer loops around. I'm actually impressed. I got to give Farmington some credit here. That's a nice stunt. I'm going to sneeze. Sternum popped on that one. Oh. But this is a nice little stunt that they do right here. Watch how it confuses the tackle. My only complaint is you got to be up right behind that defensive end. That way you get a little bit closer to the quarterback before he can throw the ball. You come off unleashed, but look at this. you're right here. If you creeped up and ran that stunt right away with momentum, you'd be right here right now instead of right there. You're like, oh, and how far off was he? Right here at the snap? He's 2 yards off. And if we zoom in right here and stop as he's throwing the ball, how far away is he? 2 yards. There's those 2 yards that you could have adjusted just by creeping up a little bit earlier and having momentum. Like, stuff like little details like that make the difference. You see right here, had that inside linebacker Farmington creeped up a little bit sooner, he would have gotten to Mr. Sampson on this play. Also, Farmington loves to blitz. It's that same blitz earlier where they send, defensive end loops in, and they blitz an inside backer and the outside backer. So this is another strong blade call. It doesn't quite work because, again, he's not cheating in. Let him cheat in. You know that he's going to blitz because look at where the safety is. He's stacked down to the trip side. This is like a Forest Lake thing. If he's already in the flat here, why would he stay in the same zone? Well, that's because he's not. He's coming to bring the sauce. So if you can already see that pre-snap because the safety's stacked down, then why bother keeping this kid out here? Get him to creep in, and then boom. Now this tackle has to decide, do I take him coming in? All right, now I'm going to go all the way out here to get the outside backer, and then he loops free. He's got to pick one of 3 guys to go to. And if he doesn't pick up the defensive end, his guard does, he's got 2 outside backers to pick between, but they both got to be creeping up sooner. So again, I think schematically, Farmington is kind of like getting down the 3-4 defense from what I'm seeing thus far, but they just don't quite have those little details in place of how to make it dangerous. Potent. That's a good word. Potent. Do we get the stop? Ain't no way. Oh, there's Rufus. He's finally in the game. Mr. Godson. He wasn't in the game here, was he? I think this is the first play he's in because he's number 8. This is 5, 84. Also, they're changing out the receivers. 84 wasn't in there before. 14, 6 and 2. Was he in the backfield? No, that's still Mr. Olsen back there. Yeah, they put him in randomly. Maybe he was suspended the first 5 plays of the game. I don't know. He's in the game now, though. And he did not stare down the receiver. He looks to the trip side, checks back to the back side. I definitely would have, again, looked to the blitz side, especially with the running back coming out here. You've got 4 receivers on only 4 defenders, and then your best player's double covered on the back side. Ain't no way he catches that. Yeah, definitely not the read I would have made. You've got, so think about that. When a safety's stacked down in a 3-4 defense, you know he's taking the flat, he's going to blitz. What coverage does that leave over the top? 1, 2, 3, just like Forest Lake. So, where's one of the last places you want to throw? Over the middle of the field against a cover 3 or a cover 1, because you're going to have a single high safety lurking over the middle of the field. And this is why you can't stare down a receiver. We throw over the middle of the field, and who's right there? Farmington's free safety makes a beautiful read. Look at him. He's watching the quarterback's eyes. He's seen some turns over here. He does the throwing motion. He breaks. He gets over there, and he tips. And then heads up by, is that the corner? No, that's the outside linebacker. Stays in the flat, keeps dropping, runs back there. That's just good effort by Farmington. I actually got to give the Tigers credit. That's pretty solid. And Mounds View, why are we staring down a receiver? Let's look at the concept down here. So obviously there's a backside post, which is pretty common on any pass play out of spread. So you've got a curl. It's like a curl flat over here, but then what are these two doing? Hitch. What about 84? I think 84 is supposed to run up the seam. So you've got a seam, a hitch, a curl, and then a flat against cover 3. So think about that. He's going here. He's got deep middle. I think what they were trying to do with the post, because, I mean, corner's going to stay with that in his zone. I think what they were trying to do was get this free safety over here so that the seam would be wide open. And they're expecting this outside backer to cheat down, which he does. He takes the flat. He does what he's supposed, or the safety does what he's supposed to. He takes his zone. He's there. Minor details. Look, see how the safety gets jam on 84 right here? If 84 gets a clean release running up the seam, he might have a shot. But again, the free safety does a good job staying in his zone here because now Mr. Sampson can't make an easy read, and there's a pick for Farmington. Nicely done, Tigers. I will give the Tigers credit. That was pretty... Oof, bad burp, excuse me. It was pretty well done. Now we get to see the Tigers spread offense. So they're in 20 personnel here. You got Jonah Ask at quarterback. Where's Brock Wyant? He's number 4. We actually had a game plan for him. One of the few times Lakeville South has game plan for an individual player. Because the kids just, I mean, it's like watching like a 99 overall in college football 25. I think this is him here in the slot. And they moved him around. They'd sometimes put him at one of the backs. They'd put him as a slot receiver. They'd put him as a wideout. Like, it's really creative. Honestly, it might be something Hopkins should look at doing with Trey Moore. Instead of just only keeping him as the X, move him around in your system between slot, X, one of the backs. See how defenses adjust to that. Because then you're like, okay, they have one guy specifically assigned to take him on. Kind of like we saw Champlin Park did against Coon Rapids in 2023. Kyjon Cummings-Coleman is on the field. Put number 33 or Mr. Russell number 1 on him. And they just stuck with that. Ooh, here we go. Classic inside zone read from Farmington. So it's inside zone left. Split zone, technically, because you have your H-back, number 6, slashing across. And is that number 4? Yeah, that's Mr. Wyant right there. I think he's one of the coach's kids. But it's just inside zone left, split zone. Mounds View is in their 3-4 defense. You can tell it looks like they're playing man. This might be a cover 2 here, actually. A little Tampa 2 you got going on. He backs off. That looks like man. That looks like man. Safety plug crashes down as a plug. It almost looks like Mounds View is playing a cover 6. Because if he backs off, he takes the flat. It looks like you have cover 4 on that side and then man on the back side. That might be cover 6 from Mounds View, which if it is, that's a pretty complex defense. You've got the secondary to be able to execute that. All the credit in the world to you. And I know Coach Moberg and Coach Calistro are obviously defensive coordinator and defensive-minded head coach. So if anyone can pull it off, they can. But you know what? I just realized Farmington's running a split zone. Do we get double teams the point of attack? Oh, yes, we do. Look at the double team up to the next level. What does this inside backer do? Okay, this is probably on Mounds View's number 7. So Farmington doesn't have the best double team. Nobody gets up to number 7 here. The other inside backer. And that's the hole that Mr. Wyant here cuts back to. You have a nice double team right here. Shed to the next backer. I don't know why he doesn't go up to that backer and then goes there. Because that would be the easiest way to execute it. And that's how you have to execute it against a team that's very defensively sound, which is weird because Mounds View is defensively sound. What's the footwork here? He does more of a shuffle step. The inside backer is more of a shuffle step to the side instead of a true read step. He scrapes over, but then he stops right here. This is where it gets confusing. I don't know why he stops. It's inside zone that way. You can see all of Farmington's linemen are down blocking that way. That means he plugs, you scrape across. For some reason, he stops dead in his tracks right here. That allows Brock Wyant to just unleash. He splits the safeties, and that's a fast kid. Once you get Mr. Wyant in space, he's gone. Also, is that Mitchell Olson playing safety? Mounds View has kids playing both ways, and that's number 8 up there, isn't it? No, where was number 8? Oh, he's up. Oh, that's right. I looked on the depth chart. He's an outside linebacker. Mr. Godson's right there. Dang, so you have 2 kids that right away from Mounds View playing both ways. Farmington does not have a lot of kids that play both ways. Mounds View apparently does. They are one of the smaller schools in 6A. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Mitchell Olson right there. So he plays safety and running back and starts at both. That's, ooh. Hope he is very well conditioned if he's going to be pulling that off. Oh no, why are we throwing up signs? Don't do that. What? What is it with Farmington and looking at their stands and throwing up hand signs? We saw that with one of their linebackers on the first Mounds View possession. He got a TFL and he's doing that. There was the safety that did that on the bubble route that got tackled at the line of scrimmage. Could have gone for a TFL if they had better technique, but, you know, more power to the Tigers. So far, Farmington... Oh, look at those marching band unis. That's actually pretty sick, too. Just like the... Oh, where are we going? Hello, film? They're not looking at the scoreboard. Farmington's scoreboard is back up here. I don't know why they're going all the way down, looking down that way. There ain't nothing over there to see. Interesting. All right. No, I do not want to minimize. I would like to watch the kick. Pretty standard. I think it's Shakopee is the only team that does their PAT a little bit differently. It's kind of weird that Farmington lets all these kids in between. This is actually a really nice concept here by Mounds View. They're overloading a few gaps right in the middle, which is the shortest distance to the kicker. And they don't actually hit the long snapper, number 75. See how he stays down here, and they all work to get around him? Oh, that's actually pretty well drawn up. This kid gets blown up, and then you open up a gap. The only problem is you have two kids trying to go through that same gap. If you have him go out, and then just one go right there, instead of two kids going in that same gap, one of them might get through to block that. Oh, did they block it? No, I don't think they got a hand on it, did they? Did Farmington just miss this? Huh. Well, there's a special teams mistake. Let's see if that comes back to haunt the Tigers at any point in this game. So right now, 6-0 Farmington. All right, this time we fielded the ball. If the ball's going this short, what I'd like to see is you go up and you start blocking, let him come up and catch the ball, and now you've got maximum blocking. And deep returner, or like you could do it this way too. If you see that the ball's coming short to one of your guys in front of you, get your butt up there and go block for him. Don't just jog like that. And now you're behind the play. Ooh, that's a classic kick return, though. You catch it here, you go up a little bit, let them all cave in, and then you bounce it outside. Farmington does a great job, though. Look at this top guy up here. He's playing safety. He stays outside. Who's the kicker? Kicker hangs back a little bit, too. Yeah, I'm not liking that these two crash down, but he's doing a great job staying outside there. He tries to bounce it. Oh, and the kid slipped, but he just barely gets a shoestring tackle right here. You see he slips. He's like, no, I'm going to get you. And then boom, barely got him. Still not ideal because now Mounds View only has 60 yards to go. Could have been executed better, but, you know, that kid did the job he was supposed to. Also, fun fact that I just thought about, if Farmington would have just kicked this ball out of bounds right here, if you don't have a deep kicker, if they kick the ball out of bounds, Mounds View gets the ball at the 35. Instead, they kick it into the field, Mounds View gets it at the 40. It would actually be a better strategy for Farmington to just kick the ball out of bounds at this point. Mounds View would have a longer field to go. All right, what do we got here? Wait, are we in a nickel package? No, this is just an outside backer covering the flat. So it looks like they're doing their cover 4 again. Flat, flat, there. If anyone's going to blitz, it's going to be one of the two inside backers. My guess is he loops around, he drops, and then there's your cover 4 shell on top of it. No, if they're blitzing him, that would be odd. Number 4 in motion. So we motion to a 2x2. And then we get a post. Ooh, it's kind of a nice concept. Not quite a wheel. He's got to go a little bit further down the line. See how he stops right here? Keep going a little bit more so you get the full effect, because they bump into each other right here. That's not the best. Farmington keeps it covered. Ooh, inside backer got caught peeking. I don't know why he's going all the way out there. I think it's because... And this puts him in a bind. So they blitz this inside backer and that outside backer. Farmington's getting creative. And ooh, they're just messing with the right tackle. Look at this. They keep pinching the D end inside and bringing the outside backer off the edge, and that poor tackle just can't keep up. But thankfully, Farmington's inside backer is coming in like a missile. He's got no technique. He can't break down. Mr. Sampson steps up in the pocket, but then he unfortunately steps right into the nose guard. Ooh. No, that's not the nose guard. That's the D end. Oh, yeah, because nobody ended up picking up the D end. I don't know why the guard immediately looked inside to double the nose. Because now the D end just comes free. Look at the bind this puts the poor right tackle in. Is he supposed to block the defensive end pinching in, or is he supposed to block the inside backer coming off the edge? If that's where the blitz is coming from, why isn't Mr. Olson over here stepping up to pick it up? Yeah, something there went awry. I don't know what was going on with Mounds View's pass protection there. And if it's strike protection, if like so strike at Jefferson, out, 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 and then you fill in the middle, then it just makes it all the more strange that the right guard is pinching in first. His first read should be looking out to see if anyone's coming into the B gap, which yes there is. You pick him up, and then this guy coming out on the edge, you take him, and then Mr. Olsen can help double anything inside. Because you would have to take that edge, you're there, and then you can help with anyone that gets through on the first level. Like, this should be protected by Mounds View. But yeah, I guess the right tackle and the right guard kind of forgot what strike protection is. And I'm just calling it strike because that's what we called it at Jefferson. I'm sure that's not what Mounds View calls it. That's a good sack. We throwing hand signs. We're throwing hand signs. I guess that's just a Farmington Tiger thing. Anytime we have a play, like at least they're getting hyped, but it's like, don't look at the crowd. Go celebrate with your teammates. Like, go celebrate with your inside backer that got you that clean look. Like, what are you doing looking at the fans for? Right? That's part of the problem with Farmington football culture. It's very individual based, and you can see it right there. Turn around and celebrate with your teammates, man. Like, I get after our kids at South to do that after every play. If we have team time or good on good, when we make a play, you celebrate with your teammates. You get 11 men on the football, and you celebrate with your teammates. You don't turn and look at empty stands and like start throwing gang signs or pounding your chest or whatever. Like, it's just not good football culture. Oh, 11's creeping in. I don't think he's going to blitz, though, because our buddy the safety is not coming down. Yep. You can see they're just sitting in cover 4. They only have 3 men at the second level. Farmington's getting very creative. Yep, they did another twist stunt. He goes out there. He loops inside. I actually really am liking Farmington's defense, funny enough. I might have to watch more games of theirs to see how they gave up so many points. Once again, I don't like that the backers coming from that far of depth creep up on this side of the nose guard, then he jumps, and then boom, there you are right there. Like, little details that Farmington could add to their defense that would just make it way more potent. Okay, Mounds View's O-line. What's the protection here? I get that we're in an empty set. They're only bringing 4. It's zone coverage. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Is that Mr. Olsen, number 6? It is. Why? We have a good bubble route and a bad bubble route all on the same play here. What? Like, look, this one down here by the slot, receivers run, no, sort of. He still, like, rounds it for 1 yard, but he's at least, like, staying and facing the quarterback so that he can catch it, and then he just runs forward. Why in the world is the running back backpedaling like that? That's awful. And I get what they're trying to do here. So for those that can't see, you've got 2 bubbles in an empty set so that you can set up a quarterback draw. You're trying to get the defense to fully spread out. But it's a zone coverage. They're not spreading out. Like, sure, he's out. They can still run fit, and you still have an inside backer there. Like, I don't know what Mounds View is expecting. That's really bizarre. Once again, well played by Farmington. And if this is supposed to be... It's like a dive. Yeah, look at what the stunt they got going on here. We used to call this dive at Jefferson. When the guard kicks out the 3-4, the defensive end in the 3-4, and the tackle inserts inside of him to get a backer. The only problem is he doesn't get the correct backer. And obviously the center has to take the nose guard. And this guard is like, wait a minute, the backer I was supposed to block is gone. What am I doing? And then 55 doesn't quite know who he's supposed to go block. That's a little bit interesting from the Mounds View right tackle. He's supposed to pull inside. He turns to the left, touches the opposite inside backer, but he's facing this way. If your assignment is to hit this inside backer, shouldn't you be looking that way once you get through the hole in the insert? Why are we looking this way? Because if you block him, and are the center and guard supposed to double team up there? Are we supposed to have a double team up to him? Because if that's the case, the guard should be trying to like reach the center and overtake him, and the nose guard, and the center is the one that should be coming off to pick up the inside backer. You take there, you insert and get that backer, and there you go. Now Mr. Sampson actually has a lane to run through. Dude, okay, Farmington, we got to work on breaking down. I like the aggressive attacking style defense, but we're playing way too high. And look at this. We're knocking each other over. We're trying to dive. We're not getting anything done. And these are pretty big defensive ends. I think both their defensive ends went to Duluth, Minnesota Duluth, D2 school. They're playing really high. He's standing straight up. We at least fighting half a man. No, his right hand's on the outside. It's actually a pretty solid job by Mounds View's right guard. And look at number 55 here. The play's still going on. He turns around and looks in his own backfield, which you never do as a blocker. That's a big no-no. Actually, both of the O-linemen. Look, both of the guards on this play. They don't know what to do because his guy blitzed the opposite A-gap. So he's like, oh, who do I get? And then 55 just doesn't know what planet he's on. And they both turn around and look at their quarterback like, hey, Jacob, there's nobody here for us to block. Just run, bro. Meanwhile, the guys are supposed to block are tackling the quarterback. 55 literally watches as a guy tackles his quarterback. Look at him. He's just... What? Okay, that's a little bit confusing. Maybe it's just first game jitters, because this is a 6-2 Mounds View team that beat Prior Lake and took Shakopee to the brink. And here they are struggling against Farmington. I guess Farmington must have really laid a lot of manure prior to this game. And not to mention, like Mr. Mayor said in chat a while ago, it was pouring rain the week 1 matchup in 6A this Thursday night. So, I mean, you put fresh manure with all that rain. Now you got wet manure smell all throughout the city of Farmington. Like, that's a nasty bit of chemical warfare that the Mustangs have to put up with, but that doesn't quite excuse standing around watching your quarterback get tackled. And Farmington is getting kids to the football. Look at the end here. All 11, well, these 2 that tripped over each other, not so much, but outside of them, the other 9 are all at the football. Like, Farmington Tigers are improving. Okay. Maybe that's why they wanted to retool their offense now that Coach Sutton's gone and it's just Coach Piper. I think Zach Cinnamon is the name of the new OC, which Cinnamon, Tiger, Frosted Flakes reference. No, is there cinnamon in Frosted Flakes? That's Cinnamon Toast Crunch. All right, whatever. Maybe Tony, that it's a collab. It's Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Frosted Flakes are doing a collab. That was second down. What happened to the old OC? I don't entirely know. I'm not sure about all of Farmington's shakeups. Okay. So now we're 3rd and 8 after that failed quarterback draw. Were they behind the sticks? Okay, so behind the sticks, bubble or quarterback draw. Pretty predictable. Now it's 3rd and 8, obvious passing situation, 10 personnel, 2x2. And I think they only do their quarterback draws when they're in empty personnel. I think that's the one play they run when they're in empty. They try and spread you out, which, again, it's smart. It makes sense. Where is the new OC from? I believe Coach Cinnamon previously coached at Chanhassen High School. Let's take a quick peek. I'm 90% certain that's where he's from. 2 tabs out of here. Zach Cinnamon, Farmington football. I think he's the new offensive football, or the new OC. But if you look at his LinkedIn here, I'm pretty sure he was, Chanhassen High School, sophomore offensive coordinator. June 20. So that was 1 year, varsity track coach. Freshman. Oh, so I've actually coached against him in the 2019 season. He was actually our week 1 matchup at Chanhassen. Go figure. We almost won that game, but didn't quite. Came up just short. We gave up a really bad 4th down, like 4th and 8 conversion over the middle for a touchdown. Oofta. And they turned the ball, Chanhassen turned the ball over 5 times that game. Still. So that's where his previous experience was. Farmington. Okay, so he's a special ed teacher at Dodge Middle School. He's been there for 3 years. So, all right. He's probably been at Farmington about as long as I've been at Lakeville South. And I believe he's the new offensive coordinator. Which is all the more strange that he's implementing the gun single wing now that I think about it. Because he's coming from Chanhassen High School. If you're coming from Chan is like spread wing twins, kind of like Champlin Park, but with a little bit more spread stuff mixed in. So if that is your background, what made you decide to go with a gun single wing? I don't know. Maybe he saw it at a clinic and is like, that's our ticket. Every other team in our section's already run heavy, so we might as well be as well. We have a comeback. We do have a comeback. Oh, this is nice. All right, give who was the old OC? I have no idea who Farmington's old OC was. This is a really nice concept to break the cover 4 here. So observe. Who's the flat defender? The outside linebacker. He gets totally baited here. And that's all because Farmington blitzes both inside backers. This was not a good call, Farmington. On 3rd and a mile, just play your base defense. Because you know they're going to be passing. If you're going to bring anyone, only bring one. That way you still have a backer over the middle. So both backers do like an X blitz here. It doesn't get off. This one's late getting back into his position. And think about the coverage right here. So there's a big hole in the middle of the field. Flat, and then they're still playing cover 4. No safeties are stacked down. So that's where the big hole is. They're messing with the outside linebackers here. Do they call the same concept on both sides? They do. They have the slots run like these shallow slants inside. And then you have the curl on the outside. So the whole point of this concept is to get the flat defender here to go inside. And it works because, funny enough, Farmington decided to send both inside backers. So there's nobody over here. That forces the outside backers to go like, oh, crap, our guys are uncovered. We got to stay with them. What they didn't realize is now you're not in your flat zone. That gives Mr. Sampson a clear line of sight to throw a comeback. Turn your shoulder. Oh, don't try and make a move. Fight for yards. There we go, and they get the first. All right, we'll talk about the technique here in a minute. But schematically, this is a really good call from Mounds View against what Farmington gave them. And Mr. Sampson makes a great read, great throw. Like I said, this is completely the fault of the Farmington outside linebackers. This is supposed to be zone coverage. Stay in your zone. Don't blitz both inside backers because then you leave a hole over the middle. Only blitz one of them on 3rd and a mile. Yeah, that's rough. I give Coach Woodley a ton of credit for this design. And I'm getting, like, nightmare flashbacks, because this is the same thing that Coach Wasserich from Anoka did to Lakeville South in the 2024 second round of the playoffs. All these backside comebacks where we had no... Well, it worked against us because we didn't have anybody in the flat. So, you know, that was our own fault. But here, with Farmington, you have a kid that's supposed to be in the flat, but he's getting baited inside. Maybe we got to work on... And it's funny because we had, like, Lakeville South, we did a bunch of 7-on-7s with Farmington all throughout the summer of 2024. So it's like you've had plenty of reps running your 4th or your 3-4 defense. So you should know better than to dip inside like that. Zone is zone. Stay in your zone. If you stay in your zone, this never gets completed. Because if they keep running their vertical slants here, either they run into each other, and if they do, well, they can't catch the ball then. And if they keep running more vertically, then they bump into your safeties. So, yeah. That's how Farmington should have played it. And then right here, I don't like that the first thing the Mounds View kid tries to do is make a move. You just keep running through. Also, Farmington, let's see what the DB does. Stops his feet and tries to launch. You can't do that. You got to keep the feet moving. And then instead of driving his feet forward, his legs go back. You don't want the legs to go back. You got to keep churning forward. And then you let your legs flip out to the side. If again, watch some Centennial film. If you watch the way that their backers and DBs fill, they break down, keep the feet chopping, and keep their feet driving back. If this kid from Farmington does a little bit better job and keeps his feet moving here, think about the situation. That's a first down right there. You keep your feet moving, plays dead right there. It's 4th and 1. Mounds View maybe goes for it, but most likely plays conservatively and has to punt. Instead, you stop your feet. You end up sliding around him like he's a stick of butter because you have momentum, but you don't have your feet moving, so you can't keep driving. And he falls forward for the first down. That could have gotten Farmington off the field. One little bit of attention to detail right there. Instead, fresh set of downs to the Mustangs. Okay, So obviously it's not labeled and I've seen this game before, but I don't remember like what plays are where or anything. You're in a 3x1 11 personnel set into the boundary on the right hash. Your running back is offset to the same side as the H back. Like, to me, this has to be GH counter. Block out there, double down here, seal off the D end, you pull around and kick him out, you pull around and take him, and then there's Mr. Olsen's touchdown. To me, it's just way too obvious, especially because look at the H back. See how he's looking to the left? He's literally looking across at the linebacker. He's going to go block. Yeah, okay. Is this GH counter? It's too obvious. It can't be. Please be something. No, it's just... It was GH counter. Like, who would have thought? You do you, Mounds View. Boom. And, oh, look at the double team at the point of attack. Nice. He gets a chip. He gets up to... Oh, he misses the backer. Oh, and that's the one that... that could have been so close. Left guard, Mounds View. We got to get more of a piece of the nose guard. That's a pretty solid job. Give a lot of credit to Mounds View's center here. See how he's squared up on the nose guard, but he gets his arm underneath here, and he works to this shoulder so that he turns him out. That's a really nice job by Mounds View's center. The left, and remember I was saying earlier they run GH counter differently from a lot of other teams. You see that right here. It's more kind of like a trap, like a GH trap than a GH counter. They purposefully send this tackle to get an outside backer. Again, they only see 3-4 defenses, so it makes sense. And then you're guaranteed to have a defensive end inside of your tackle at that point. So you're guaranteed to give your guard a player to trap block. When I broke down Edina versus Egan, Edina loves their GH counter, but they do it a little bit more complexly. They have him block down inside, double team here up to backer. He seals off. And the guard has to make a read. If this backer runs upfield, he kicks him out. If this backer closes the gap, though, he has to overtake him. And then the H-back reads that. He's like, all right, you're overtaking him. I'm now going outside. And then Chase Bjorgard here would go off the edge. So there's a little bit more going on, and it forces Edina to really have to practice it to know when for that. Well, first of all, for the guard, do I kick out or do I... block down? And the H-back has to read it. All right, what's he doing? He's kicking out. I go upfield. Oh, he's blocking out. I got to go around. There's a lot of moving pieces to Edina's GH counter, but the way that Mounds View runs it here, it keeps it very simple. And again, running it against so many 3-4 defenses, you're always guaranteed to have somebody to kick out with that defensive end there. I think if you are going to run GH counter, this might be the smartest way to do it. Now it just all comes down to execution. Backside, outside backer. He goes. He freezes, though, because is he supposed to read Mr. Sampson or the back? That's totally fine, leaving him unblocked. 52 is a little bit slow on the kick-out block here. He stops his feet. I mean, you've got a kill shot, man. Look at this. 52 comes down the line. He does a great job pulling, but then right here he hesitates. Get up there, take that outside or inside shoulder right there, and deck him. Get him out of the play, open the hole, because when you stop your feet right here, see how 52 right here, he stops his feet? As soon as you stop your feet, this is the edge of the hole for poor Mr. Olsen to run through. If you keep your feet moving and driving that way, the hole gets bigger as you go that way. Then as I mentioned earlier, this linebacker, the poor left guard, just completely misses him. I don't know how that happened. Something went awry there. Maybe a little bit more time on the double team instead of just a quick little tap and then jump off it. Really get that double team and then shed up to the backer. Then, like I said, H-back actually gets a really solid block here. Watch number 5. He comes inside. He attacks the inside shoulder. He's working half a man, and he gets just enough of just enough of that inside backer. That's really well done by Mounds View's H-back. But it's just, once again, it's both the guards. Weren't those the two guys that I was talking about on the last play or on the previous drive? It was the quarterback draw where they both didn't know who to block and they just kind of ended up curling. Once again, it's kind of the guards for Mounds View that aren't getting it done. I really like, and poor number 55, the right tackle. He doesn't have to do much here, but he's kind of had a rough go. I really like Mounds View's center. His attention to detail and his technique is really solid. Oh, yeah, even the left tackle didn't do the best job here. Running back, well, I mean, he doesn't have to. Because Farmington's running back decides to run upfield, Mounds View's GH counter, like I said, it's more of a trap. It's designed to, like, look at where Mr. Olsen gets the ball. It's just outside the hash. And where's the hole? It's just on the inside of the hash. So it's a very narrow GH counter compared to other teams, like an Edina or a Wyzetta. And you can see, there's the hole. If only we got a piece of that backer, that could have been a big run. Because if you get a piece of this backer, you kick him out a little bit more, he could have been off to the races right there. Then he's one move on the safety. Instead of having, what do you call it? Where's my train of thought going? You get a block here. Now he's in space. He gets a clean look out here. This safety just planted his legs, right? He's stuck there. Even though, as a safety, you have a running back with carrying the football. You see the Red Sea parting. Like, he should be busting his butt to get up there and fill. I don't know why we're stopping dead in our tracks right there. You got to go run fit. But, again, you get this block here. You get Mr. Olsen out in space. That safety's not run fitting. He is one move away from just breaking that safety's ankles, and then who else is left? Nobody. That's a touchdown for Mounds View at that point. Oh, what could have been, but nope. Oh, is this a wide receiver out here? How's the receiver blocking? Oh, we gave up. And then 27 helps me. Receiver blocking makes big plays, man. I feel like I say that every week. He does a good job working inside. He just gives up a little too early and then runs past the receiver and then just stands there. Oh, was 12 on the field earlier? I feel like Mounds View keeps changing out the receivers. Because it was like 4, 5, 84, and 14. But now we have 12. Now we've got 3. I guess they just rotate a lot of kids at receiver. 8 was in there, obviously. Godson was in there a little bit. Okay, there's no way they run the same play. Notice they're not sidecar now. They love doing GH counter when they're sidecar, but when they're pistol, things get a little bit different. And I'm assuming Coach Woodley's a smart coach. He's got, it's second and short. If he wanted to do a play action off a GH counter, now would be the time. You're still 11 personnel, slot trips into the boundary. Like, the simple thing would be, just give him GH counter again. But I'm pretty sure he's got something that set up off GH counter. Okay, so now you don't have GH counter unless it comes around that way. But it's a little weird to run that out of pistol. Yeah, see, it wasn't. Was this power? Did we pull a guard? They ran power. Look at that. Except, once again, it's more of a narrow power. Does the guard take the first man inside? Yeah. How did the center do? Do we have a double team? Oh, nice double team at the point of attack. Oh, 51's just a little bit late getting up to the inside backer. Oh, if we just clean up the left guard technique a little bit. Mounds View actually has some really solid double teams at the point of attack. That's beautiful. And then just get a clean look at your buddy, the inside backer. 52 does a solid job. He could come a little bit narrower and hit the backer. Farmington's kid does a good job filling here, the middle linebacker. And is that the D end? 98. Okay. As a D-line coach, this kills me. And I don't know what poor number 55 here is doing. So if your guard's pulling, you need to cut off the biggest threat, which would be the defensive end here. Just thinking from a football perspective and a defensive coach perspective, you hate when two kids are in the same gap because that means there's a hole somewhere else. So if you think about it, there's no way both of these kids are going to go outside of you, number 55, because that would put two kids in the C gap out there. No coach wants to have two kids in the C gap out there. If an outside backer is coming up to blitz, then he's going to blitz the edge. That means the D end has to go inside now, especially if you're an 11 or 10 personnel and you don't have the H-back to your side. That's just the way those blitzes work. And you can tell the kid's looking down at the ground. So, it's again, probably Mounds View coaches didn't teach him this. But if you ever get that and you see an outside backer creeped up, unless they're running an X stunt, well, even if they are running an X stunt, like he runs upfield and then he loops inside, your first step when your guard pulls, instead of stepping out, you don't want to do that. Condense. Get your butt towards the center and steal it off there. Who cares if this kid runs all the way out there? He's never going to get to the power in time. But if you let a defensive end through there, then he might be able to make a play. He doesn't because I guess Farmington doesn't work on D-line all that much. As soon as you see a guard pull, you don't run upfield. You are in that guard's hip pocket, scraping down the line. And he doesn't do that. See, the guard's butt's here, the defensive end's over here. That's a lot of space right there. That's just not how you play D-line, man. When your guard pulls, especially when you have a tackle that doesn't do like a seal block on you, as a defensive end, you should be licking your chops. That is a kill shot they are giving you, especially on 2nd and short. You have a chance to put them, TFL. This could be 3rd and 5 right here. But no, especially because the center's down block. Oh, just go right there and you make the play. Because if he cuts back, there's no room. You're condensing the gap and you're right there. But instead, you end up doing stuff like this. You run upfield and the kid blows right by you. If you would have followed the guard's butt, instead of being up here, he'd be right here making the tackle. See the difference in the technique right there? Once again, Farmington kids are getting good looks. It's just they really got to clean up the technique. Scheme is pretty much there. Maybe Farmington just needs to do a little more indie time in practice. I don't know. Also, nice job by Mounds View to keep churning. Look at this. 51 or 52 comes around and keeps pushing. The guard keeps pushing. Where'd the left tackle go? Left tackle and the wipes out the outside backer, so he can't do anything. Yeah, man. Mounds View's got a nasty GH counter. It might be one of the best in 6A next to a Dyna's. Okay. You're in 11 personnel, 3-by-1 again. You're starting to drive on Farmington. They're getting a little weary. They were pretty solid against 10 personnel, but now that you're in 11, you're starting to give them the business a little bit. Notice Farmington is adapted. They're like, all right, you want to keep running inside on us? Now our outside backer's going to crash in. So this is a time where Coach Woodley says, all right, outside. Okay, this is a weird call. Is this stretch? Oh, no. Another team that runs stretch. You gotta be kidding me. How many teams in 6A have stretch in their playbook that don't work on reach blocking? Oh my goodness. Look at the outside backer here. This should work, but here's why it doesn't. And I was talking about this earlier. I think when Mounds View ran the toss out to the right, it was a great play, and Mr. Olson got the edge because stretch versus toss. Toss is a fast-hitting play, and he gets the ball way out here in space as opposed to, and it gives the defense less time to get upfield. So he's out there and able to gain the edge on them very quickly. But on stretch here, look at how long it is before he gets the ball. He gets the handoff right here. Farmington's already in the backfield ready to make a play. It is really tough to ask these kids to reach block and then maintain those reach blocks for that long, especially when you're doing it out of pistol. I mean, look at this. There's a line of scrimmage at the 37. And so it'd be, that's 4 yards, 5, 6. He's at 7 yards deep. So he's got 7 yards to try and make up here. He gets the handoff at 5 yards depth. And by that point, Farmington's right there to make a play. I don't like that Farmington's outside linebackers shooting inside like that. But if you're going to run stretch and give him that much time, then yeah. Also, is that Mr. Olson? No, that's number 7. So you don't even have your normal running back in. I think 7's more of their H-back type kid. He's a little bit stockier. So you put a stockier running back in on an outside run play that requires a faster kid. What's funny, actually? I think this is Godson down here, number 8. If you put him at running back on stretch here, and you got him the ball in space, well, he can just run outside, and he could probably outrun that Farmington outside linebacker. So that would work. I hate that I just gave Coach Woodley that idea for our Week 1 matchup, but, whatever. More power to you if you decide to do that. But with a stockier kid that's not as fast, I don't know. Also, pretty solid tackle by Farmington. I don't like that the kids don't keep turning their legs. Look at this. Do they all do hip drop tackles and just throw their legs around? Because we saw that on a play or a few plays ago. The corner, the safety, one of the two, came up and threw his legs and spun them around. And now here's the outside backer. He does a pretty solid job. He's tackling a little bit high. He needs to get the shoulder into the gut instead of his arm because he could tear a pectoral here doing this. He gets his head on the backside, but he's arm tackling, and then he doesn't stay on his feet. He does a weird spin drop tackle. Look at it. Why are you throwing your legs to the side? Your legs are where your power are. As soon as your legs leave the turf right here and you throw them, all right, you know what? quick comparison. Have you ever seen anyone in any weight room squat without having their feet on the ground? Like they got levitating feet and they squat? No, it's impossible because you have no power. You'd never be able to do it. Same principle applies to tackling. As soon as your feet leave the ground, I mean, you're just floating in the air. You can't do anything. Like, why would you do that? Especially when you're making a tackle against a running back. Like, that kid's in the weight room, too. He's lifting. He's on varsity. Anyone starting on varsity usually has some talent, so that's a real head scratcher. I think Farmington might need to add a tackling circuit into their practice because throwing your legs around like that definitely is not going to get it done. That's a detail you need to clean up. And see, here's another one. Even though 51 manages to tackle him low, he's still like diving and throwing his legs around. Look at this. See, he literally pushes off his back leg here. He's like, nope, push off, and then spins his legs around to the side like he's an alligator. He literally does a gator roll on his leg. Like, huh? And 11's diving at him instead of like tackling or anything. I don't know, man. Farmington's a little bit weird. That's really all I can say. Weird Tigers. All right. Second and long, though. It was 1st and 10. We had a really bad stretch. It's funny enough, because the running back broke the tackle here, where was he originally tackled by the outside backer? We'll say about the 42-yard line. So 42-yard line. Because he broke the tackle and kept running backwards, he's now at the 49-yard line. He lost 7 yards by breaking the tackle. Yeah, they put it at the 49. That was a 7-yard... Oh my goodness. It would have been just a 4-yard tackle for loss, but they added another 7 on top of that by breaking the tackle. Now it's 2nd and 19. Or no, it is not 2nd and 19. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10. My bad. It's actually 2nd and 21. It's even worse. Ooh. All right, they're in 10 personnel. The running back is to the trip side. How much you want to bet it's going to be a sprint out pass to the left? Like, to me, that's pretty obvious here. I have seen this game before as a disclosure, but I've been watching quite a bit of Mounds View film, and there's some things you can pick up on with Mounds View. And I will give Mr. Olsen some credit here. He does pick up the edge defender, the linebacker there. Only problem is number 59 doesn't maintain the block long enough. Well, I guess also Mr. Sampson probably needs to get rid of the ball, because how long are you going to ask number 59 to hold off a D2 defensive end? That's pretty tough ask. Pretty tough Jonah ask. I am funny. Oh, we actually had a solid tackle. Decent block shed right here. You could argue that there might be some funny business going on there. Maybe Mr. Olsen just wanted to touch his backside. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit of funny business going on right there. We over pursue. Not happy about that from the defensive end. He's playing high. He's aiming at where Mr. Sampson's running to instead of just targeting his inside hip. Target that inside hip. That way you don't get juked like this. 37 does a solid job, though. Mr. Sampson ends up falling backwards. 37 just cleans up. 11's there. It's not too shabby. So Farmington's defense is getting things done, but more so because Mounds View is kind of shooting themselves in the foot. We definitely need to work on tackling and aiming points and angles if we're Farmington Tigers. So now it's 3rd and a million miles. If I'm Farmington, and I've already blown this a few times on previous plays, we're just calling the base defense, right? We will not blitz. We have gotten burned by blitzing on 3rd down. It's 3rd and forever. Let them take a check down underneath. Play your base cover 4. Who cares if they gain like 5 or 6 yards? It'll be 4th and like 20 at that point. Ice them or their hand signals. Oh, yep, that's okay. This is their OC. That's Coach Woodley right there. Whip. Did he just do a whip on his thigh? Whip that thing. Boom. Maybe that's a call for verts. I don't know. What are they going to do here, verts? Or is this a quarterback draw? No, it's a screen. Screen to the right. Okay, well. All right. Screen right. I'm assuming if he did this same hand signal to his other side here, where he slapped his left thigh with his left hand, like doing a chop on the left side, it'd probably be screen left, but now we know. Yay. Love picking up details like that. And it makes sense. It's third and forever. You're setting up a screen, and even though you're setting up a screen, Farmington, we're blitzing again. Oh. And funny enough, he escaped where the blitzer would have come from. Because see, now the outside backer on this side has to scooch this way to take up the zone to cover his blitzing buddy. Oh, all right. You know what? This is a problem I'm noticing with Farmington's outside backers. They love peeking inside. Like, look at number 8 here. This is why Mounds View manages to get so many extra yards on this play. If you're a flat defender, stay in the flat. As soon as you see him turn his shoulders this way, as a coach, I'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you turning inside? And look, then he starts running inside. You're not playing man. It doesn't matter. If he runs in, call in, then he's your inside backer's problem because he's going to your inside backer's zone. This is your zone. You stay there. If he runs in there, that's your buddy's job. Let your buddy go party with him. You don't keep staying with him. You go stay in your spot. All right. I mean, you still get the same result. You gave up way more yards than you should have. If Farmington would have just played their base defense here, just stay in your base quarters defense. Don't blitz anybody. Coverage is there. Your defensive ends are generating some solid pressure. It's a screen, so they're going to let him through anyway. Then your other backer can scrape over here. He reads the screen. You're in the flat. You're there. You stay in your zone in case he escapes. And you have it all covered. Like, yeah. Could you imagine if Farmington called an all-out blitz? If they would have sent all these guys like Prior Lake does, or not Prior Lake, like a Shakopee would, then that screen would have been killer. Now I think I'm starting to understand why Mayo would have scored so many points against Farmington. Because if Farmington would have done that same blitz, you know Coach Holcomb with Isaiah Beal would have had a nasty wide receiver screen right there. Oh, yep, see? Look at how out of position number 8 is. See how he does like this hook thing? It's because he cheated inside. If you just, kind of like I was talking about with Roseville last week, if you just stay in your zone and do your job, your defense works. Like, once again, I'm going to give Farmington credit. Their defensive scheme does work. You just have kids that choose not to do what they're supposed to do. And maybe that comes down to coaching. Maybe the coaches aren't emphasizing like, hey, when we're in our zone, you need to stay in your zone. Don't leave your zone. So wherever the disconnect is there, bottom line, Farmington defense, if you're playing zone, stay in your zone. You'll have better results. Either way, it's a 4th down. Mounds View's punting. Ooh, interesting. That's number 2. So the quarterback is also the punter. And it looks like they have 7 men on the front line, 3 punt protectors. One of those newer age punt formations. Ooh, Farmington caught it in stride. There's an immediate flag right here, though. And that came out pretty early. Was there holding? Maybe that's what he sees? That's pretty far away from him. Was there holding right here? No, he threw the flag before those two even touched. I wonder... It's got... To me, he has to be looking over there. That's the only thing that I can see. Unless I missed something. What if Mr. Wyant over here called for a fair catch and then came up and got the ball? I can't see if he catches the ball out of the air, because the ball is... He catches the ball out of the air. It doesn't hit the ground. I was going to say, if the ball hits the ground and he picks it up after calling a fair catch, then he can just advance it, because, you know, it's a live ball at that point. But if you catch it and you keep running after you've called for a fair catch, that's when it becomes a penalty. Also, nice job by Mounds View special teams rallying to the football. Not happy that the gunner runs upfield right here. Once again, he's not breaking down. That's Brock Wyant, man. Like, you gotta break down against Brock Wyant. That kid's just like... It's like he's got the Hall of Fame joystick badge. Like, he will just absolutely wreck you. Oh, it was against Mounds View. They're making Mounds View re-punt. Or no, it was against Farmington. And then Mounds View elected to re-punt. So I don't know what the specific penalty was, but it was against the Tigers. Now you actually get to see Mounds use punt formation, maybe pin the Tigers back a little bit deeper. And it's still 6-0 Farmington, by the way. And he actually secures the catch. Nicely done. All right. Tigers back on offense. Now we see their typical pistol spread. 10 personnel. This is classic Farmington. We're going to get bubble routes. We're going to get some inside zone. Are we going to get their signature counter tray? We have not seen that yet. Where you would get down block, down block, down block, and then kick out, pull around. That's what they like to do. Nope, it's inside zone. So it's a zone read. How are our double teams? Solid double teams. Are we getting up to backer? Yes. Oh, look at that hole, man. Farmington actually does a decent job with their inside zone. And Mounds View. So Mounds View D-end does a swim move here. It's not quite a snake. See how tall his elbow gets? Rib cage is exposed right there, but the big thing is technique-wise. As soon as you see a down block, you're not trying to fight off him and keep running outside. You condense the gap. Because if you condense the gap right here, now you're forcing Mr. Ask to make a read. And he's like, what do I do? He's sitting there watching me. I guess I give the handoff. Well, now there's no gap to run through or cutback lane, and then you can make the tackle, and he's forced to give the handoff. Whereas when you run upfield like this, that's an easy read for Mr. Ask. He's like, all right, you want to come party with me? I'll let my running back take the ball. Ooh. Is that the backside outside backer? That is. Why didn't we block him? Okay, Farmington. Something went awry here. If you're leaving him unblocked, obviously Mr. Godson's out there as the other outside backer on the slot receiver. That means you only have 5 guys we need to block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can get some nice double teams. We have 5 offensive linemen. So that works in our favor, right? So we already established this tackle is going to get that backer. That means we can get a double team. Who's the next man over? You have to take guard. You two can double team him up to the backer. That leaves guard on this defensive end and tackle on the outside backer. That's how it should be run. But what actually happens? The tackle decides to crash down inside. I guess from Farmington's point of view, they're probably thinking, oh, that outside backer is never going to get there in time. Well, that outside backer got there in time. Oh, yeah. Does the guard take? And the guard does go out to the defensive end. It literally, if they would have just gone boom, boom, double, backer, backside backer, this could have been another big play Farmington, especially because the safety is stepping out here. Now you get space, make a move, get a block here. Another big play Farmington, potentially. Like, it just... Oh... It's sort of frustrating for me because, like, it's there for Farmington. Like, going back to Woodbury last week, I'm like, oh my goodness, your offensive dysmorphia is making you a total disaster, and, like, you just need to smash that reset button. But for Farmington, like, their plays are there, which is why it's even more confusing to me that they're changing their scheme. Like, it's just coming down to execution, like, in minor details. Go block the guy you're supposed to block. There, the double to backer, and you there. And this is a big play. Like, why would you get rid of it if you have big play potential already? You're like, nah, we need to go gun single wing. It's like maybe just a little bit more indie time and work on the skills needed in indie that then translate to team time so that little mistakes like this don't happen in a game because you've practiced them in your indie time. And I do have to say, number 44 on Mounds View, you came unblocked. Look at how tight he is off the tackle. Very nice angle. He comes down the line. He doesn't run up field. And he keeps his legs moving. That's a great job by Mounds View's outside linebacker, number 44. Interesting that this outside backer is so far out, because he looks like he's playing zone, but it looks like you've got man here, you've got man there because they're pressed. And he's blitzing. They might actually be playing a cover 6. Oh, now they backed off, so what are they giving us? If he comes down, he takes the flat. We're likely getting a cover 3. And then there's no outside backer. Oh, no, he's the outside backer. normally you'd have him in the flat and he goes deep. Maybe they're switching that. I mean, that is Godson right there. He can easily cover deep. So that's actually kind of a nutty thing if Coach Moberg's doing that. That's a great way to confuse opposing spread offenses. I'll give him credit there. But safety stacking down, that tells you our buddy here is blitzing. Obviously, your D linemen are attacking. Oh, he's pointing. Did somebody jump? No, he's pointing at the motion. Handoff is a little bit early. Split zone. And sure enough, number 44 blitzed. Oh, I was giving 44 so much credit on the last play because he was so tight to the tackle's butt. Now you get the tackle down blocking again. Come right off his butt. But no, he's running upfield. You got to down block. Condense the gap. Oh, we got to work on that a little bit. We got to condense gaps. Double team. Oh. Why do we have a triple team? Why does number 15 get a clean look here? Something broke down with Farmington's inside zone. It's inside zone left. So, but you have two defenders on the edge. So if you're forced to try and work him, then these two would have to double up to inside backer. You take that D end, and then the guard's the one that would have to go up there. That should be the blocking scheme, but instead, you get a triple team. Both guards get the nose and the center. This poor tackle is now left in a pretty tough spot. He's got to try and reach block. And going back, I think I talked about this earlier with Mounds View's right tackle. If you see an outside backer creeped up and you're a 10 personnel spread offense, the defensive end is shooting into the B gap if he's blitzing. You're not, no defensive coordinator in Minnesota is sending two guys into the D gap and leaving B gap wide open. That's just not happening. No coach, no varsity coach would ever do that. So as soon as he's walked up and he's taking D gap, he's going there. Even if it's like an X blitz, like what Eastridge does, where he goes outside and then he loops in, and we saw Farmington do that previously. Like, you still have guys in the same gap, so you know that you're going to get one in your B gap. So it's just all the more strange. Why? I mean, he still steps down because it's the zone that way, but yeah, I don't know. Also, this is a real nice job by Farmington's D end. He sees the down block by the butt right here. He does a real nice technique stepping across. He's arm tackling, which isn't the best, but he does make a real nice play. I'm liking the footwork. And you know what? Another detail, I was complaining last week with Woodbury's D-line stances, how they were like so long. You can tell that the head coach of Mounds View is a D-line coach. Look at how awesome these D-line stances are. See how their feet are a little bit flatter, their legs are more like this instead of shaped like that, like we saw with Woodbury. See the difference? Now you've got more weight on your feet. You can come out of your stance faster. Look at how fast off the ball Mounds View's D-line is. Defensive end on the top side is getting a little bit high, but just look at how fast number 15 is off the ball. And he steps with his back foot. Then he gets two steps right away because see how short the step is? It's just boom, planted. He does a little bit of a false step when he brings his leg up and around to slant that way. I mean, I get that he is stepping inside, so he steps, his foot's at 45. That's really nice footwork. He's a little bit tall, but you get two nice steps in. You've got power. Dang. Coach Moberg knows how to coach D-line, man. That's really nice technique. Look at the nose guard stepping across, too. He makes the backside guard look like a fool here because he's also slanting that way. And you can tell. You blitz off the edge. You come across. You come away from the blitz. And then you've got the edge. And then fill. Like, dude. Mounds View's got some good stuff on defense, too. I'm actually kind of impressed. And their attention to detail is a little bit better. The only thing I don't like here is both inside backers scrape to the same hole. If what's his name if the defensive end 15 here didn't make a good play, then oops, there's a hole. So yeah, is that number 7 again? I feel like he might have done that earlier. Stay in your hole. Number 10, you see the thing opening. Go attack. And there is a hole that opens up here. So I mean, there are two feasible escape routes for the running back, but thankfully the DN does a great job here. Inside linebacker play, maybe a little bit questionable, but thankfully Mounds View outside linebacker play is pretty solid, and their D-line play has been awesome. All right, 3rd and short. Mounds View's not set. They're not quite sure what's going on. Ooh, this is a bummer. Was it a late call or something, or did Farmington just... I know Farmington's a no-huddle offense. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rich. I missed your comment. Henry Wendorf is playing tight end? I didn't know that the Wendorf brothers could catch. I thought they would be like guards or tackles. Isn't that what they played in high school? I thought one of them was a center and the other one was a guard. And they're pretty big boys. Like, they're offensive linemen, but tight end? Interesting. I might have to watch some Hamlin films, see how young Mr. Wendorf is doing. Wow. He is going to be a tight end. Wow. Ooh, also, Farmington left tackle jump. See how he's pumping? What is the play call here? Is this a power read? It's a bootleg. Wait a minute. Why does number 4 come in motion? Was that an accident? Okay, something is going awry with Farmington's offensive play call here. Brock comes inside Mr. Wyant like it's supposed to be a fake jet or something. But then it's a fake inside zone bootleg. So again, great order of play calling from Farmington. You do an inside zone. And then you set up play action off of it. The only problem is you snap the ball before Brock's able to get over here. I think what they were supposed to do is motion him across, fake, then he's in the flat, and you get like a levels concept going or a flood. That's exactly what it was going to be. Okay, this is Farmington's fault. And yeah, because there's a backside post. So this is flood or levels to the left. You're supposed to have a backside post. He comes across in the flat. And I do like the play calling from Farmington. There's your 10-yard out. Here's your fade. This play could have worked. The only problem is the quarterback snapped the ball way too early. It's a beautiful flood play action off your inside zone. But because number 4 wasn't able to get across... Feels like something's missing right here, right? Go back to what I drew earlier. He's supposed to come across. He's your flat check down. And there's no flat defender right here. This is your first down, Farmington. But instead, there's nothing there. Ain't no way. What? He caught that? What in the razzle-dazzle? How did Farmington get this lucky? Like, what? It's so funny because it's like, hey, if Mr. Wyant gets across and they execute properly, this could have been a big play. Like, it looks like Mr. Ask just snapped the quarterback snapped the ball way too fast, and the play never developed. So you don't have your check down in the flat here, where you're supposed to go with the ball for an easy first down. But he's like, you know what? My video game character is out there with his Hall of Fame joystick badge. Let me throw that out there, and he makes the aggressive catch. That's actually nutty. Okay, now I'm kind of seeing why Farmington might change their offense. You've got Jonah Ask and Brock Wyant, so you can get away with this razzle-dazzle stuff. If you put in kids that aren't as, like, talented here, and you're just like, okay, here's our system, you have to run it, there is no way that this would happen. Like, this would be a TFL or an INT or an incompletion at that point. So I'm really shocked to see Farmington just not executing. Again, like, I've never been to a Farmington Tigers practice, so I don't know how it works. But it seems like this is one of your base plays. It's a play action off of one of your base offensive plays. How can you miss... Like, if you're running a flood left, how can you miss one of the 3 levels on your flood? Let alone your flat check down, the one that you need to take on 3rd and short. It's a good play call. It's just the offense didn't execute it. That seems to be a bit of a pattern with the Tigers. Their offensive play calling is actually pretty solid. It's just, I don't know what they do in their practice or in team time. The execution is just not there. I guess even the attention to detail. All right, we're in 20 personnel now. We've got split backs. Where's Mr. Wyant? Is he at the slot or is he... Nope, he's in the backfield now. And we've got power? Okay. It's a power read. Oh, this is filthy. This is almost... I think this is supposed to be like a trap? Okay. I was just giving Farmington credit because their stuff is well drawn up, but it looks like the execution isn't there. I'm about to say the same thing. This looks like it's supposed to be a quarterback trap, which if it is, Tackle can go straight to backer. You get a double team here up to the other backer. You seal him off. You kick out the D end. And then you're fooling him to come out there. Safeties will go, single high safety goes out that way. Safety goes out that way with Mr. Wyant. And then Mr. Ask is gone for a touchdown up the middle. What's the problem here, though? The center takes him. You get a double team. He gets up to backer, yes. But the play side tackle attacks the guard for some reason. Get up there and attack the linebacker. What are you doing attacking the trap man? And then look at number 75. Instead of pulling down the line, it's like he doesn't know who to block. He's like, was I supposed to get the outside backer? No. You're supposed to block. Again, though, you got to be aware of what your opponent is doing. As I said earlier, when Mounds View walks an outside backer up against 10 personnel and he's blitzing that C-gap off the edge, you know the D end is going to come inside and pinch. But that should make trap all the much easier, because then you double team here, you literally come across, you know he's coming in to get you, and boom, you blow him up. You go there, and then it doesn't matter if he goes and makes the play. He's not getting the football anyway. He's either going to tackle the lead blocker or he's going to tackle the running back. Which I don't know why this lead blocker is not attacking that outside backer. Why is he going up to get an inside backer? This could be such a great play, Farmington, but they choose for it not to be. Center and the left tackle do a good job. The right guard does a solid job. He at least gets a piece of the double team. It's the left guard pulling around and the right tackle that messed this up. I guess the right guard doesn't get up to the backer he's supposed to. This is a pretty solid job for number 10 scraping across. Because then he ends up in the hole and he makes the tackle. That's actually solid inside linebacker play from Mounds View. They both scrape over there. He sees the pull. Scrape. That's nicely done. And then 14's filling the backside there. Defensive end of the field. He fills. Also, another kid playing both ways. 14. Oh, 15 too. He's one of the receivers. So, Mounds View's got a lot of kids that play both ways, at least from what I see here on film. Also, something fun to note for next, I was about to say next season, but next season's not that far away. Literally in 1 month, plus 3 days, we're playing Mounds View. So, dang, it's a little bit closer than I realized. And that's the end of the first quarter. We're only 24 plays in. Oh, this could have been such a big play, Farmington, man. You guys got to work on your blocking schemes. I have no idea what play this was for Farmington. The O-line's just standing around. It looks like a running back got the ball. Mr. Ask is just like 9 yards away from everything, just kind of watching. I have no idea what play this was for Farmington, but whatever it was, it did not work. Something went awry. Now it's 3rd and a mile for Farmington. They're not very big on well, I don't know. Farmington's never really been big on tunnels. Maybe they'll hit a bubble, but they're in 2x2 instead of 3x1. Speaking of which, Farmington is usually predictable in that. If they are going to go 3x1, it's almost always to the boundary, or to the wide side of the field. So here, middle of the field, 2x2. They usually don't go 3x1 in the middle of the field. 3rd and 11, what are we getting? Also, what's Mounds View's coverage here? He's cheated up. There's no safety to cover underneath him, but if it is blitz, you come across. That's a little bit too obvious. Oh, well, I was going to say, safety didn't cheat down yet. Safety's now cheating down. So, yeah, there's that. So we're going to get a cover 3 most likely. No, I swear it looks like Mounds View's playing a cover 6. Because see, you have a safety cheat down, but he stays deep. To me, this looks like it could be a cover 6 because you've got cover 4 on this half and you have cover 2 on this half. I swear it's a cover 6, which again, super impressive if you're able to pull that off at the high school level. But it looks like Mounds View is actually pulling that off. Because it looks like an exchange 2 and then cover 4 shell up here. Like that, dude. That's actually nutty. I already had a ton of respect for Coach Moberg, prior to watching this, but now that I'm seeing Mounds View in person, really just breaking down, because I haven't watched that much of their defense. Obviously, as a defensive, scouting guy, I've watched a ton of their offense. But now that I'm breaking down the defense, that's just awesome. We're never going to see it because I don't think they're going to run cover 6 into the power T that probably not a very good choice for Mounds View. Yeah, I don't know. We will, and maybe I'll touch on that at the end of the video, what Mounds View might do to Lakeville South, because I was thinking about that a little bit today, like at least their defense on our offense. The other way around, I've got a pretty good feel. So Farmington's running, is this just verts? No, they've got like a twist pattern going here. So you've got a whip route here, or like a twirl route with a corner. And that's picked up really well. Oh, no, this should have been more of an exchange thing. If this is more of a cover 2, and you're going deep, you need to keep going deep, and then Mr. Godson here needs to take the flat. You go and take that, you keep going deep, and you exchange that. That's covered with 2 men, you got that taken care of. On the bottom here, you've got nasty double routes. You've got a post corner, because it looks like he breaks in, then he goes out, so you've got a post corner with a post. So post corner, and then in breaking, post like that. Farmington loves to do like crossing goofy stuff like this in the backside. I'm pretty sure that that's just one of their backside like pieces of their pass play, because where's he looking? He's looking to the left. He's looking at the actual play, which I think is that. If they do it like some spread teams do, they'll call it like 70 or 80 to one side, and then if they call like a 90 series pass play, it goes to both sides. And then when you call it one way, the backside usually has like some default route concept that they run, and I'm pretty sure that's the backside default route concept, because I did see this in a lot of their 7-on-7 stuff when they called a pass play to the other side. But then why is he staring down the back? No, he's looking for the post deep. Or he's just staring at, dude, stare down Brock Wyant to win. Why else would you do anything else? His post corner route here is nasty. It's like, I could trust the concept, and you do get beat deep here. You should have realized right here, this is a touchdown. You've got the man beat. Oh, poor number 14. He's like, hey, bro, like, I just beat their fastest kid deep. Like, throw me a bone. And he's like, nah, bro. Even though Brock is, like, pressed and that's tight coverage, he's got this. And he actually does. It's a catch. He's got a foot down. Like, the only reason I don't like this is because there was an obvious touchdown Farmington right there, and we stared down a receiver and passed it up. My only complaint. Like, sure, you still got the ball to your best player in like a 3rd and a mile. That's a real nice job with doing a post corner to break the cover 4, because now you get your deep defender over here completely isolated. If 25 is in zone, why is he running? If you're supposed to be in the flat, what are you doing running all the way inside? Why are both inside backers shifting to the cover 4 side? Especially when the quarterback's just facing straight. Shouldn't you be more here and you're doing a solid job getting over there? I don't know. But then when they get deep here, is it supposed to be a cover 3? No, it's definitely a cover 6, because he's supposed to be deep, flat, and then deep, deep. He has a half, and then they each... I don't know, man. I guess I'd have to ask Coach Calistro and Coach Moberg, hey, are you guys running cover 6, or what is that? They probably won't tell me, but well, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to ask, because it's like, obviously you're not going to do that against Lakeville South. Me knowing if that's a cover 6 or not has no impact in how you're going to line up against the power T. But still, I feel like they wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, Coach Lance, here's how our defense works. Okay, you have both outside backers on the same side. So speaking of bubbles earlier, yeah, we definitely have one over to the left, not to the right because it's too tight. And here we go. This is signature Farmington run play. This is their counter tray. Do they block it properly, though? No. What? Farmington, what happened here? So if this is counter tray, you get a double team up here to that backer. You block down. You can kick out the defensive end, and then you come up field and get the next man inside, which, funny enough, wouldn't even be until the safety. But then again, if you're reading the backside, you can just go up to backer. You get a double team there at the point of attack. You block down hard. You have a nice kick out. You can even do a kick out here because there's no other inside backer. And then there you go. There's your running lane. Why does that not happen? What goes awry? Let's play through it slowly. Does the center go up to backer? No. Center takes him. There's no double team on the D end, which we know the D end's pinching in because why? Here's his buddy, year 10 personnel. His buddy's coming off the edge, so the defensive end can't go outside. Maybe Farmington needs like a play call here. When you see outside backers creep up, you know the DN's going in, the tackle's got to call the guard, hey, in, so that he knows, oh, somebody's coming into me. I got to be ready for that. Because if these two would have just double teamed up to there, center pretty much, the nose guard takes himself out of the play. And you know he's going to be stepping that way because like we said, they always send their nose guard away from the blitz. That's pretty common. Also, that's an inside backer. That's number 7, isn't it? It is. Yeah, this is just a great blitz by Mounds View, but again, you got to consider what is the defense giving you. You have an overload blitz here, and he's, funny enough, Jonah's looking right at it. You got to just be like, hey, I have a bubble out here. Let's just, or even check quarterback lead. Hey, step up, run out that way. You lead block. We can get a double team there. You block. Like, there's so much you could do if you're Farmington here. Running counter Trey into a double blitz is not what you should do. Ooh, and look at the out. This is the defensive end for Mounds View. So I said I like their stances because they have more weight on their feet instead of on their hands. Look at how fast they are off the ball. That's fantastic. They're staying low. They have nice footwork. Coach Morberg does a really good job. And look, the tackle pulls. What does the DN do? Look at how tight he is there. And he's able to be in great position to make a tackle. That's just an awesome job by the defensive end for Mounds View. Beautiful. He could be a little bit tighter, but yeah, that's pretty well done. All right, now it's 2nd and a mile for Farmington. Are we going to get a bubble route this time? Once again, they're still giving you the bubble out there, man. We got to throw that. Oh, and he backed off too. Nope, we're going to run power. Or the power trap looking thing. Is this supposed to be power or trap? It looks like he's there reading that defender. If you're reading that defender, then why are we kicking him out? Is this supposed to be an option play? Like, all right. I got to break this down for Farmington again, because this is the same play we saw earlier. If this is supposed to be a trap... Also, Mounds View did one of their nasty shifts. Did they do that earlier? They line up, and he's like, nah, shift over, bro. And an 8, so, all right. Safety's coming down. You know Mr. Godson's coming off the edge, and they shifted over this time. So if they have the blitz on, they step over there, but sometimes they'll just shift over to the gaps they're going to go to. That's actually pretty nutty for Mounds View. But then... Okay, so it's the edge defender they leave blocked. If he's supposed to kick him out, why is 77 not... Okay, 77's trying to get there. But if I'm Jonah Ask and I see this kid running free... I'm keeping the ball, because if he's just going to run up field, like if I'm here and I step up, well, if he steps inside to come get me, my guard is there to take him. Like, and then once the guard takes him, now it's just me one-on-one with the safety, because he's not going to be able to step inside quick enough. Yeah, I don't know if I like that play design, Farmington. That's a little bit questionable. And see, here's the hard part with option plays like this. I don't think I've talked about this enough. Like, well, I guess one of the things I have talked about, like your triple option teams, like your Eagans, your Shakopees, your Centennials, when they practice like an inside veer, a midline, or an outside veer, like your actual triple option plays, there's a reason that they're so good at it. It's because their offensive playbooks are like that big. And I feel like I've said that before. Like Egan, I think, doesn't have more than maybe like 9 to 11 plays in their playbook. Centennial, I don't think has more than like 17 or 18, and Shakopees is somewhere in between the two of them. Very small playbooks because they want to get a ton of reps at that triple option. It's a very difficult read to make in a split second, but they're all very good at it because they rep the crap out of it. If I'm Farmington and I'm putting in like a read option play, I can't have a big playbook because you have to devote time, whether it be in Indy and, well, both Indy and team time, where your quarterbacks are making that read, and against different fronts you're going to see from that specific opponent. It looks like Farmington hasn't done that. So again, kind of going back to STMA with stretch. If you haven't worked on reach blocking, you can't run stretch. Apply that concept to Farmington. If you have not worked on your quarterback being able to read, then you can't run read option plays in a game. You practice how you play, and if you don't practice something and then call it in a game, well, this is the result you're going to get. Even us, we at Lakeville South have made that mistake. We called, I don't know if I'm going to show it because I think the play might be labeled, but we had a really bad call against Anoka. We had an audible that we had not worked on in months, and then we pulled it out in the middle of the game, just out of the blue. Most of our O linemen didn't know what the audible meant, and Anoka blitzed right in. We fumbled, and then, funny enough, the ball ended up right in front of Zach Welch, which, you leave a live ball in front of Zach Welch, he's gone for a touchdown, and yeah, funny enough, they beat us by 1 point. That was the one touchdown our defense didn't give up. That was the touchdown offense gave up. Little details like that matter, man. That one, I mean, there's a lot of things that cost us that game against Anoka, but just, it's funny how little details like that can impact the outcome of a game. All right, so now it's 3rd and a mile for Farmington. Another obvious pass situation. Where's Mr. Wyant? So now Mr. Wyant, who's in the slot before, he's now out here. So he's been in the backfield. He's been in the slot. Now he's a wideout. If I'm Hopkins and I see this footage, I'm thinking, okay, I got to get Trey Moore into as many different positions as possible. And just move him around, see how defenses react to him, find creative ways to get that kid the ball, because he's a stud. Or is it Jaden Moore? My bad. Trey Moore's the younger one. Trey Moore's a quarterback. I get that mixed up all the time. Trey Moore's a young quarterback. Jaden Moore's the one they need to get out into space. That's actually a really nice pocket by Farmington. Strike protection. Running back steps up in the middle. Both the tackles block out. Inside backer blitz. Both backs protected. You know you're getting cover 4. Yep. Or are you? Why is he stacked down? That's the outside backer. Why do you have 2 guys stacked in the same? Is he flat or is he man? He's man. They play. So if you're playing man there, you're playing cover. Dude, I swear Mounds View is playing cover 6. Their defense does not make sense otherwise. They have to be playing cover 6. Or we let Jonah Ask scramble for a touchdown. I give a lot of credit to Farmington's O-line. This is such a clean pocket. You could argue there's a little bit of funny business going on right there that could have been avoided if number 71 just steps up. I think it's a center. There's no reason to continue to drop back. Stay on that man. No one else is coming around. If you stay up here and you help seal him off, well, then there's no chance of a flag or anything on that play. Ooh, who was that? Was that Mounds View? Dang. Yeah, and I mean, once again, I got to give more credit to the offense here. This play is so long and drawn out because Farmington has such a great pocket. The DBs all have to continue to go downfield with the pass concept. They're all dropping deeper and deeper. That opens up a huge amount of space for Jonah Ask, who, he's a heart attack. As Coach Betton says, he's a heart attack every time he gets the football. Or maybe that was Coach Johnson that said that. One of the two of them said that he's a heart attack every time he gets the football. And there you go. Another touchdown, Farmington. Wow. Farmington's not a bad team, man. They just have to play in the Metro South. They're pretty... If you put Farmington in the Metro East, they might be able to win a 1 seed out there. But instead, they have to play North, South, and Rosemount every single year. Oof, duh. Yeah, I don't understand the coverage. And look at this. One inside linebacker is just isolated in the middle of the field here. If your corners were playing zone, at least this one, he could be up in the flat here, and then you wouldn't have given up this touchdown. 25 would have been in position to make the tackle. Why do we have a man matchup here? You know what? I'm dumb. Why is he manned up? No, he's not on this play. I would have thought that, did they ID Brock? Because my first thought was, okay, he's kind of doing what Champlin did against Coon Rapids in 2023. Kyjon Cummings Coleman's out there. You match up Arthur Russell with him, and he just mirrors Kaijan wherever he goes. You're not really getting that here. Because, here's Brock in the slot, and he's manned up just with the guy on the outside. 84 is a pretty solid kid. He's like their second best receiver, but yeah, because here's Brock again, and you're just manned up on the edge man. So I think it is a cover 6 concept, because there he is running with him, and man, I don't know why Mounds View does that. That is interesting. Yep, I mean, they are calling it. There's a little rub concept right there. That's pretty smart. I don't know if that was a run play or a pass play. Apparently Farmington didn't know either. Then we got lucky with... Oh, that was another bad play. I already did my rant on that one. But then there's the scramble. Again, just great pocket. No pressure from Mounds View. And, this is something I feel like I complained about with Prior Lake when they're like, oh, yeah, just blitz straight up out of the 3-4. You got to have some kind of stunt or twist. That's where Farmington's been doing a great job. They're doing, like, looping and all kinds of stuff, like X blitzes, and they're messing with the opposing offensive line. When you do this, it's just a straight-up blitz. They can see everybody that's coming, and Farmington's got it all covered. Great job, Farmington. And like I said, they played that weird cover 6. Nobody was in the flat on the bottom side, so Jonah Ask does what Jonah Ask does. Fast kid. All right, now we got another PAT. The last one was blocked, so I'm actually kind of surprised that Farmington's not going for 2 here, because it's only 6-0 right now. Well, I guess 12-0. That go in? No, they called that no good, so it stays 12-0. Okay, I'm loving Mounds View's double A-gap blitz here. This is actually really smart, because you have defensive tackles on the 2 guards, and the inside backers both shoot the A-gaps. Oh, what? Why didn't we keep going? Why did we jump? Don't jump. Get her in there. Where's the ball go? Oh, I think it might have hit off number 10's hand. It looks like it does, because the ball's going right there, and then you see it touches his hand, then it goes like up like that. And his left hand's kind of dangling there. Maybe he hit it? I don't know. I gotta take note of that, man. This might be one of the most creative PAT blocks I've seen, and it's, again, comes down to minor details. If the Mounds View kids just keep running at the football instead of jumping, you run with your hands up. Instead of being here, you're gonna be here. And talking about trajectory, if ball's kicked like that and you're here, then you're cutting it off there instead of trying to cut it off there. So, yeah, you see the difference about how one can get over, the other one, not so much. A little bit of more attention to detail there, but that's an awesome concept. Like, the way that, I'm assuming, well, I don't know if it's special teams coordinator, maybe it's Coach Moberg or Coach Klister, whoever on Mounds View staff that drew that up, that is awesome. Love seeing teams devote time to special teams. Big credit to Mounds. Okay. I literally, as I just said, devote time to special teams. How about we just let half of Farmington's kick return team right into the face of our return man? They spend a lot of time on PAT block. Apparently not a lot of time on kick return. And this is one of my favorite things to do on a kick return. See how effective it is? You run up straight first as one of the return men on the hash, then reverse the field, and look at how many yards you get. Instead of being tackled right here at the 25 or 23, you reverse it. How many more yards do we get off of it? You get up to the 30. You got an extra... Where do they mark it? Well, there must have been a flag, because they put them all the way up at the 45. So something went on somewhere here. I don't see anything in particular. Oh, never mind. Right there. Boom. 51 hit him out of bounds. He looked like he pulled up, though. No, Coach Woodley right there is pointing at it, so something must have gone awry. Either way, Mounds View got some free yardage out of that. It looks like they gave him a 15-yard penalty, because he was out at about the 30, and now they're up to the 45. So whatever it was a 15-yard penalty. Oh, also, Mounds View's now in 21 personnel, pistol I. We know the other team in 6A that does this, STMA. Farmington's got both outside backers up against the I formation. What do we got? Power? I'm assuming it's probably going to be power where he kicks out, guard pulls around, and then they run in between. Oh, you do you, Mounds View. You do you. All right, this is the same concept I talked about earlier. So there's no tight end out here. You have a C gap. Outside backers walked up. He takes C gap. You know where the D end is going. He's shooting inside. Center does a decent job blocking down here. This is mostly on the left tackle. What's your footwork? Watch his first step. See how the first right step is forward? If you know your guard's pulling, your first step isn't forward. Your first step is lateral to get to the butt of the tackle to seal that gap off. But instead, he steps forward. That allows 98, who, like I said, that's a D2 kid going to UMD. He steps across. Nice little rip move right there. Oh, yeah, good use of the rip. Get off the hands. Scrapes down the line. Funny enough, he makes the tackle. Like, that's just schematic at that point. But see, this is where, like, when I talk about how indie time translates to team time, and then all that stuff you practice shows up in the game. If you literally work in indie time or team time, like, hey, or even inside run, when we run power, you need to step laterally to seal off the gap. Step to the center, or step to the butt of the center laterally and seal off the edge. Force that defender to go around you, because if he goes around you, he's never going to make it there in time. It's too much ground to cover. But if he goes inside of you, he's going to get there, and he does, as we see here. That is the one downside of having a big playbook. Then you slip up on little details like this. And what could have been a solid game, because, I mean, the rest of the blocking is not too shabby. We have a nice double team here at the point of attack. We've got another solid double team here. The tight end and the tackle are double teaming this defensive end. The tackle could do a little bit better job. But they both get up. Like, the hole is right there. What happens to 59? 59, oh, the guard goes through the wrong hole. Come on, guard. You're going up to hit an inside backer that we're double teaming to. So if these two are double teaming up to this inside backer, you should pull around and then take the next man inside. This is a great kick out block by the fullback. Number 5, give the kid some credit. Once again, see how he attacks half the man. He's working the shoulder. Oh, his hand placement's not the best. See how his hands end up inside like that? You want to get this hand. That hand's pretty good in the tit cuff. You wanted to get your right hand probably more on the cuff right there of the shoulder pads. That way you can have two hands here and turn that shoulder out more. Little detail that would have given him just like a split second more time. But yeah, left tackle not very good. Left guard not the best. We have some solid double teams here, but oh god, nose guard, please no spin move. Why are we doing that? Oh well. All right. Could have been better. Now we've got I formation to the left, still pistol I. There's no way they're going to run power again. You just ran power. Is it going to be GH counter to the top of the screen? That seems too obvious. No, it is power again. I was wrong. Ooh, they actually got it better. They learned how to block it. See, literally one play and Mounds View made a correction. Now they got it. Watch the double teams here. Tight end tackle, double team, down to backer. The guard pulls around. He's able to get the inside backer he's supposed to. The fullback gets the outside backer he's supposed to. Still not happy about the backside tackle. Once again, he steps forward instead. Like, all right, Mounds View, if you're going to continue to run power and GH counter, you got to teach the backside tackle. If your guards, or just both your tackles, if your guard is pulling on the play, lateral step inside, seal off the edge. Like that'll do wonders for your power and counter so that backside defenders can't chase it down. Because again, who cares if this outside backer comes all the way around there or if the DN tries to go outside? They're never going to make the tackle in time or make the play. It's only if you let them go inside that they're going to have a shorter distance. They're going to be able to cover that ground in enough time to blow the play up. How's the double team from the center and the guard? Center and guard double team is fantastic. And the guard gets up to backer. That's a beautiful double team right here. If I'm Blaine or Stillwater, I got to take some notes. Look at this beautiful double team. Nice. Then we get up to backer. Center keeps working to try and overtake him. Would be a little bit better to try and overtake him there. How does 33 come through clean? The guard's right here to kick his butt. Oh, and then he doesn't engage him. Does he stop his feet again? Oh, he does a little bit there. You got to keep going through and knock him into oblivion. And then Mitchell Olsen just kind of does what he does. And there's Farmington with the weird hip drop tackles again. Why do we tackle so high, Farmington? Have we not worked on tackling? And then we spin around and throw our legs like we're an alligator? Like, how many times have we seen a Farmington defender spin around a Mounds View kid, throw their legs to the ground, and then the kid breaks the tackle? Like, Farmington is giving Mounds View free broken tackles for literally no reason, all because of the way they're coaching tackling over there. We need to improve that. You got to keep your feet churning. As soon as your feet leave the ground, look, feet are off the ground, you have no power. You're just a ragdoll at that point. Like, at least we're getting all the Tigers of the football, but yeah, seeing the poor kids like, dang, I was just tackling the way I was coached to. Well, fortunately for you, young man, they coached you improperly on how to tackle. Stick with the pistol eye. Why not? We've had power twice in a row. Now we got to get GH counter, man. There's no way you're going to run power a third time in a row. I get it's 3rd and 2. It's short. It's got to be GH counter. No. What was this? Was this just like an insert or a lead? This looks like it's just a lead, but why don't we block the outside back? What happens here? What is this? We get a double team by the nose and the guard, or by the center and the play side guard, so that's there. The tackle takes the defensive end, which leaves the tight end to try and block the outside backer. Why is the outside backer pinching in? What quarter are we in? We are in the 2nd quarter still. We're only 34 plays in. There's a lot to talk about with these two teams, which is why I didn't want to do a doubleheader this week, because I knew that I'd probably have a lot to say about Farmington. I'm surprised I've got so much to say about Mounds View, too. Like, there's a lot of things Mounds View does right, especially defensively, but and I guess offensively for that matter, but there's some of the stuff that needs to be cleaned up. Right side of the O-line is actually doing a solid job. They're ISO blocking. You get a good double team at the point of attack. I don't know. I don't understand. And if the number 8 is looping inside, would we have run like an outside play there? Why are we giving up the edge like that? I don't know what Farmington was thinking here. And then this is just great effort by Mounds View pushing the pile forward. If I'm Farmington, why are my legs not churning? Look at this. Oh, you know what? Look at what number 73 does. Why in the world do you turn around? It's 3rd and short. You got to keep facing that way and keep your legs churning. As soon as you turn around, and look, you can see the feet right here. He turns his back. He tries to plant his feet and just push that way. You get no power if your legs aren't moving. Like, what? You got to keep those feet churning and drive back. And if you... Why would you turn around? Oh, boy. There's a distinct difference in quality of the coaching of Farmington D-line versus Mounds View D-line. Oh, boy. Even just the stances. See how the feet are wider apart for Farmington here? You can see more of this shape as opposed to Mounds View, which is more like that. There's a little bit too long of a stance. There's way too much weight on the hand, not enough weight on the feet. I wouldn't say that it's like the wrong way. I'd say it's just more of an archaic style of coaching D-line. It's really shifted towards more of like 50-50 stances, just because it allows your players to be able to lateral step, get out of their stance faster, shoot their hands because there's not as much hands. Because if you think about it, like just watch the nose guard here specifically. He's in a 4-point stance. Right here, he has to shift his weight off his hands. You can actually see his weight shift to his right leg here. See how the calf strains right there as he shifts all his weight? So he shifts weight from the hands to the leg. That forces him to stand up a little bit. The left leg now has a much longer step to take because your stance is longer. Look at how long that first step is. And he's sort of able to get a second step in. Then, as I mentioned, the right defensive end turns his back for some reason and then stops his feet. And funny enough, look, he's at the back of the pile right there. If he just keeps his legs churning, then the nose guard doesn't get double teamed as much. And I don't know what... Oh, I did not notice this inside backer yet. It's 3rd and 2. You're at the sticks. And you stop dead in your tracks. Why? Get up there and push. He stops dead in his tracks, and by the time he gets involved, he stops his legs again and just kind of catches the running back, and it's first down, Mounds View. Also, who was the running back on that play? I just realized, because number 6 is down here. They put Mitchell Olsen at receiver this play. Oh, and he's running one of my least favorite bubble routes again, and it was a waste because, look, the safety wasn't fooled by it at all. Safety's coming in. Who also slows up, like, my dude, get in there and put. Do what Centennial does. If this was Centennial, they would not be giving up a first down right here. This would be like 4th and 1 or 4th and 2 even. I doubt they'd give up a yard on this. Ooh, boy. 31 wing slot pistol. So, okay, now we're maybe starting to get a little bit of too many formations territory, because we've seen a lot of 10 personnel, and we've seen 11 personnel. That's totally fine in a spread. Now, then you get into more of your pistol eye stuff, which, like, okay, the reason I might let Mounds View slide with it is they're running the same plays out of all these formations. Like, think about, like, a rose mount. The plays they run out of their flex bone versus the wishbone versus the eye versus the pistol spread are all completely different. They're different offenses. Same with Woodbury. The plays they ran out of their eye versus their wing T versus their spread versus their weird wildcat, all completely different plays. At least Mounds View is running the same plays out of all these formations. It's your GH counter, and it's your power, it's your quarterback lead, and your speed option. Like, it's all the same plays, so it at least works in the system. Okay, if he motions across like that, it's going to be power to the top of the screen. Yeah, there we go. And once again, the poor guard, he pulls across, and then he just go through here and then get to the backer. It's like he didn't get all the way around. He bumps into a Farmington defensive end that pitched inside, which, again, we established they do. If the outside backers walked up, D-end is pinching inside. That's just what they do. There it is again. Oh, my goodness. They actually told the backside tackle to try and cut. You don't need to cut block, my dude. Mounds View O-line coach. When there's pulling guard, literally just coach, lateral step to the butt of the center and seal off. That's all we have to do. We don't need to work on cut blocking. We don't need to step forward. Lateral step right. Seal, get butt to center. Seal off backside edge. That's all we have to do on power and GH counter for the backside tackle. Oh, another great double. Dude, I'm loving the Mounds View double teams the point of attack. Whether it's GH counter or power. Like, if I'm Blaine High School, I need to watch Mounds View footage on how to do double teams, because that's absolutely awesome. Ooh. Then do we get a double team up here? We get another double team on the defensive end. You get double team here, double team here. Like, they're maximizing double teams. That one goes up to the backer. You kick out there. Or no, I'm sorry. 7 can actually go and get a safety, which is nutty. He can go block safety. 5 has the kick out there. 51 should take that backer. And then, oh boy. Especially if you let him get there. It's well drawn up. It could work, but 51 just doesn't get there in time. Mitchell Olsen hits the hole a little bit fast. The Farmington D-end does a good job getting pressure here. And I got to give a little credit to the nose guard, too. The nose guard pushes the center back just enough to get in the pulling guard's way, but it's definitely more so up here. Play side defensive end comes inside, or field side D end comes inside. Play side tackle can't get enough of an angle on him. And I guess the tight end doesn't help him enough. If you look at the tight end here, he kind of comes off the back of the tackle, as opposed to like, hey, I need to help wash this, because if you guys double team him and wash him down, it just makes the hole that much bigger. Then kick out. Then 51 doesn't have to run as wide. He's like, oh, the hole's not as big. I can just go up here, boom. And then Mitchell Olsen's gone, man. He's still falling forward for yards, but these could be big plays for Mounds View if they just adjusted things a little bit. It's the scheme is there. Like, I got to give Coach Woodley up here a lot of credit. The scheme is there. That's not my concern with Mounds View. It's just the attention to detail, how we block things, how we double team, how we do our kick out blocks as a fullback. We got to take on half a man. This is taking on a full man, which you can get away with doing against a team like a Farmington or maybe the teams out in the Metro East. But if you do that to a Minnetonka outside linebacker or a Lakeville South, Shakopee, things are not going to end very well for you. They're going to be a lot better than a Farmington outside backer. Ooh, we're sticking with 31 wing slot. You know, I don't think it's 31. So I call this 31 personnel when Egan does it because both the slots here are running back type kids. I'm pretty sure with Mounds View, this is more like Lakeville North, where this is actually 13 personnel. You have a tight end here, and I think these two kids are more tight end types as opposed to running backs. It might be. It is 13 personnel. Motions across. Ooh, the left guard flinched a little bit there. That's the left tackle, actually. Moves his butt. He's excited. You can't do power left. Speed option. Now we're talking. Oh. Hit him with a double LB right here. Look, he gives him a little head fake like he's going to pitch it. 17 gets fooled. And then Jacob Sampson gives him the sauce. Oh, he tried to pitch there, but it didn't go. Dude. Mounds View's got a nutty speed option off the edge. How's the reach blocking? Number 7. This was almost such a well-designed play. I got to give the H-back credit here. I think this is number 5 again. He's been doing pretty solid all game. He's got a great reach block on the outside backer. Farmington's outside backer makes it easier for him by shooting inside for no reason and completely giving up the edge. Great job by Mounds View for noticing that. Hey, their outside backers keep shooting inside. Let's run to the outside and do a speed option out there. Beautiful play call. Coach Woodley, gold star. But number 7, why are you looking back inside? If it's a speed option, you're running out here. There's so many guys you can get. You can go and get the inside backer. You could go and get the backside safety. And then there's your read man. If this safety comes up and attacks Mr. Sampson. Okay, I pitched to Mr. Olson. There's our touchdown. Nobody left. If he tries to play in between both of them, then Mr. Sampson's like, all right, juke, boom. And then he doesn't have to worry about the other safety because number 7's got him. Like, okay, he eventually gets the linebacker that's already being blocked by an O lineman. So, yeah, would have liked to see him go up. And I think is this Mr. Godson? Oh, he gets that safety. That's actually really well drawn up because then, okay, if they do it that way, you get all these reach blocks here. Then if you take backside safety, you take play side safety, which I think is the way it's supposed to be. You run off the edge. Now the corner is the pitch key, and he has to make a decision. Am I taking Jacob Sampson? Am I taking Mitchell Olson? He's going to be wrong 100% of the time because these two kids are very good at speed option. Oh, if number 7 just gets out there a little bit sooner instead of hesitating, this could have been a big play. And actually, funny enough, if he would have pitched right here, I think it would have been a pretty solid play. Still was good, but dang. Great call, Mounds View. Way to see that Farmington's giving you the edge. All right, now we're back in the pistol eye. So funny enough, Mounds View's been a lot heavier this drive. Instead of being 10 or 11 personnel, they've been all 13 and 21 personnel, whether it be wing slot or their pistol eye. Are we going to get GH counter now? There's no way we're going to do power again. You don't do power into the boundary. You got to do GH counter to the wide side of the field. Please. No, it's power again. So I guess when they're in their pistol eye, they're just like, nope, I got to do power. Also, look, oh my. No. How many times can I say the same thing over and over again? If I'm Mounds View's O-line coach, and we have any play, whether it be power, GH counter, whatever, where a backside guard pulls, we need to coach the backside tackle, lateral step to the center's butt, seal the backside edge. Because stepping out here, it just spells disaster. Because the center's taken up by the nose guard diving. If this was a solid defensive lineman, thankfully Farmington's kid's just running upfield like a madman. If he plays the way technique's supposed to be played, if you see pull right here and he's in the guard's butt, that's an easy tackle for loss on 3rd and 1. Mounds View's punting. And then Farmington gets the ball back already up 12-0. That could have been a huge turning point for Farmington, but instead we run upfield. Yeah, and I don't think that's the player's fault. Just between the stances and the way the kids play, it's probably coaching on the Farmington defensive line side. Also not happy that this linebacker's doing a solid job scraping over with the pull, but this one steps up inside for some reason instead of, obvious down block. You should be working over there. You scrape across. Scheme is there for Farmington in their 3-4 defense, but coaching the technique in indie time is definitely not there. Because like I said, the 2 inside backers could have improvements there. Defensive line. Our buddy 73 is turning his back to the offensive line again. 97's flying upfield instead of following a pulling guard. Like, oh, if you just go right here, this is a kill. As a former defensive lineman myself, like, this is a kill shot. If you're able to follow a pulling guard and neither the center nor the tackle are doing anything to stop you, like you just come through unblocked, you gotta follow the pulling guard, man. That is like a gift from God to make the tackle. Oh. Ooh, nice job shaking off. Is this a safety coming up? Hole open, safety's gonna be like, crap. Everyone else is blocked. Fill hard. And he does come in hard, but what does he do? He drags his foot right here. Watch this. Foot drags as he prepares for contact, and then he stops his feet from moving. I mean, you can see it right here. He plants his feet, whereas number 7, okay, they swapped running backs again. Number 7 keeps his feet moving, and look, when you keep your feet moving, boom. Funny enough, the kid that keeps his feet moving beats the kid that stops his feet. What a concept. Funny how that works. Oh, Mounds View, I mean, the guard has a solid pull this time. You don't need to get a double team at the point of attack. It is a bit of a bummer that... And the nose guard does a good job. He takes out both the center and the guard. You can't get up to both backers, but thankfully, because this one stepped inside, he's cut off the other backer. That's... Tight end gets there, and then who's that? Is that the tackle that stands up and gets to him? No, it's the pulling guard that eventually gets there. Oh no, that's 51. That is the play side guard. He manages to fight off of getting cut, and he gets back up. I don't know why you're pushing him back. You got to engage him. Don't push him away. Your running back's here. If you push him back, you push him back into the play. I don't like... Why is he standing around here? As soon as you see, hey, he's hitting, get up there and attack. Why are we lateral stepping? Yeah, there you go. Now we finally got it. I don't know why we didn't do that earlier. Giving him free yards. Oh, Mounds View's scheme is there, man. Like I said, the only problem with Mounds View is backside tackle play. Anytime you have a pulling guard as a backside tackle, you need to step down and take this kid away. You're getting lucky that Farmington's defensive line coaching is not very good, at least, you know, from what we see here. But if you have a good defensive line coach and the D-line knows scrape down when you see pulling guard flow down the line, that is a TFL every time. You got to get tackles, step there, get your butt to the center's butt, seal off the backside gap, make them go around. No kid's ever going to be athletic enough to get all the way around there by the time the play's there. It's just not going to happen. Now, we're back in 11 personnel. All right, you know, typical spread offense, we're sidecar. If they do run, it can't be GH counter. If it is, it'd have to be quarterback GH counter because running back and the H-back are on opposite sides. There's also no threat of a jet sweep because H-back is on the wrong side for a jet sweep. So, can't do that. If there is going to be a play, it's either going to be power out here to the right, or we could run quarterback GH counter, do a fake out that way, and then you out there, double team down there to opposite backer. You actually block him, not kicking out there. Then guard comes around, traps him, H-back pulls up, boom, and then there you go. Jacob Sampson follows. I don't know if that's what they're going to do. It is 1st and 10. That seems like a solid play to run on first down. Oh! Ooh, yes, sir. Oh, it's once again backside. Look, you can actually see the footwork from the right tackle here. Watch which foot steps first. It's his back foot. Again, if your guard pulls this foot, step that way. That's all you have to coach Mounds View. If you do that, your offense will be even better. Even like, oh my goodness. If they would have done that, maybe they could have beaten Shakopee. I'd have to go back and watch the Mounds View Shakopee game. Maybe they could have blown out Prior Lake if they'd had that little bit. Maybe they cleaned it up later in the season. You never know, because this is only week 1. But that is a minor detail that is going to do wonders for their offense, especially, like, what are their top 2 run plays? Power, GH counter. Both of them feature a pulling guard. You're going to have to seal that backside gap that the guard is vacating. I feel like I've harped on that enough. Anyways, everything plays out here. Nice double team at the point of attack. Beautiful double team at the point of attack, actually. Wait, what? It's quarterback GH counter. Look at how beautiful the hole is. There's... Huh? Mounds View, what happened? This is a beautiful quarterback GH counter. The offensive line is blocking quarterback GH counter left. For some reason, I don't know if this is a Jacob Sampson thing, and he thinks it's like an inside zone read, which I don't think Mounds View even runs inside zone. He hands it off to Mitchell Olsen, who's now running at 2 defenders on the back side of a GH counter, and obviously they're going to be unblocked. It's GH counter that's supposed to go this way. Why are we giving the ball to the running back going that way against unblocked? This has to be a broken play. I'm trying to look at Coach Woodley on the side up there, but the play zooms out. It's like he can tell, like, something doesn't look right there, and that's true. Something does not look right. This is supposed to be quarterback GH counter. Because the trap's right there. Look at how beautiful that running lane is. I don't know why Jacob Sampson did not get this football. Yeah, that's definitely a touchdown that Mounds View left on the board right there. I have no idea why they handed that ball off. That was easy TD on quarterback GH counter, and it was very well blocked by the O-line. Again, all starts with that double team at the point of attack against the nose guard. Very nicely done. Guard gets the kick out block. H-back comes through. Who gets through here? Oh, that's the defensive end, because once again, we don't coach our tackle to step inside to the center's butt. We teach him, step forward with your outside foot. Oh, boy. We got to clean that up, Mounds View. All right, called some kind of audible, 2nd and 10. Are they going to try and pass here to gain yards? It is interesting to note they're in 11 personnel. They're all looking into the football, and they have trips into the boundary. If I had to guess, we might be looking at GH counter coming to the wide side of the field. Let's see if we got it. Do we have GH counter? Nope. We shift across, so now it would be power. No, he's too far out for it to be power. Toss. They didn't pull anybody. Nice reach blocking, though. Look at how the guard's able to overtake. That's weird the tackle dips inside, though. I would have thought that... Or the guard... No, the tackle dipping inside is the weird part. If this is supposed to be... like a quick toss out there, and the guard does a good job reaching the tackle, then the guard does a good job reaching the DN, shouldn't the tackle be trying to come out here to reach the backer? Because it's an outside run. As soon as the backer reads toss, look what he does. He steps out that way. That's why you would want the tackle out here to cut him off. And then, block there, seal block there, and then there's your running lane. Now he's in a race with the free safety. But when you send the tackle inside like this, there's nobody for him to block. Why would you block number 8? How? That's the backside outside linebacker. If it's toss right, how is this kid ever going to get over there to make the play? If he is, he's taking an angle to make the tackle down there. Like, that is such a waste to block that kid right there. And all the other offensive linemen do a pretty solid reach blocking. I'm fairly certain. No, because the tackle or the center does it too. Maybe they just coach it that way. I don't know why they both drop down inside. If it's supposed to be toss, like, both guards do a great job reaching, but then center needs to reach him. You need to reach outside and get him. That's kind of where the breakdown's happening here. And this is pretty solid. We love Farmington inside backers shooting inside for no reason. Kind of reminds me of Stillwater. Stillwater loves shooting outside backers inside and losing edge contain. Number 6 does a pretty solid job. Speaking of which, there's another kid for Farmington playing both ways. It's also the running back. Unless they have 2 number 6s. That wouldn't surprise me if Farmington was pulling something like that. But he gets too far. Oh, why is he going all the way out there? Is this a safety? The safety's already taking the edge. Again, do your job. You pursue the hip. You can go there. You go there. And he has no place to go. Why do you keep running this way? You don't need to outrun him to the sideline. Stay in your zone and do your job. Or stay in your lane and do your job. But instead, you both run too far out there. They're too slow pursuing because you over-pursued. If you just stay here, like, you're there. He runs out of bounds and it's no gain. Oh, nice move. But instead, Farmington over-pursues. Mr. Olsen's a stud. He cuts back. Even with Mounds View's offensive line, I do give center, is that 51? No, it's a play side guard. 51 gets... Oh, it is the center. Yeah. No, it's the backside guard. He gets all the way over here, and he's still pushing bodies around. Meanwhile, the rest of the O-line is just kind of standing around. I know my my buddy 55 likes to stand around. He's definitely getting a popcorn award. I mean, it's a good play, and it's well set up. It's just not executed the best. And thankfully, Mitchell Olsen's a stud, so he can make magic happen. Dang. By the way, Mr. Rich, if I forgot to keep score, it is still 12-0 in favor of the Farmington Tigers. Okay. So now, see how running back, H-back are on the same side? What is a popcorn award? It is an award given to a player that stands around and just watches the game as opposed to doing his job and actually playing the game. Because what do you do when you watch a movie? You eat popcorn. So it's essentially the same concept. What do you do when you just stand on the football field and just watch the play happen instead of doing your job? You get a popcorn award. This can't be GH counter into the boundary. There's really not enough space to work with. It's not. Oh, it's not like a flood. It's some kind of sprint out pass here. Ooh, the flat's wide open. Why is the flat wide open? Because what does Farmington do? Outside backer loves shooting up. Why is he not in his zone? There's nobody in the flat. Throw the flat. Oh, but then the corner makes a bad read. Look, Mr. Sampson pump fakes him. He's like, you're going to go take the flat? All right, let me hit the dude underneath you. Oh, and it's dropped. Why is it dropped? Look, hands go up. Oh, it literally doinks him in the hands. The ball just came out so... That is a dart by... Mr. Sams. Look at how fast that comes out. And you know what? The receiver probably smacked it with his palms. If he just spiderwebs that and then fingertips it, it's probably an easy catch for Mounds View. But you can tell he claps it. That doesn't take away any of the kinetic energy. It doinks off his face mask, and it's an incompletion. Oh, could have cleaned that up a little bit. Is that something that I came up with, or is that an actual term people in football use? That is something that I just came up with. The popcorn award thing. That is a Coach Lance original. All right, no play there. That's one less play I have to review. Yay. We're in 2x2 10 personnel. I'm assuming they're going to pass again because normally Mounds View does not run out of 10 personnel. If they do, it'll be a speed option, especially when they're in a pistol back like this. Oh, is that Coach Moberg up there? Oh, if the line of scrimmage is the 20... Oh, yep, there. That came from the Farmington sideline, actually. Oh, I know. Look, if that is Coach Moberg right there, he's like, look, do you see that? Do you see that? And he's like, see, your buddy on the far side. We don't talk about officials. But, yeah. I wonder if Farmington's pinching their inside linebacker in again. Farmington, we got to be careful about blitzing our outside linebackers all the time. You are giving Mounds View up the edge for days. Oh my goodness, they're doing it again. They're doing it. Is the safety at least going to creep down to cover his zone? No question mark. All right, this looks more like a pass protection. Once you have him cheat up there, it's either a pass protection or a quarterback lead. So now he's not blitzing, he stays out there. Nice. Who ended up blitzing? One of the inside backers? No, it's the other outside back. Ooh, little X stunt. And this time, Mounds View is ready for it. Boom. Guard's ready. Takes the backer. Nicely done. What's the problem here, though? Ooh, we should have escaped. Which we do, because we give them an edge. And then defenders... Oh, my goodness. Why did the defensive end pinch inside here? Why is his hand all the way back here on his... Yeah, I feel like I've complained enough about Farmington and defensive line coaching. That's more like that instead of like this. Ooh, that's a real bad one up there. Yeah, there's definitely some things that the Farmington defensive line can improve. And hand placement. Like, look at this. Now you have to waste time pulling your hand from back here all the way up and around. You have to swing your shoulder joint, and then we stand straight up, too. That doesn't help. And then we dip inside. There's just so much wrong with the D-line play on this. And then we dip inside the B gap, and you can see right away. Look at that. There's a beautiful running lane. It takes Mr. Sampson a minute to realize it because he wants to pass. But he's like, I got the run lane. Let me take off. And that kid's a stud. The most underrated quarterback in Minnesota this past season, 2024. Mounds View's Jacob Sampson. Absolute playmaker. And just like that, 1st and goal Mounds View on a quarterback scramble. All because a Farmington DN decided, you know what? I'm not going to go on my gap. And going back to the outside backer, look at how wide he plays. When he is this far out there, how is he supposed to be a run-fit defender? He can't be when he's playing that far out. So he's a flat defender. Look at how far in the flat he runs. Why is he... Okay, this is also on the player himself. You see someone coming into the flat zone. First of all, inside backer needs to stay in his job. Someone's coming into your zone. Get up there in the flat. I don't know why he keeps dropping back and getting out wider. Your zone is up here. Go into your zone. Why are we back here? Yeah, if he's, it's kind of like with Roseville versus Woodbury and Eastview last year. If you just stay in your zone and do your job, like that play is shut down. It's the same concept, just different scheme. That time was with the 3-4. Last week was Roseville with their 4-4. Oh, yeesh. So what do we have now? I gotta try and lean back a little bit. It's tough sitting like hunched over this whole time. I'm just like so upright and attentive. And I did not think I'd have this much to talk about. How many plays are in this? 135? I'm only 44 plays in. I have 90 more plays to go. And I've already been streaming for 3 hours. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we have GH counter here. Ooh, why did GH counter not work? Because we blocked the defensive end. So, wait a minute. Is this the left tackle's fault? I gotta sit up. I like push myself too close. Coach Lance trap. Oh. Ugh. There we go. Now I'm better. So if this is the way they normally do GH counter, then I think this is on the left tackle, because there should be a double team here, which happens. The left tackle normally should go out and get the outside backer, which then frees up you to go get a safety, which awesome. We're blocking a safety. You pull around, you kick out there, you seal him. Tight end can go with the other safety. That double team goes to that backer. You loop around and you get that backer. And then there you go. I mean, everyone's blocked. Why would you need to block him? He's not making the play. These two aren't making the play. Who cares? And you can freeze him with the quarterback handoff. Like, I guess he's going to be blocked right there. So, yeah, you don't need to block those two. And there you go. Look at how nicely drawn up that GH counter is. But for some reason, they don't block it like that. The tackle dips inside, as does the H-back. I'm going to say that one's on Mounds View. They did not execute that the best. And it's weird because, again, I get that they're doing a lot of different formations and that can be confusing, but it's still GH counter. If you play it the same way I drew it up with the rules you always do, just to have, your slot backs can go up and get safeties now. Or that's my best and inside backer. Wrong guy. Adjust. You go get there. You go get the other safety. Tackle, step laterally to the center and seal. You come around, you kick out our buddy, the defensive end right there, and then H-back comes through and seals that backer. That could have been touchdown Mounds View. Ooh. Oh, and 98 makes it so easy to get a trap block on him because both the Farmington defensive ends just shoot inside so frequently. Like, Ryan, no. What does Ryan know? What did I do? 10 personnel, 3x1. Could it be speed option to the right? It's really weird because, once again, they're doing a 3x1 into the boundary. It's a sprint out pass to the left. Oh, how do we leave somebody uncovered? What is a GH counter? So the play is counter. It's called... Counter is a pretty common play. You do a handoff on one side, then the running back runs back to the other side. He counters back to the other way. I'm countering you this way. That's what counter is. And then the GH is because who pulls in a GH counter? The guard, which starts with a G, and the H-back, which starts with an H. So GH counter. That's where the name comes from. So what happened with Farmington's coverage? First of all, are they still in zone or are they playing man? Because normally when you see 3-4 teams get down to the red zone like this, especially at the goal line, they switch over to man coverage. Like, look at the outside backer here. He's not covering anybody, so he's going to attack, right? Which he does. So does this inside backer, which then leaves... Well, who does the safety take at that point? What's the safety doing? Also, there was an easy touchdown on the inside slant right there. They could have scored there. Is this man? I don't think so, because I mean, look at all the traffic right here. Farmington has no clue what's going on. 84 just runs like this. 14 does this. 4 does this. If the safety... Is that Brock Wyant, too, number 4? Why is he coming up here running at the quarterback? No, that's number 9. It's not the same kid. If the safety here just stays with his man, he's good. And then who cares if Jacob Sampson keeps running out here? Let the inside linebacker go take that. That's your quarterback attack player, especially if he doesn't have anyone he's man covering. But if it's man coverage, why didn't you stay with your man? Did you think it was a run play? It looks like he thought it was a run play. You are correct, Mr. Rich. It is now 12-6 for Farmington. Farmington, what was our coverage there? Why are we not in man coverage? This is man coverage on the backside. This is... I have no clue what's happening. If number 8 is supposed to be manned on 2 and the safety's manned on 3, why isn't the safety over there? Why? I mean, like, no one's manned up on 3. Nobody's on him. Why are we playing zone here and man here on the 5-yard line? Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, there were multiple ways they could have scored here. I mean, you had the backside slant that was wide open. This concept got wide open. Coach Woodley's dialing it up, man. He's taking advantage of what Farmington's miscues. And just like that, Mounds View's back in this game. Oh, ain't no way. They broke out a swinging gate. Not Mazzo. Yeah, you might be right, Mr. Rich. That might have been a Mazzo right there. At least when Mounds View runs Mazzo, you can see that, okay, it's a cover 6, but when Farmington does it, you're like, that just doesn't look right. Something went awry. Speaking of going awry, the swinging gate here, I think the reason the quarterback snaps the ball is because he realizes, okay, if you block there, you lead block there, I'm walking in. But for some reason, 21 takes the wrong angle. He blocks the inside shoulder, doesn't do anything. The edge blocker here that could reach block there decides to shoot inside for some reason to a guy in the wash that can't make the play. Like, you're going to tell me that he's going to get over there and when it's only 3 yards? I don't see that happening. Would have loved to see double, and then work that up there. And yeah, that could have been there. I don't know why they switched. That was a little odd. Good job for Farmington for taking care of it, though. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Mounds View. That, again, it is week 1. You got the jitters. None of that stuff is ironed out yet. Ooh, 21. What are we doing? Kind of shifts out this way a little bit. Now we got to attack. Do we break down? Well, we did break down. That's good. Who's our guy on the edge here? Why are we caving inside? Look, both of these guys cave inside. Now an entire third of the field is uncovered. And you have Brock Wyant running the football. Ooh, that's a nice pop from number 7. Look at that. He's like, boom! Oh, boy. If Mr. Wyant just kept running out there, I guarantee he can outrun those 2 kids. Because if you're both right at the hash, he's easily getting the edge there. Go to a pumpkin patch in Farmington. Farmington does have a lot of really nice pumpkin patches. That happens when you have a ton of farms. Ooh, okay. This is something that Mounds View does better than anybody. The center snapped the ball? Actually, I don't know. What happened here? So I know that Mounds View does this awesome shift. Like, I've talked about this. I think I talked about this on the podcast I did with Caleb, 2 of them. I definitely did it when we did part 2 of breaking down all the 6A teams' 2025 seasons, or like predicting them. And then on Oh, I want to say it was the second live stream we did when we were talking about the changes to sections, maybe? I don't remember. It was one of the ones we did when we talked about playoff sections. I've definitely mentioned Mounds View doing this nasty shift before, and it forced Farmington's O-line to get a false start. It's such a nice little thing that Coach Moberg and Coach Calistro do. Great little detail. I think I mentioned on the stream last week, Woodbury did that a little bit, Stillwater does it a little bit, but none of them do it as cleanly as Mounds View. Just watch how the entire D-line in unison right here. Boom. It's so beautifully done. Also, remember how earlier all of Farmington's legs were like that? Look at this. Like that. Like that. See how they're more upright? That. You want to have a 7, not an L that fell over. They're a backwards 7. That's looking pretty spicy there, Mounds View. Yes. You want the backwards 7. Backwards 7. You don't want the L that's laying down. If you have an L that's laying down, your D-line loses. That's what the L stands for. D-line lose. It's funny. And it's not even like the poor left tackle's like, oh no, I jumped. But it wasn't just him. Look at this. Everyone but the right tackle jumped. Right guard jumped. Also, it was going to be counter Trey, because if he's pulling, then he pulls too. Farmington doesn't only pull 1 guard out of 10 personnel. That's just not what they do. Interesting. All right, 2x2, still in our classic Farmington 10 personnel, because that's what Farmington does. Timeout. We have another timeout. Officials talking about something. Do we have a play? Oh, we do have a play. In orbit motion, it's an option. Counter Trey with a pitch man. So, why did we give on the counter Trey here? Why are we reading this man if 15's unblocked? What? Farmington. Was the center supposed to block down on him? No, because the center goes up to the outside, or to the backside backer, which he's supposed to do. Like, that's correct. The double team, there's correct. I just think Mr. Ask is reading the wrong player. Because it looks like right here, he's looking at 15, but then right after that, he shifts to number 44. If he's looking at 15, 15's attacking my like if this is supposed to be a triple option play, right? It's counter Trey, read triple option, which again, you can't run a triple option play in your playbook if you have a big playbook, because then you can't practice these reads enough. Maybe that's why Farmington changed their offense, because they figured, oh, we're not good at these reads, so we're not running this anymore. Well, if you don't practice it and your playbook's too big, of course you're not going to get good at the reads. Like, I guess that's probably why they're changing to the gun single wing, changing their offense to the gun single wing. But if you're reading there, then quarterback should keep, then he attacks quarterback, then pitch man right away, block, and now you're out here trying to run against a free safety. That's what the defense is giving you. That's the correct read, but that's not what happens. Also, you can tell they don't practice this enough, because look at how late the ball snapped. Look at how far away number 14 is by the time he makes the read. Look at that. That's like 15 yards. No one's pitching the ball 15 yards just like that. That's not happening. Yeah, I guess Farmington does not practice that play all that much, based on what I saw there. Now it's 2nd and long. Also, great D-line play from Mounds View. See how, watch number 15 here, the defensive end. You get down blocks, and what does he do? Well, he's going to block down, or he's going down inside anyway, because the outside backer's attacking. He does such a great job following the guards, but he does not run upfield. Remember how earlier I was saying the Farmington kids were running upfield too much? He follows a pulling guard. He attacks down. Now he has an angle to actually make the tackle. That's how you play D-line. Good. Mounds View, good D-line coaching. Farmington, room for improvement. So what's Farmington going to do now? Are they going to try and run to get yards, or is it a pass? It's a split zone. They give the ball to Brock. No, that's number 6, I think. No, it's Brock. See, again, you're moving number 4 all over the place. Very smart on Farmington's part. Double team, good. Up to backer, good. Backside defensive end. Ooh. Not a fan of the stunt here. Defensive end shoots upfield, but he's shooting upfield because the outside backer is supposed to come underneath. The problem, though, outside backer doesn't come underneath, he runs upfield. He can't be doing that. I was just giving Mounds View praise on this side for not running upfield, but this side, they're running upfield. Oh, that's Godson right there, isn't it? That's number 8. Yeah. Oh, they call a blitz especially for him, and you can see right here. See how he's running inside? Then he sees like, oh, instead of going to the gap I'm supposed to, I'm just going to run up the field here. You can literally see the change right here. See, he plants off his left foot, plant, and then changes direction. That kind of shoots him in the foot right there. If he just is like, okay, I can just follow off the butt of the tackle right here and condense the gap instead of flying up for a kill shot. If he just scrapes across, then he's right here, and Brock's running right into him. Instead, you give Brock a running lane, and that's the last thing you want to do is give Brock Wyatt a running lane. Also, that might be Mitchell Olsen again making the tackle, number 6. I hope that kid's conditioned because he's playing all over the place. Oh, and he run fit pretty quickly. He had to chase him down from behind. Not an easy feat trying to chase down Brock Wyatt from behind. Dang. Oh, we're in 12 personnel. All right. I remember scouting this when Farmington's in 12 personnel where you've got Trey open. So you've got a tight end Y here. H is here. Z and then X. It's going to be outside zone that way or stretch, whichever they call it. So, oh, I'm going to have to watch stretch again. Please, no. And on 3rd and 1, if Mounds View's blitzing right into it. I literally said no. I called it out. Like, why? Why do so many teams run stretch? There's no reason to. And no, look at it. Who's supposed to reach block him? He just runs through the C gap, and the tackle, is the tackle supposed to get him? I don't think the tight end is, because the tight end's out there reaching to the outside backer. So I think the tackle's supposed to get him, but the tackle's like, nah, I'm not going to. Like, you can't run stretch if you've never practiced reach blocking. It doesn't matter whether you're Farmington, whether you're STMA, whether you're Mounds View, like whoever you are in 6A. If you have not worked on reach blocking, you can't run stretch. Same thing with, I don't remember if Woodbury did it. Roseville did it. Like, you can't do it. If you're going to run stretch, you got to practice reach blocking. No reach blocking practice, no stretch. And great job by Mounds. You see, again, number 31 comes through. He stops right here and he chops his feet. See how he chops his feet, keeps him moving? That's how you play D-line. He doesn't keep flying upfield like Farmington does. He stops. He forces the running back to cut back inside. That's where the wash is. All of his buddies are pursuing on the backside and run fitting. That's just a great play. That's a nice. We call this vertical contain at Lakeville South. When you get vertical and you stop, now you've contained the play. He's got to force back this way. The whole defense is pursuing. There's nowhere to go. Shut down. That's really nice defense by Mounds View. And that forces 4th down. Farmington's got a punt. Yes, they do. Weird punt formation by Farmington. You got 3 here, but only 2 on that side. Basically, you took him out there and him out there. I feel like St. Louis Park or Apple Valley used to do that in 5A when I was at Jefferson. Odd formation. And it's not even like a full-on rugby punt. He just kind of steps twice to the left. I mean, it's effective because then you essentially pin the ball back deep. That's actually really nice by Farmington. I like that. Because see how... I think it's Jonah Ask that just punted the quarterback. Because now you're forcing him to catch the ball in a hash, and you've got the 2 guys out there on the edge that can just contain him. And now you're really condensing the field. You're playing on a third of a football field instead of a whole football field. That makes containing way easier. That's actually a really nice job on the punt team by Farmington. I love that. Oh, we taking a knee? No, we're in 11 personnel, I think. 12. Yeah, it is 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it GH counter to the backside? It can't be because we're under center. It's got to be a knee. Are we at halftime? We are at halftime. Only 54 plays in. I guess there's a lot. Oh, look at the rain coming down now. Do you see that up there and over here? Oh, boy. We're going to get a lot more running plays in the second half. Squib kick. Interesting choice. Okay. Sort of interesting choice. At first, I was like, why in the world would you go with the squib kick? Because Brock Wyant's back there. You don't want to kick the ball to Brock Wyant. But at the same time, I think I mentioned this earlier. Where did they get the ball at? They got past, they're all the way up to the 40-yard line. If Mounds View just kicks the ball out of bounds, you actually put Farmington in a worse position because now they got to go 65 yards instead of 60. Like, that might have been a strategy Mounds View should have utilized. Just kick the ball out of bounds. If you can't get it deep and you don't want to kick it to Brock Wyant, just kick it out of bounds. Farmington's in 11 personnel. They're not in 10. Oh, but well, we saw what happens when Farmington goes to 12 personnel and tries to run stretch. It's not there. So what are they going to do in 10 personnel? Oh, nice shift by Mounds View. Look at that. They shift the D-line over. The two backers... See, this is what I was saying that Farmington needed to do earlier. The two backers walk up. Now watch the sauce they bring here. Ooh, but Farmington checks it. That's actually a really nice check. Now you know what they're going to do. This is like what I was saying Forest Lake and other teams should do. Because now you ice them at the line. And even though they didn't jump... Now as the OC of Farmington, you can see what the defense is going to do. Okay, we're getting a blitz right here. How about a quick hook right there? Boom, take it, gone. Or quick toss out that way. They run upfield, toss goes out that way, you hook around there. Boom. Now we're getting sauce. Instead, they run split zone. Oh. Oh, no. It was such a nice play. So why did the split zone work here? Actually, it really shouldn't have. So the tackle's got to take the backer. Guard takes the defensive end. Because, you know, obviously we saw when these two are coming, the D-line all steps away from them. I love Mounds View's D-line play, man. It's actually nutty. The stances are really good. This stance isn't quite the best. This leg's good, but the back one starting to trail into an L. But front leg's pretty good. Just need to get that foot up there a little bit more and get that knee up. Then we'll be solid. But double team. How's a double team? There's a solid double team there. Do we double team the nose? Oh, that is the nose, because the nose slants away from it. We open up a natural hole. There's a solid double team by the center and the guard right there on the other defensive end. That defensive end washes himself out. Well, he doesn't wash himself out, but we're getting a... Oh, that's the D end right there playing H-back. He slashes across, and now look at that beautiful hole. That's and you get a double team up to backer. That's actually solid double teams from Farmington. Better than anything we saw Blaine or Stillwater do, like by a mile. Oh, is that Jacob Olsen, or that's Mitchell Olsen? My bad. I combined the two. It's Jacob Sampson and Mitchell Olsen. There is no Jacob Olsen. It's kind of like Steven Tyler and Joe Perry. And if you combine them, you get Steve Perry, who's from Journey. I think I know why my back was hurting based on how I'm sitting. Well, yeah, could be. I need like a chair that I can lean back in and then get like a mic stand. That might make it easier for me. Maybe one day, investment. But nice job by Mitchell Olsen. I'm pretty sure he knocks this ball loose. Oh, no, it's not him. It's Godson right here. He comes in on the right. Look at the little punch right here. Punch. And that ball comes right out. Nicely done. Mounds View gets it. And just like that, Mustangs have all the momentum back. Nice. Not to mention good field position at your own 46-yard line. 10 personnel, we're getting a pass. This is going to be flood. Toss. Oh, I was right. It was a pass. Oh, my God. No! Oh, no! No! Oh, what a call! Oh, oh, that was touchdown Mounds View. What a call by Coach Woodley. Again, look at the blocking. There's no reach, sort of reach blocking, but they're not. Well, and could make an argument. It's 1 yard. It's pretty close, but no, official says we're good. Dang, well, Farmington bet on this. So look at their safety. Their safety runs up so hard. Both their safeties are like, oh, it's toss, attack, attack. Oh, you could have thrown that there. You could have thrown that. Oh, my goodness. Farmington bit so hard on this. What a great play call from Mounds View. And it was there. The ball was good. Oh, it just clapped the receiver's hands. Oh, don't clap. See how the hands clap together right here? You just got to open the fingertips, let it fall into the fingertips, and use your fingertips to absorb the kinetic energy, and it eases into them as opposed to clapping against the palm of your hand. When you clap a ball like that, 100% of the time, it's falling out of your hand. Oh, and the poor kid knows it too. All right, you got to flush it. Next play. Great play call by Mounds View. Also, you're 3-by-1 into the boundary. You're either going to motion across or we've got like a speed option or something coming to the bottom here. There's no way they're running the ball into the boundary. That'd be so bizarre. Was this inside zone? No, it's this weird dive play again where they see how they're inserting the play side tackle down here, 55. Guard kicks out. It's like that dive, and then he comes in. Except he gets the wrong linebacker. So when you run dive, he kicks out. You're supposed to pull and get the same side linebacker. I feel like this is almost like deja vu, because didn't the right tackle make the same mistake earlier in the game? Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. It's almost like an ISO, just with a little kick out right here. And that helps open the hole. Good handoff. They're too far upfield to do anything. Once again, Farmington and D linemen running up fields are like a match made in heaven, man. It's just guaranteed to happen. Oh, this is... Yeah, he gets to the wrong backer. Look at this. He literally walks right by the guy he's supposed to block, and the guy he's supposed to block makes the tackle. This could have been a big play for Mounds View. You get there, and you just come around and hit the guy you're supposed to. The other guard does a good job getting up to backer. I think the pulling tackle there definitely missed his assignment. Now it's 3rd and 9. Dude, that's just offensive miscues for Mounds View. They should have had a touchdown on 1st down. They could have had a nice run for a big gain on 2nd down, but, you know, our right tackle, for some reason, does not like to do, well, anything he's supposed to do, I guess. Maybe that's not entirely coaching, because I've noticed almost like any play, it seems to be the player that's having the issue. So maybe it's not a coaching thing. We have a sprint out pass on 3rd and 9. What's the concept? We have a backside post, which is pretty common for any sprint out formation or pass. Was this like a hook wheel? We do have a wheel route. So it looks like a post, wheel, and then a hook. Interesting little concept, except Farmington's not fooled at all. And they're playing cover 4 into it. Post, wheel works a little bit better against a cover 3 because the whole point of doing like post and then wheel is you're trying to get the corner to go with that post, and then no one comes across the wheel because the corner leaves his zone. Kind of like we saw in the outside backers earlier when they went inside of the wrong zone and the flat was left wide open for the comeback routes. But it works better against cover 3 because you don't have an extra defender to deal with. Now you have an extra safety back there, and as you see, it doesn't quite work. And the corner for Farmington does a really good job staying in his zone. See how he doesn't bite on the post? Which is also weird. If I'm Mounds View and I'm calling a post wheel, why would I do it out of bunch? Especially when, like, look at how far out there 17 is. It's almost like he's expecting it. And Farmington blitzed an inside backer this time, not the outside backer, so you have a flat defender. The Tigers wisened up on that play. Nicely done. We get pressure from the pursuing linebacker on the backside. Yes, we do. That's pretty solid Farmington. Good defense. Things are covered. Oh, this has to be a pooch punt. There's no way. All right, what did he just call here? Okay, I guess if you do that, that's pooch punt. Noted. Ooh, high snap. Still got it off, though. Why is 17 back there? They didn't put Brock Wyant back there? Well, you know what? I take that back. Why did they not? Because they're in their base defense. They didn't put the punt return team out there. And you couldn't because Farmington didn't put their punt team, or Mounds View didn't put the punt team out there. They stayed in their base offense. Resourceful. Is it still 16-12, Mr. Rich? What do we got this time? Oh, left slot receiver jumped. Do we have a... Yeah, all right, these two are clapping. That's probably backing them up. Tigers are backed up. Counter tray read. Funny enough, Mounds View runs this too a little bit. Just out of, usually they're pistol I instead of split backs 20 like this. So we block down. We actually do a nice job here because they're shifted over. You block into him. It's against the outside backer blitzing, so we know who's coming. We have an easy read. Oh, this is actually the correct read. Actually, well, is it though? No, the correct read would have been for Brock to get the football going that way. What's wrong with Farmington here? We have a nice double team at the point of attack. We're not driving him back. Mounds View's D lineman. He's doing a nice job. See how he keeps his feet churning right here? He keeps the feet moving, and even though he's not getting penetration, the double team at the point of attack does not work because he keeps his feet moving. That's actually a really nice little detail. Outside backer here. Oh, look at him. He's playing it right off the tackle. He's condensing the gap. There's nowhere for Farmington to run to at this point. Like, they're trying to open things up with their counter tray, and there's no hole to open. Like, look, it's all sealed up just because of Mounds View's technique right here. They may not have the biggest kids, but that's very well coached defensive line right there. DN sees a down block. He's right off the butt of the tackle. Oh, dude. Mounds View defensive line play is next level. That's awesome. But Mr. Ask does make the right read. He pulls. Well, he should have given it to Brock here because, like I said, you're attacking the quarterback. So then Brock should get the football. But we have the pitch, so we make the pitch. Is that the safety, number 5? Yep, safety comes up. He plays the pitch man like he's supposed to against option teams. Beautiful. I also find it strange that Farmington's trying to run like gun option plays against Mounds View because you do realize Mounds View plays Forest Lake every year, who's a gun flex bone team, right? Like, so they're used to defending option plays. Just food for thought there, Farmington. All right, what do we have? We've got 3x1, 10 personnel. Pistol as always. Sprint out to the left. Levels, no, that's not a level. It's a post wheel. No, it's a chair route. Look at this. Is that an intentional chair? What was this supposed to be? You've got a whip, an out, and then like a dig or like a hook. Whip, hook, and out. And I'm assuming there's a backside post. What is this concept? Who are we trying to hit here? I mean, these guys are both in the same throwing lane, so, one defender's taking that away. He's covered in man. Yeah, I don't think the Tigers know what the play call was there. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, now I'm starting to see why Farmington wants to change their offense this season because some of the things they do don't quite add up. That's pretty apparent. Or aren't the best executed. All right, so if our buddy here is blitzing off the edge, he's going in, he's coming across, he's got the edge, you're getting that. Do we get it? Motion, safety cheats. Oh, safety did cheat down. Now we might get cover 3. Yes. Oh, it's the levels concept again. See, this is the play we were supposed to see earlier when they did the play action inside zone off of it. Now Mr. Ask actually, Brock Wyant gets the spot he's supposed to. Now you've got the flat. The 2 is going there and 1's going deep, and then we have a backside post, right? Yes, that's how it's supposed to look. But you forgot to run the inside zone play that sets it up, and you snap the ball way too late this time. He snapped it so early that Brock was right here when he snapped it last time. Now he's like overcompensating. He lets him get all the way out here. But then again, it's just a basic sprint out. It's not play action. I don't know why you wouldn't give him play. Well, it is 3rd and a mile, so they're expecting pass. Oh. Is this Coach Mo? Who's this running right here? That's some kind of coach yelling at something. He sees it. He's like, he's going to run. He's going to run. He's going to run. And he's like, holding right here. Look at this. Is that going to come back? Was there a flag up there? No. Dang. The Mounds View coaches were not too thrilled about that last one. But I mean, again, it's who's supposed to be spying Jonah Ask? When you play Farmington and they've got Jonah Ask and Brock Wyant, if Brock's going out on a receiving pattern, you have to know where Jonah is. Oh, number 8 loses edge contain. He does a good job. It's funny because that's Godson, right? That's a super fast athlete. So he's containing the edge, but what does he do? He steps inside right here and loses contain. I don't know why he decided to step inside. It's a sprint out pass. As soon as you step in, Mr. Ask is outside of you, and you do not want to let Jonah Ask get outside of the pocket because he'll do this. Right? Interesting. I think Farmington might have more yards on scrambles and razzle-dazzle than they do the rest of their offense. Like, it's... And has anyone gained yards other than Jonah Ask or Brock Wyant? I don't think so at this point. All right, Brock's in motion again. Same play, going the other way this time. Or going the other way, and this is a play action. So before they did a sprint out, now they're doing a bootleg. Number 44 wasn't quite fooled. He gets a little bit hesitant right here, but if he just kept going... Mounds View's D-end. That's the inside backer that looped inside. There. Oh, nope. Spin move bad. Don't do that. Ooh, Brock barely gets outside the man coverage. 21 thought he could jump it, but nope. Brock too fast. 14, do we get a block? Receiver blocking makes big plays. No. If 14 can just get a block right here. Well, I guess if whoever this number is, the one up here was actually blocking, you get a block there. Boom. Either way, nicely done. And again, was it nicely done? Something went down there that backed Farmington up and erased that play. Oh. There's the flag coming in. Also, they put their inside linebacker at running back. Is that 33? Yeah. Kind of weird that Farmington's got kids playing both ways with how big their school is. That I would not have expected. Dude, and look at this. I gotta give more credit to the Mounds View blitz here. Boom, boom, boom. They got like little minor twists with their blitzes. They're so nice, and it's just enough to mess with Farmington's O-line. Yeah, that's where the flag is. I must have missed that. Either way, Farmington's now backed up. Now it is 1st and 20. Although if you let Jonah Ask outside the pocket, then it'll be 1st and 10 all over again. Let's see. What do we got, Tigers? We're in 2x2. All right, backer, the top side's blitzing, so you should step there, edge. He comes off the edge. Yeah, no, the nose guard crossed face here. Oh, never mind, he's still stepping to the right of the center. Oh, nice. 15 realizes that he's unblocked. He's like, no, this feels like some kind of screen. And sure enough, it is a tunnel screen. Oh, this is such a great read by Mounds View's outside linebacker. And what's weird here is, if he's playing zone, why did he turn around and look there? He should be looking at the quarterback. I think he just got lucky when he looked in. He's reading 2-1. He realizes one's stepping in. He's like, I can jump that. Oh, that was so close. Also, why is he doing that? I think they're spying Brock because, you know, he was running back. You put him at slot. Now you put him at wideout. You're always looking at where he's at. That's nice defense, Mounds View. Yeah. Oh, there was the single clap. Single clap is, hey, we did solid, but that could have been a pick. That could have been pick 6. All right. Oh, empty personnel for Farmington. Interesting, Tigers. What pass concept do we have? We're containing. Jonah Ask contained. He took a check down to Brock. Why? We have a drag? Is this like a mesh rail concept? It can't be because there's no mesh. You have drag, dig, fade. And these two are... So fade, 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 dig, drag. Are you expecting to clear everybody out? And I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to clear everybody out and open up a lane for Brock. But, yeah, Mounds View's not fooled in their zone coverage. See how... Is this the corner or the safety? That's the outside backer. That's Godson again. See how he peels off, he sees what's happening, and then he attacks? Mounds View's got good instincts, man, and then he makes the tackle. That's nicely done. Ooh. There's a distinct difference. Like, I'm so happy I get to watch Mounds View because just you can tell the coaching, especially on the defensive side, compared to just any of the three teams from last week, Roseville, Woodbury, or Mounds View, or not Mounds View, or East View, wrong view. Like, those three teams last week is just so painful watching. More so Woodbury and Eastview. Roseville actually did do some solid things on defense. They just needed to clean up their technique and stick to their rules. Like, the only time they gave up points against Woodbury was when one of their kids left their assignment and did something they weren't supposed to. With Mounds View, it's like pretty nicely done. Oh, they're loading both A gaps. See, they're doing this to trick Farmington. Someone's going to drop back. They're not blitzing all those guys. Oh, they did blitz all those guys. We got pressure right away. They doink it off to Brock. Outside backers. No, that's not an outside backer. Outside backers blitzing. So you send Godson. You stack Mitchell Olsen underneath. Take the flat. I mean, he's right there covering it. I guess the only thing I would have changed about Mounds View here is the opposite inside linebacker. So the right inside linebacker's blitzing, correct? So that means usually you call that the Mike and that's the Will. So if Mike is blitzing, Will needs to fill that zone over the middle. But watch his footwork here. See how he's on the hash? Where does he step when the ball is snapped? Ball snapped. He's actually moving out, away from the hash. That leaves big space over the middle of the field. If he just stays where he's supposed to over the middle right here, because they're staring down Brock, if he just stayed where he's supposed to over the middle, he could have had a pick six. Like, easily Mounds View inside linebacker would have had a pick six right here. But nope, he decides, I'm going to go outside for some... Like, I get that it's already 3rd and a mile, but it's like what I was just saying about Roseville last week. If you just stay in your zone and do your job, great things happen. You stay in your zone right there, that's pick six Mounds View. And number 10's not going to forget that play. He walks into Farmington and he comes out with a pick six against Brock Wyatt and Jonah Ask. That's a lifelong memory right there. Did they do that same punt formation? It should be rugby punt to the right. He just kind of punted it straight this time. No, it's still pinned back. It's just hard to tell from this angle. Oh! He got it out of bounds at the 4. Way to pin Mounds View back deep. What a punt. Farmington punt game. Strong. It's kind of funny that Farmington's got a good punt game. Their punt team really gets a lot of great practice against Lakeville South. Mounds View again with 3x1 into the boundary. That's not Mitchell Olsen? Yeah, that is Olsen in the backfield. It's hard to tell because Jacob's shadow is on him. I want to say this is going to be GH counter to the right, to the bottom of the screen here. Now it's going to be power to the right because he shifted over. No, it's quarterback GH. So right here, you see how guard and H-back pull. So we do have GH counter coming right here. This is so nicely set up by Mounds View. They all see the motion. They see the running back go this way. They're all keying on the running back. Both linebackers run up. Neither of them are reading pulling guards. Oh, why was that not a bigger play? Let's break this down. Double team at the point of attack. Sort of. Where's H-back? H-back gets him. Oh, backside guard, 51. If he does his usual double team up to the backer and cuts him off here, he's good. Instead, he runs upfield and tries to curl back to him. And then 51's able to make the tackle. If he just comes right off the butt and goes here, then you got him. You can't be running downfield when the quarterback is still 7 yards or 4 yards deep. I mean, he's standing in the end zone. Yeah, he's 5 yards deep at that point. It's shotgun. Can't be running downfield that quickly. And if you would have blocked him, no one's accounting for backside safety, but that's okay. Then you get Jacob Sansom one-on-one with the safeties out here. All he has to do is make a move, and that's there. Earlier Mounds View had him block the safety, but didn't they have this receiver come down and block the other safety against GH counter? Yeah, I mean, you can see 84 here. He's like, oh, I'm going to block you. Oh, never mind. Go kill my quarterback. Gotta have better receiver blocking. Gotta have better receiver blocking. Could have been a bigger play, but, you know, it's serviceable. It's a 7-yard run on first down. So now we can have regular GH counter. Yep, when that's exactly what's coming. And once... I feel like I've talked this to death. Watch the technique of the right tackle. So your guard pulls again. Like I said earlier, whether it's GH counter or power, we got to clean up the technique of the backside tackle. Watch. He steps with his back foot for some reason and tries to step over here. Like, my dude, you're never going to get there. If your guard pulls, this foot needs to step over this way. And if you can't, your stance is too wide. Narrow the stance. Left foot, step to the center laterally and seal off the D end. There's your double team there up to backer. You get him. Kick him out. You come around and take him. And then there's your GH counter lane. Then have him block there. You there. Boom. Mounds View gets touchdown. Oh, nice double team at the point of attack. We get the... Did they just call an RPO? So why did they call an RPO? I'm actually shocked. Mounds View did just run an RPO here. I did not know that Mounds View did RPOs. Why is this an RPO? Look at number 8. See how he's attacking the quarterback? It's just like with Wyzetta. Your first level D-gap defender attacks. That means quarterback says, okay, you're attacking. You're in the box. That means you're not defending back here. Pass the ball to the slant. And they actually caught it. It wasn't for very many yards, but that's exactly how Wyzetta does it. That's literally Wyzetta's GH counter RPO slant right there. I wonder if Sam Boo told Mounds View to run that play. It'd be wild if he did. Now it's starting to get a little iffy for me with Mounds View. It's like, why would you, if you're not a base RPO team, why would you throw that in there? It's like Edina, Moorhead, and Wyzetta. It's their entire system. It's all they do, so it makes sense for them to run it. But if you're only going to sneak in RPOs occasionally, and it's not like the center point of your offense, then, I mean, it's like anything else. That means you don't have much time practicing it, so you probably shouldn't call it in the middle of a game. It won't be as good as your other plays. The more plays you have, the less time you have to practice any specific play. Thus, quality of all the plays, or I guess your average quality of your playbook goes down. That's just the reality of football. Toss. No. Speed option. Nice pitch. Where is the blocking on the corner? Why are we going down to this? Okay. So what goes wrong here? I'm going to say this is on the H-back. So if this is supposed to be a speed option and we're reach blocking, you should be reaching out here. You block down. That's how they ran it earlier. Play side tackle. Actually, this is real nice. This is how they were supposed to reach block. Remember earlier when I said the guard like overtook, but the tackle ducked inside for some reason, and I was really confused why Mounds View did that. Now the guard's actually reaching. The tackle's reaching at inside backer. Those two are awesome, but for some reason the H-back, instead of reaching the outside backer, decides, you know what? I'm not going to reach the outside backer. I'm going to come down inside for no reason. Why? Because if you reach there, you reach down here, he's condensed, he now becomes the pitch key, and there's your touchdown Mounds View. Like, and then you overtake, you reach, you chase him. I don't even need to draw up the rest of it. Like, it doesn't even matter what these two kids do. You can cut there for all I care. You can go block him, sure. Like, dude. Oh my goodness. This could be such a big play, Mounds View. Why not? Why not? Because we don't block the edge defender. Number 5 attacks at the end. Did he not see number 11 out here? He literally turns around. His right here. You looking at him? Oh, and then look who ends up... See, so why is this such a problem? This is a problem because now you've got 2 pitch keys. He's still going to do his job, but because you didn't do your job, now you have a free defender running at the quarterback, and he forces a quarterback to pitch. Now you have an unblocked, unaccounted for defender that was supposed to be the pitch key running free to tackle Mitchell Olsen. If he whiffs, then that's fine, but he doesn't. He slows him down enough, and then the rest of the Farmington defense pursues. Again, that's why it's so important for everyone on the football field to be doing their job. All because this reach block right here doesn't happen. H-back decides to block the wrong defender. That changes the pitch key, forces a quarterback to pitch the ball way too early. Unblocked corner comes up and makes a play. Tigers defense pursues. TFL Farmington. Mounds View definitely had an offensive miscue, but give Farmington credit. They took advantage of Mounds View's miscue and brought the sauce. Counter tray. Bad snap. No way. And number 7 just takes off running and makes it third and manageable. Oh, Farmington. What are we? Okay. This is like what I was complaining about earlier with Prior Lake and their outside linebacker play. So you're in zone coverage, right? As an outside backer that's a flat defender. If you're in zone coverage, where are your eyes supposed to be? The quarterback. You have to read the mesh first to see if it's run or pass. You're in zone coverage. Why in the world are you looking out here? If he was just looking in there, he could have attacked. This play never goes off because now he abandons his run responsibility. Like, zone is zone. When you play zone, you get to your zone with eyes on the quarterback. Like, oh, Farmington. Outside linebackers. You run too far inside with receivers running slants. You stare down bubble routes instead of keeping your eyes on the mesh. We need to, and I get it. Farmington's outside backers have never played like this. It's literally the first game they ran a 3-4, because before this, they were always a 4-3. So I'm willing to give them some leeway, but you need to iron that out if you're going to keep running a 3-4 scheme. You know what's funny? I'm giving Farmington the benefit of the doubt with that, because like I said, this is their first game ever. Stillwater loves shooting their outside backers inside, even though they've run a 3-4 defense as long as I can remember. I literally showed footage of them in like the 1983 or 4 prep bowl against Burnsville, funny enough, and they were running a 3-4 defense back then. Hard to believe that was over 40 years ago now. Dude, I'm getting old. Ugh. First water of the stream. Let's go. Already 11 o'clock. Eesh. So 11. How many plays? I'm just over halfway done. Oh boy. One game and I might actually make it to I am going to make it to midnight. That's crazy. Okay. So now it's third and short because Farmington outside backer play allowed it to be third and short on a broken play. Iced them. I'm pretty sure this is speed option to the left. That should be speed option right. I know that this, I think, is a check for speed option. Check for screen, check for speed option. It's the right side of his body, so it goes to the right. Oh, look at that. It indeed is speed option right. Did we run it correctly this time? Oh, this time it's not as bad. So when we were in 11 personnel, H had to, he blocked safety and he had to reach outside backer. In 11 personnel, it makes sense because you have an H-back blocking an outside backer. Well, you know what? It's iffy because I was going to say now you have a slot receiver blocking an outside backer, and that's obviously a mismatch that favors the defense. This is still number 5. That means their 10 and 11 personnel packages are the same kids because he could be either an H or split out there. That's really annoying when teams do that. You know, Edina does that too with their H-back. They can either split them out or keep them in tight. It's just like, dude, especially for teams that like tailor their defense to the personnel package they're facing, it's so annoying. Because like, suppose our DC says, hey, Lance, is Mounds View in 10 or 11 personnel? I don't know. It could be either. Depends on what Coach Woodley's feeling. He's like, it's the same kids. It doesn't matter. You suck, Coach Lance. Basically what it is. Do we get the... Ooh, 55 is a solid reach block getting out to the backer. But anyways, back to the speed option. So even though it is the same kid, the H-back, because it's out of 10 personnel, you don't want a slot receiver blocking the outside backer. So if you're going to make him the pitch key, that means these two need to be blocked. And those are DBs, slot receivers blocking DBs, much better than receiver blocking an outside backer. And then you take inside, you reach there. You take other inside, you reach there. And then you come block the other safety. You run. If he attacks you, pitch. Mitchell Olsen, gone. This could be a big play for Mounds View if they run it correctly. 8. Oh, we got block. He makes the pitch. Oh, but the slot receiver didn't get a good block. Oh, it's still a real nice play. Oh, he's still going. Okay. This could have been a touchdown. They still get a bunch of yards out of it, but if you look at our buddy, the slot receiver, number 5, is he confused about his job? He ignores number 8. It looks like he's trying to block the inside backer, but it's like we already established the tackle's reaching the inside backer. You should be blocking one of these two. Whichever is not the pitch key, that should be the slot's job, is to block the opposite kid of the pitch key. But he doesn't block either of them, and by the time he realizes, oh, I should probably block the safety, he ends up pushing the safety back into the play. Now, of course, Farmington doesn't know how to tackle. They just kind of dive at kids and throw their legs to the side. Why? Why does Farmington do the dives? What position am I coaching? Mr. Rich, I am coaching defensive line. Ooh, now we have empty. Okay, it's 1st and 10. It's kind of weird for Mounds View to pass on 1st and 10. But does it make... Because normally when they're empty like this, they love quarterback draw. But are they really going to run a quarterback draw out of this formation? Yeah. Varsity D-line. Yes, you are correct. Varsity D-line. Oh, it's a bubble. Beautiful. Where's the outside backer? Farmington. Farmington. Why? Was this another RPO? This might have been an RPO. It is. Look. Look at... Oh, my goodness. This is an RPO that we have here. Post-snap RPO. Watch Jacob Sampson's eyes. Where does he keep looking? First level D-gap defender. He identifies him. He wants to be certain. Then he looks at him again. Then he checks him again. He's only looking over there. I wonder what that means, Farmington. Why would he keep looking? And then he does it again. So that's what? 4 times pre-snap he's looked at the same defender. And then that's the last place he looks. And then where does he look as soon as he snaps the ball? Right back at that first level D-gap defender. Then what's the D-gap defender doing? A la Wyzetta. He attacks. That tells me to pass. RPO bubble. And you can see the run play here. There was a dive. Mounds View runs post-snap RPOs. Well, I'll be. Are they other... Yes, there is another varsity D-line coach. That's the main man. I just assist with D-line. Lakeville South usually has like 2 coaches for most of our positions. We have 2 linebacker coaches. We've got 2 DBs coaches, 2 D-line coaches, and then our DC. And I guess we sort of split up, like, with the 2 DB coaches, then you've got, like, the corner and the safety one. With linebackers, you got an inside and outside linebacker coach. And then with D-line, we've got, like, outside our defensive ends. And then I do the defensive tackle and the nose guard in the 4-3. Do I help with O-line? No, I only do defense. And then I also have to do all the scouting and analytics, which, is kind of why I know so much about all these teams, because... You might as well know all your opponents, right? You only have 31 possible opponents that you could play in 6A, so you just might as well know all of them. Hey, if Lakeville South is lucky enough to earn a 1 seed in Section 3 this season, then I might as well already have a Coon Rapids scout playbook on standby, because based on the brackets that we saw, that bracket number 1, where we match up with Coon Rapids, probably going to be the bracket that gets selected. Oh, receiver blocking makes big plays. I mean, it's okay here. Also, that's Mitchell Olsen out there. So again, no, Mitchell Olsen's down here. Is that number 5? It is. So, okay, here's another thing that's annoying. So I think I talked about this with Coon Rapids, how they had the same kids for empty 10 and 11 personnel. It's the same 11 kids. Mounds View's doing the same thing. So, like, pre-snap, I can't tell our DC whether he's going to get 11, 10, or empty personnel. Based on the kids in the huddle, it could be any of these 3. That is... Ooh. That is very annoying, Mounds View. Very annoying. But this is a smart tactic to employ for your offense. Employ. Gotta enunciate that more. That's solid receiver blocking, but we got to maintain. We give up right here as our receiver, as the other receiver's getting to us. You don't stop. You maintain until you see him go by you, not your peripheral. Lucky for us, Farmington likes to dive. They don't know how to tackle any other way except for diving. Do they just practice diving at Farmington? Look, there's another. It's almost like the Tiger dive. They love doing that. Do D-line players practice on O-line also for South? You know, we're like, even though we're a smaller 6A school, we're pretty fortunate to have so many kids that come out for football, so we really don't have kids that play both ways. There's a few kids that we might do a little bit of cross-training with in case of an emergency, like say we have a bunch of injuries, but obviously that's like worst-case scenario. It's not something we regularly do. Oh, did he just try and throw him past? Look, he's like, safety? Nah, bro, get off me. And then number 2, we actually have a solid wrap-up right here. He's tackling way too high. Your arm should be down here, not all the way up there. There's an equal sign. Yeah, Farmington and tackling needs to be improved. See, this is what's weird to me. Like, they redid their defensive scheme. The scheme itself is pretty solid. It's the technique that's not there. Like, I don't know what Farmington's coaching in Indy time. I know they don't practice tackling, that's for sure. But, like, why are outside backers looking outside to receivers in zone coverage instead of watching the quarterback? Why do we have defensive linemen running upfield and not crashing down or containing gaps when there's down blocking and there's holes left wide open? Why do you have safeties biting down so hard? It's definitely more of a detail issue with Farmington as opposed to a scheme issue. So, like, Indy, you know, it depends. Like, there's some teams do what's called 2 platooning, where offense practices on one end of the field, defense practices on the other, if you have enough kids to do that. Like, at Jefferson, we never had enough kids to do, like, offense and defense practice at the same time, and we definitely didn't do that at 9th grade Jefferson. But at Lakeville, we always have done that. Even at, like, our 9th grade level, because we usually have enough kids for both a 9A and a 9B team, we would have, like, we always split the kids into white and gold based on their 2 youth football teams, and then we would have all the kids in the white jerseys would be on offense, and at the same time, all the kids in the gold jerseys would be on defense. And then you would switch it halfway through, so that way you can do indie time with every single kid in the same amount of time. It's actually a really smart way to practice. But again, you have to be fortunate enough to have enough kids in your program to do that. You can do that in 6A in Minnesota. 5A and below, maybe if you're a bigger team, like if you're a Chaska or a Chanhassen and you have a ton of kids that come out for football, then yeah, you could get away with it. But at like Bloomington Jefferson, probably not as much. Or, who else? I'm trying to think of smaller. I think Mankato East has kids that play both ways, maybe. They're a smaller one. They're kind of like, used to be on the cusp of 4A, 5A. I don't know how many kids Spring Lake Park has these days. Bloomington Kennedy is a very small one. That's another one. Apple Valley is probably one that can't 2 platoon. Yeah, I'm just blanking on. It's so hard because so many teams moved up. Rochester Mayo, maybe not. I don't know how many kids they have coming out. I don't think they had enough for A and B teams, so I'd probably guess Rochester Mayo. I don't know about Owatonna. Northfield probably is another one. Just got me thinking of all these teams now. Like, maybe New Prague? I don't know. Hey, funny enough, tomorrow's actually the day that we start recording our 5A video talking about all the 2025 season predictions for 5A teams for the Minnesota High School Football Network, so be on the lookout for that video sometime later next week. Maybe like Friday through Sunday next week. I need some water. Ugh. Someone earlier asked, what am I doing? I'm doing Mounds View versus Farmington, Week 1 matchup from 2024. Is this another RPO? I gotta go back. Is he looking to the right again? He looks to the right there. He looks to the left, right, left, right. He's staring to his right. Now he looks to the left. It's another RPO. This might... No, he turns too fast. Is this an RPO question mark? He's looking over at the outside backer. This is a nice bubble. I don't like that he's curling around, but Mounds View's got beautiful bubble routes. When they actually just run straight down the line and see how their shoulders are still square facing the way they want to run, these are easily the best bubble routes that I've seen out of any 6A team. Mounds View knows how to get it done. And it just shows me how well of a coached of a team they are. They're very detail oriented. Whereas, you see Farmington, they may have the schemes down, but when it comes to actual technique, not so much. Are we going to be doing 4A, 3A, 2A, 1A, and 9-man? I think Caleb over at MNHS Football Network wants to, but me personally, I just have not as much knowledge. I know some stuff about 4A teams, but 3A and below, I know next to nothing about. I think Dassel Cato is 3A. I think Jackson County Central is 2A, question mark. Yeah, that's about my knowledge of those. I think Blooming Prairie is usually a 1A. Minneota's 1A. Yeah, that might be it. 9-man used to be 6-man at one point. I had no idea that was a thing. I could not imagine playing 6-on-6 football. That's less than 7-on-7. That's wild. Watching 9-man football is pretty fun because a lot of those teams do option-type plays, a lot of pitching. It's really fun to see. I don't think this is an RPO because there's no run option here. It's all pass blocking. So this one was an RPO, and I'm pretty sure they're just hey, they gave us the bubble on the RPO. But see, if I'm whoever, if I'm offensive coordinating for Mounds View or just in general, I'm thinking, okay, they just got burned on a bubble route. That kid's thinking, I just got burned on bubble. I'm not about to get burned on bubble again. So Farmington's DC is well, I blitzed this kid. Now I'm not going to blitz him because they're going to go back to a bubble. So as Mounds View, I got to be one step ahead and think, all right, they're going to be covering the bubble. Now I'm going to hit him with a fade or with a post. So if they think this kid's doing the bubble, have him do a post over the middle because the safety's going to bite on the bubble, which he did. You run a post there. Boom. I think we used to do that at Jefferson when we would be 2x2 or 3x1 and we would do a bubble. He would go there. He attacks. And then if they all bite down in the bubble, it's like a fade. We called it fab. Fade and bubble. F-A-B. Fade and bubble. And bubble sets it up. You run a bubble screen. Teams come up and bite the bubble screen. And again, it's order of play calling. Think about Shakopee. You got to run rocket toss or inside veer before you can run waggle or counter trade. That's just the way it is. You have to call plays in order so that they set each other up. Same concept here. You have to call the bubble first to set this up, and then when teams like DBs start to bite on the bubble, then you call fab so that, okay, we all bite up, and then you hit them with the fade on top of that. Very important to get order of play calling down. And the bubble still works because Farmington's safety is playing so far deep. Dude, bubbles against cover 4 is nasty. Especially if that outside backer shoots inside and doesn't take the flat. Honestly, he's not even in trajectory to take this. If he catches right here, well, I guess. Oh, I don't know what the coach is complaining about. That's a good look. Either way, it's a nice little play for Mounds View. What do we got next? 3x1 to the top side. I don't think they're going to do a speed option here. I think they're going to go back to the 3x1 side. Farmington's only got 3 kids over there against Mounds View's 3 receivers. Uh-oh. He's creeping up a little bit. Don't do it. Oh, he did it. Ain't no way. Oh! Godson caught that. That's crazy. Again, kind of weird they're going to the backside because he's double covered. They still have a safety over here. I would have taken advantage of that side. You've got 3-on-1 over here, whereas you have 3-on-3 over here, and he blitzes. So you got 3-on-2. But I guess when you have a stud like this, even with a bad snap, you just throw it up and he'll make a play. And he got his foot down. He maintained the catch. And he's like, you got the ball? Yes, that's touchdown. And that ties it at 12-12, doesn't it, Mr. Rich? It's still 12-12. Well, I guess it's about to be 13-12. Yep, just kick the PAT, take the lead. Is it good? It is good, Mr. Rich. We have 13-12 in favor of the Mounds View Mustangs. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. There was a penalty on the play. Hold off on that 13-12. We got to see what the penalty is here. Someone jump? Is it a legal formation? Are there only 10 men? I didn't think that was a penalty if you don't have enough players. There might only be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, so why is it a penalty? It's not a penalty because there's only 10 men on the field. Like, whatever, that's your fault for not having enough kids. The penalty is there's only 6 men on the line of scrimmage. If this kid would have just bumped up and played tight end, like, sure, you're going to be short a wing on this side, but it would have been a legal formation. When you only have 6 men in the line of scrimmage, it's illegal formation. That is a penalty. PAT doesn't count. Now you got to kick a longer PAT. Can the Mustangs get it done? Kick. Oh, he nailed that. All right. It is still 13-12, Mr. Rich. Good call. Interesting little detail, though. Who was the right tight end that didn't come out? How did they miss that? 59? Was he out there last play? I see him up there. 59's out there. So who are we missing? 59, 58. Who's next to 59 and 58? 59, 58. There are two 59s. Oh, 89. That's who. It's 89, the tight end. He's the one that's not out there. Okay. That poor kid's probably going to get an earful from the Mounds View special teams coordinator. Dude, Farmington doesn't have much. They have like a classic punt or a PAT block where they just overload one side. That's kind of archaic. I really like the way Mounds View defends PATs, where they have two techniques and they send both inside backers inside of the two techniques. That's actually genius. Like, so creative. Did we give Brock Wyant the football? Is it? Okay, the Mounds View is only squibbing. They don't want to kick it deep to Brock Wyant. I do like that it bounced more this time. And that was actually a solid kick return, because if they kicked it out of bounds, Farmington would have got it at the 35. Did you hold them behind that? Yes, you did. They're only at the 34. Beautiful. So we're going to give Mounds View a dub there. That's a nice kick return. And now Farmington's in 11 personnel. Tigers, why are we in 11 personnel? That's not what you do. And then we're throwing up a fade in a one-on-one situation against... And he backs off. See how he backs off? They shift their coverage to cover 3. Why are we throwing up a fade against cover 3? That's an odd choice. I don't think I would have done that myself, but okay. Especially because it's not to Brock. Like, if you had number 4 out there, maybe a little more sense. Where's number 4? Is he hiding up here? Oh, and then you have a receiver go early. Dang. Farmington was trying to ice, man. They're smart. They're like, there's no play call. We're just trying to see what Mounds View's blitz is. Safety creeps down. So who does that tell you is blitzing? Yup. Predictable. Oh, poor Farmington. They got some creative stuff, but the execution is just not there for them. Got to have more attention to detail. Oh. Look at how nasty this Mounds View D-line shift is. Oh my goodness. They shift, and the center accidentally does a fake snap of the football right here. Look at how in unison they are. Shift, boom, and the center flinches and does a fake snap of the football when Mounds View motions like that. I mean, because Farmington, whenever they want the football, the quarterback claps his hands. And see how Jonah never claps his hands here? Doesn't do it once. Because he never called for the ball to be snapped. Mounds View got Farmington to jump with their pre-snap shift. That's nutty. Oh, Coach Moberg over there is really happy about that. Dude, that's such great D-line coaching. I give Coach Moberg so much credit for that. Like, wow. Well, I don't know if he's the one that came up with that, either him or Coach Calistro. I'm assuming Coach Moberg because he's the D-line coach. If that was Coach Calistro that did it, or if they worked together to do that, like, whoever came up with that, fantastic, Mounds View. Gold star. Ooh, why are we open here? Where's the flat defender? We looped him inside. That's a bummer. I don't know that I would have blitzed an outside backer against a 2x2. If it was 3x1 back here and I could have dropped him a little bit more, well, that's 1-on-1 on the backside. That's a little bit tricky. But if it's 2x2 and you know that you're blitzing him inside, he takes the edge, then this inside backer should not be stepping. Like, I get you're on the hash. We shouldn't be stepping that way. You got 2 eligible receivers out here. You should be stepping to fill the zone. Like, say you have hook, you're middle, and then you have flat. You got to take more of a hook instead of a seam here in order to account for your blitzing outside backer. Instead, you shift over this way, which is a big no-no, and then you leave this zone uncovered. Like, I get that Brock's running the drag, but if he comes across, he's in that zone. You should be over here, and then Farmington's completely shut down. This side's pretty good. You got flat there, and you got the 2 deep there. But, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid cover for us. Just this linebacker, instead of shifting over, should be staying in his zone back there. If he does, then this does not happen. And maybe number 7 could have had another pick. He would have been in position. But it's a good read by Jonah. He sees, okay, that outside backer blitzed. And look, there's a parting of the Red Sea right there. That's an easy throw. Good catch by number 84. Easy yards for Farmington. Ooh, 3x1. Okay, are they blitzing? Yes. Forest Lake, see how when safety stack down, outside backer blitz so that they're not in the same zone? That is smart. I think I mentioned on my last live stream, I was listening to that earlier today. It's the one gripe I have with the Forest Lake Rangers. It's on their defense. They'll stack a safety down, and they guarantee to give you a cover 3. But then the safety and the outside backer both drop into the flat. And it's like, why do you need 2 defenders in the same zone? If you're going to have the safety drop in the flat, blitz the outside backer. If you're going to have the outside backer drop in the flat, then blitz the stack down safety. Like, one or the other. You can't have them both drop. And you don't want them both to blitz either, because then there's nobody in that zone. So, just something to consider for Forest Lake. Mounds View loves this blitz, though, where they send the end far inside, and they bring an outside backer across, and then there. He reaches all the way into A gap. What a technique. And then he reads this gap right there. There. You come across to A, your B, your C. Dude, Mounds View's defensive scheme is actually pretty darn sound. Like, I really like it. Dang. That's how you coach defense. And now you're not blitzing. Well, you're blitzing number 8, but now you don't have to worry about the flat because he's out there. Now you've got cover 3 over here. You've got flat, middle of the field. You should have pretty sound coverage here. You do, and then you get to the quarterback and get the sack. That's a great pressure. Absolutely great blitz, great coverage. That is so well done by Mounds View. That's a great call. And you know what? That was 3rd and long, right? They actually dialed up a blitz on 3rd and long, but their coverage didn't break. They forced Jonah to try and make something happen. Where was Brock on this play? Is he in the slot up here? Yeah, they tried to get him doing a post corner. Farmington. Did they audible here? I don't think they did. You can't call double moves against a 5-man pressure. That's not going to end well for you. Your 6 blockers are not going to hold off 5 Mounds View Mustangs, especially when they like to do overload blitzes like this where they've got a 3-on-2 mismatch. Kind of weird the center never saw that. He's just staring down the nose guard. He sees the nose guard step that way. He's like, I must take nose guard. And then the poor guard and tackle on this side are like, wait, dude, no, we need you. Help, please. 93 does a pretty good job getting the sack there. 7 shot way too far past him, but 93 did a great job. Great D-line play once again. And now Farmington has to punt. Ooh. Oh, Godson, hands up. Hands up. Hands were up too late, and they're out here. You get hands up here, maybe smaller shoulder pads, and you're making something happen right there. Do we secure the punt? Punt secured by Mitchell Olsen. Nice. You know what? That's actually a really weird thing. If Godson's like an athlete and their fastest kid, why is he not the one returning the punt? Like, I get you want... Is it because they're in their weird rugby punt? Yeah, it's because they're in their weird rugby punt. They're just lining up in their base defense against it. And Mitchell Olsen just happens to be their safety. So, I guess lucky them that they get the returner. And that's the other corner back there. So, all right, now I see what they got rocking. 10 personnel, Mounds View. Interesting. I don't think it's going to be toss left. You have no blockers. You're not going to toss right into the boundary. You're on a little closer to the right hash than you are to the left. Not quite middle of the field. Ooh, throwing up a fade. Ain't no way. Oh, nice. One-on-one on the backside. Why are we pressed? Why are we facing in? Why are we playing man coverage here, Farmington? We have a safety stack down on this side, so, Are they playing cover 6? No, they're playing cover 3. Yeah, this was too obvious. They're there. He's stacked down, so he's going to blitz. That's pretty typical. Why did 98 not step into the B gap? See what I was saying earlier? You don't want 2 defenders in the same gap. That's just a big no-no. And 11 had a clean look over at the quarterback, but unfortunately, it's a fade. Fades are fast balls, and take what the defense gives you. You're going to press against a good receiver, let the good receiver run a fade and make a play. Nicely done. All right, 10. Ooh, notice they're not pistol. Mr. Olsen's on the side. We might have a sprint out pass here, especially 10 personnel. Mounds View's not big on running out of 10. Was there an audible? Did I miss something? Coach Woodley calls something. No, Mr. Sampson called something himself here. Counter tray. Oh, it is a run play. It's quarterback counter tray. So see how the quarterback is facing the direction the counter tray is going to? This is not a read play like what Farmington does. This is called for Jacob Sampson to get the ball. Look at that beautiful hole. And again, look at Farmington running upfield. Oh, the D end play from Farmington. Oh, boy. What happens? The guard and the tackle pull. You should be right down there. Why are we running upfield? Oh, my goodness. Farmington D lineman running upfield in 2024 is crazy. Like I said, I feel like I've been saying that all stream. We got to work on D line at Farmington. You can't be doing that. If you have a down block or a pull, you're right there in the butt pocket chasing it or hip pocket chasing it. You do not run upfield. Oh, that's bad. That is bad. Ooh. What is the nose guard? Look at the nose guard here. I just noticed him when the ball snapped. He comes up, then he goes back down. He's not, like, cut blocking or anything. He just kind of stays there. He's like, maybe he got fooled. He thought, I guess the right guard went a pinch early. The ball was snapped a pinch late. Oh, I think the official might have seen something. See how, right there. Hand reaches for the flag, and he's like, yeah, it's not noticeable enough. Nah. So I think there might have been a little bit of funny business by Mounds View there. But, I mean, this play wouldn't have happened if you would have just done your job, like, at the defensive line. Where's number 11 going? He has his eyes in the backfield, so we've improved. We're reading the backfield. Oh, but Farmington calls a... Wait a minute. Is this linebacker blitzing? If this linebacker's not blitzing, why in the world is he charging forward? You have pulling guard and pulling tackle. You should be scraping over the top, and you're coming up to fill. And like, what's even more mind-boggling about this to me is counter tray, where you pull the guard and the tackle, is Farmington's base run play. Like, if you go and you look at their lower levels, that's their top run play next to inside zone. So seeing them not understanding their own favorite run play is really strange. That'd be like if Shakope's defense was like, oh, what's inside veer? I don't know what that means. Like, huh? This is so bizarre. Like, it's your own play. You do this. We literally saw clips of Farmington doing it this game. Like, huh. I have no idea. But either way, Farmington blows it. Jacob Sampson follows his pulling guard. Oh, look at this. I mean, it's so well blocked. You get a nice I don't like that. I think the tackle here was supposed to go and get another linebacker. He's probably supposed to get the outside backer because he's blocking the same guy that the pulling guard kicks out. Poor 55 is just having a rough day. I don't think he knows who he's supposed to block. Most of the time, he just kind of walks at the guy that's in front of him. But if they block counter tray the way they normally do, you should go down there, kick out, pull around, boom, boom. Taken care of. Double team there at the point of attack. NPCs in the wash. Can't do anything. And beautiful. Mounds View has great double teams at the point of attack. That's something they do very well. And it's funny, they haven't pulled 55 on counter tray now that I'm thinking about it. They only have run counter tray to the right. Wonder if there's a reason for that. Pass play, bubble. Oh, remember earlier how I was talking about how bubble sets up fab, the fade in bubble? Oh, that's fab. Or fad. Fab. Alright, I can't draw. Fix. There we go. Fab. Bubble sets up the fab. This is exactly it. Because watch the safety. He sees the bubble. He doesn't bite on it as hard. That's actually solid by Farmington's safety. But great read by Mitchell Olsen. Great play calling and setup by Coach Woodley. They called the bubble first, and it set up their fab later down the line. That is absolutely fantastic by Mounds View. Wow. All right, now we're all the way down at the goal line. What do we have now? We're in 10 personnel, split out to the left. Is Godson in? No. Also, 5's in the backfield instead of Mitchell Olsen. Guess you got to give him some rest since he's got to go play safety. Kind of like Prior Lake with Levi Eider playing both running back and safety. It's like, with Mounds View, it's a little more excusable because you're a smaller school. Your enrollment's not very big, but, you know, Prior Lake being the, depending on the year, third or fourth biggest high school in the state, yeah, not too much of an excuse to get away with that. Now you go right back to the bubble. Is this a double pass? It looks like he was supposed to do a double pass. Seeks, he looks to throw right here. Look how he's holding the football. He looks like he's about to throw it, but both these guys are blocking. And it's weird because why is he stepping backwards? Is this supposed to be a wide receiver screen? You've run such good bubbles before. Now it's like a one-step wide receiver screen. It is there if he runs out to the end zone. Oh, receiver blocking makes big plays. Oh, he's just an absolute stud. Look at him. He pushes by the corner because, once again, Farmington and tackling just is not synonymous. That's a decent block shed, but Farmington kid over pursues. He arm tackles. There's another arm tackle. Farmington defenders do what they do best. They dive and miss and fall on the ground. That's a clear reoccurring theme. And then 16 comes in. You got to keep him out of the end zone. You need to tackle him and keep driving your feet. And what do? You nudge him, then you fall down, and he just steps in the end zone over you. Why would you nudge him? Like, if you see him and he's at the 1-inch line, you wrap up, you churn your legs, and you push him back to keep him out of the end zone. Make Mounds View earn it. Sure, they might score on the next play, but you make them earn it. You don't just give it to them for free. Look at how many Tigers are on the ground. Like, we need to work on defensive indie time in Farmington. And we need to introduce like a tackling circuit or some kind of like tackling drills into practice, because there's just way too many like cases of Farmington Tiger defenders diving and like leaving their feet for no reason. Is that good? That's good. 19. Yes, sir. You got that right, Mr. Rich. 19 and the PAT is good. We now are up 20-12 in favor of the Mounds View Mustangs. And it's still the third. Is it still the third quarter? I gotta check really fast. Yeah, Mounds View's been going this whole way, haven't they? Yeah, this is still the third quarter, I'm pretty sure. That's what happens when you have spread offenses. You just, especially with some incomplete passes, game goes by pretty fast. 20-12. How does Farmington respond? Another squib kick. Ends up in the hands of... Is it Brock this time? No, it's not Brock. It's another kid. Well, I like how number 4, Mr. Wyant right here, watch this. 14's like, hey, buddy, go block for me. And he's like, I could follow you, but I'm not going to. And then Brock's like, wait, was I supposed to block somebody? And then number 14 ends up running right back into the defense for some reason. That was ahead of the 35. Mounds View would have been better off kicking it out of bounds, but, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's only a few yards that you gave him. You gave him 2 free yards. That's about it. All right, 2-2. Mounds View or Farmington's down by 8, and are we still in the third quarter? Yeah, because they're still going the same way. When does it shift over to the fourth quarter? Because there's only 135 plays. There's only like 40 plays left, and remember, this game did go to overtime, so this has to be a short fourth quarter. Inside zone. Who do we forget to block? Nose guard? Nose guard is oh, look at the hands right here from the nose guard. Look at this. Chop. Block. Oh, I'm not a fan of the swim move. Okay, if it's inside zone to the right, why are we running so far to the right? Why aren't we doing inside zone? Why are we running to the edge? And number 44 doesn't do the best. There's a down block here. He should be playing right off the butt. He runs upfield, which is not good. He should be more of, like, right about there. Same thing with 93. You have a down block. So what do? Contain that gap. It kind of, like, works for him because because 7's supposed to get blocked by the tackle. If you get down block, defensive end, there's a down block, don't think kill shot. You run upfield. You got to condense it, force Jonah to make a read. Because if you stand there, then you're in position for, regardless of who gets the ball, you can attack. So just seal that gap. Keep the feet chopping. Keep your hand right on his butt. And keep chopping right there instead of stepping out here. He does keep his feet moving. I like that. That's pretty solid. Heat warning just issued. Well, I guess I would say it's a great day to stay indoors, but I won't be staying indoors. Oh, there goes the knee for number 71. That's a bummer right there. Oh, he kind of bumps into his own knee right here, and then oh, he falls on his left knee, right? Boom, right there. Takes the brunt of his weight, too. Oh, his leg kind of gets bent back. Yeah, and then he immediately reaches for that knee. So something happened on that play. Where was 71 playing? Was he the left guard? No, he's the center. Who's the center on this play? Is it still 70? No, it's 55. Okay, so Farmington now has a backup center. Let's see if Mounds View brings any blitzes up the middle against a backup center. Oh, they do a shift. Nice. Outside backer steps up. Farmington didn't jump. Or did they? Oh, no, that's the end. Now we're in the fourth quarter. So, Mr. Rich, you're spot on the score. It is 20-12 in favor of the Mustangs. And we've just entered the fourth quarter. That's weird. There's only 135 clips. There's only 40 plays left between the fourth quarter and overtime. Less than 40. No, Mounds View, what are we doing? So, what's smart about this? Outside backers out here. You move an inside backer to the edge. You're showing a heavy blitz. And at least with this side, you've shown the heavy blitz from over here. And then you drop out of it and only bring 4. That is nice. But what's the coverage? That's what's confusing me here. And you both drop back this way. Why is everyone flowing out this way? We have an entire third of the field left undefended. Jonah asks, sees that. This DN gets way too far upfield. You need to cut inside earlier. What's the nose guard doing? Nose guard gets double teamed. Up. Defensive end hits a spin move down here. 93's on the left this play. Okay, so that's another thing to note. Mounds View is switching sides. 93 must be the backside defensive end, and this must be the strong side defensive end. Unless they play field versus boundary. Prior Lake, I know, plays field versus boundary. He must be field side. Because 93 is to the wide side of the field here. Okay, he is to the weak side because he's opposite of the trips. Yeah, he's opposite of the trips. He's the weak side defensive end. He's strong side D end. So that's how Mounds View calls that. Oh my goodness. And see what I was talking about earlier when I was saying, like, we left a whole third of the field undefended? Jonah Ask sees that, man. Oh, Mounds View. What are we thinking? Why did the camera zoom in on the Mounds View coaches after that play? I think that's Coach Calistro right there, maybe. That looks like him. He's got that, like, goatee thing going on. I'm pretty sure that's him. "20 personnel. We get our shift again. It's okay. Here's something that's confusing me. So we established 2 plays ago, Farmington has a backup center in the game now. Their center got hurt. Normally when you see that, defenses pick on the new kid that comes in. So you'd expect Mounds View to do interior blitzes, but they're not. They're sticking with edge blitzes. Okay, nose guard, or this is the D end. He steps way too far across here. Or is this roof? Something goes awry here. I'm assuming this is on the outside backer. Inside backer takes the edge. The defensive end steps all the way to strong A. That leaves the B gap here unprotected, which means he should be looping inside to the B gap. And if he does, if Godson goes right where he's supposed to here, this play is blown up. This is just inside split zone from Farmington. See, slash across, then we're all blocking, zone blocking to the strong side. If you just go in the hole you're supposed to, you make the play. But for some reason, you step outside. Number 7's outside. You've got 2 guys in the C gap, 1 in the A gap. Nobody is in the B gap. And guess where Brock Wyant runs right through? Brock Wyant goes through the B gap. Ooh. Voice is cracking on me. I've been talking for almost 5 hours straight here. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Mounds View. That could have been played better. Another split zone, this time the other way. Mounds View. Oh, see how Mounds View all rallies to the football and they keep their legs churning? Look at that. Backer comes through. Oh, he pulled a Farmington and he missed. That's a beautiful blitz right through the hole that Brock wants to go through. But instead of running at him and aiming at the hip, you're running to where you think he's going to run. Brock makes a nice move, but thankfully, defensive line play keeps their legs churning. Is that the safety that comes up and fills? That is. Look at the safety fill right there. D-line keeps pushing. The other inside backer fills and keeps pushing. Mounds View's just all pushing right there. That's awesome. Way to go, Mustangs. That's nicely played. Good effort. Farmington oh, look at this. Mounds View does another shift. And the Farmington left tackle jumps. It's not even the backup. The center's a backup. Oh, and he knows, too. Dude, that's rough. Mounds View once again. Look, the whole defense shifted. Both inside backers and the D-line all shift in unison. Dude, Mounds View is absolutely nasty with that. Oh. What is that? I think that's the 3rd false start Farmington's gotten just from Mounds View shifting. I'm surprised they haven't done more of it. Like, Farmington is falling for it bad. No, we're in 11 personnel. This time instead of 98, we bring in 97, our other defensive end. So Farmington likes to bring in D-ends when they go to 11 personnel. What do we got this time? Is this like a power? What was this? I don't think it's a... No, it's another split zone. What? So split zone, Brock goes this way. I think this is on the quarterback, Jonah. I'm pretty sure, based on the blocking, it's inside zone right, which if it is, quarterback's supposed to open this way, handoff goes that way. But quarterback opened this way, and as you see, there's nobody there, and he's like, uh-oh, I mess up. I try to make something happen, and Mounds View is having none of that. Also, what happened to Farmington's backup center this play? He ended up on the ground. Oh, he just got bullied. No, he ended up tackling Mounds View's nose guard? Or did he get caught up in his own? It looks like he got caught under his own lineman. I don't know what happened there. Something weird happened with Farmington's backup center. Oh, it's fourth down. So 4th and goal, Farmington. You're down 8. You need a touchdown here. And you don't get it. What was the concept? Is it man coverage? It is man coverage. Wait, no. Farmington. Why is Coach Lance upset? So, when you have man coverage, especially in the red zone, where you know you're going to get man coverage, like think back to my Egan Edina stream. Egan gave Edina man coverage. Coach Potts smart. He calls crossing patterns to get a break in the man coverage. I showed Lakeville North's game-winning touchdown against Lakeville South from last year. We were in man coverage. The Panthers called a mesh with their H-back and their tight end. Great call. Mesh and crossing patterns work against man coverage, and that was the game-winning touchdown for Reese Hunt. Why is Farmington not doing that? They call it on the left side, but the quarterback's not looking to the left. He's just staring down the right. It's like he's like, oh, I have to go to Brock, or I have to go to 84. Those are my better kids. Well, if the Farmington coaches down here know that, then why aren't they calling the twist pattern to the right side? Why are they calling the crossing pattern to the back side? Because see, it's an in and then a corner. Like, there's your smash concept right there. And the in actually comes open right there. See, there's separation when they cross each other. There's your separation. There's your touchdown right there. Brock's bracketed, he's covered, and you're throwing a whip route. See, this is what's weird to me. You're calling the whip route, but there's not enough space. Like, the corner can easily undercut that, and he almost does. And he also kind of throws awkwardly. I know he's left-handed, but look at this. His, whole body rotates, and he kind of falls downward. Farmington, I don't like that play call. I think you called the mesh pattern or the cross pattern on the wrong side. If you got Brock going out that way and then 84 coming underneath, doing a little in route, I'm pretty sure safety would have bit over there. These two probably would have bit, and this would have come open right there. Either way, that's a great stop for Mounds View. So now the Mustangs are pinned all the way back at their own goal line. What do they got? Does Farmington not have black and orange end zones? I thought they did. I swear I was on their field last summer and they had colored end zones. I guess they don't. Maybe I was hallucinating that. Maybe I'm getting them mixed up with, I don't think White Bear does. I think Osseo might have black and orange end zones. Or maybe it's Moorhead that does that. I don't know. One of the other black and orange teams, I think, has colored end zones. Quarterback lead. Get the jet motion out of 10 personnel. That's not too... Who did number 5 block? The answer is nobody. Okay, maybe do that out of 11 personnel so that he has a little bit more of an idea of who to block. Because once we let our lead blocker get into space, not exactly his strong suit. Again, utilize the talent that your kids bring to the table. If blocking in space isn't one of their talents, don't try and utilize that. Oh, giving an audible. What do we got, Coach Woodley? What are we dialing up? Also, what's Farmington doing? Farmington's got one safety over here. If he stays in the flat and he attacks flat back, we could be getting a cover 3 here, and then over that way, over that way. Is that what's going to happen? 11's getting close. Oh, no, because it's a run play. What kind of run play is this? Was this supposed to be a quarterback lead? Well, then why is the running back going out this way? Did I miss something here? And Jacob Sampson makes something happen. No way. It's a fumble. Oh, dude. What? This has to be a broken play. The O-line's going to the right. The running back, which I think is got to be a third string, because that's not number 7. It's not number 6. Because they both play defense. They just had a nutty stand, so you got to get another kid at running back. He goes the wrong way. If he lead blocks out here... Well, there's really nobody even left for him to block. I mean, well, sort of. He goes out there and blocks the safety. That's touchdown Mounds View. There's nobody left. And funny enough, that safety, when he hits him here, it looks like the ball just... No one even hits him. The ball just kind of pops out right here as he's in the air. And funny enough, if that running back lead blocked right there where he was supposed to, not only is that touchdown Farmington or touchdown Mounds View, it seals the game because then it puts you up by, what, Mr. Rich? That'd be 27-12. Ain't no way Farmington's coming back from that in the fourth quarter. And this fumble doesn't happen. And it is a fumble because the ball came out midair. He is not down. There, the ball's out right there. And as you see, Mr. Sampson is airborne. Oh, boy. What a break for the Tigers. What devastation for the Mustangs. Dang. Oh, you know what? Go back. Psychology of the sport. Quarterback is hanging his head low. And look at all the teammates coming around him to come to his aid. See? All of his... Oh, Mitchell Olsen is on the field. Where was he? Was he playing receiver? He is. No, that's number 3. Were they 2x2 here? That was 5. Is this 6 up here? I want to see if this is him coming in from the left. 14. Oh, that's 60-something. That's not 6. That's 64. I love that all of his O-linemen are all coming around him. Like, see how they're all talking? That's fantastic. Way to pick up your leader, be right there for him. That's good culture from Mounds View. You love to see that. What do we got this time? Why are they in 11 personnel? Farmington, you just tried this and it didn't... Wait, why is this first down? Scoreboard. We're missing a play? Oh, yeah. Thank you, film operator. I want to see the game, not the scoreboard. I got Mr. Rich over here rocking the scoreboard. It can't be a jet sweep. You're not running jet into the boundary. Why? Interesting. I mean, the outside backer's right there. If he just stays in his... I guess he's supposed to stay in the flat out there. This is just nice enough of a window in between the inside backer and... This is a nice motion by Farmington if they identified this, because the backers are cheated over this way, and they're like, all right, you're going to cheat over an inside backer. We want to throw in this little window right here. That's really smart to take that. Good job by Farmington for identifying it. Sure, the kid's going to take a hit, but he's like, I don't care. That's free yards. All I got to do is hold on to the football, then protect myself. Nice. It's a good play call against, like, someone in Farmington's booth probably said, hey, they keep giving us this look. Let's take advantage of it. Call this play against it, and boom, there it is. Split zone. This time we open up the correct way. There's the fake play action off of it. Oh, stupid bubbles. That's not how we run bubbles, which is funny because the team you're playing runs much better bubbles than what we just saw there, Farmington. Do we have a triple team? No, we have 2 double teams. These 2 are doubling there. These 2 are doubling there. You're getting the backer, and then we can double up there. Ooh, these are some nice double teams. It's not as good as a YZ, but it's solid. Wait, why do we not get to the backer? What is the tackle doing? Apparently doing nothing and letting his running back get tackled. But then where does 97 go? He runs a fake play. Why is he not blocking? He did nothing. It looked like he was expecting this to be play action because he's looking for the ball, but you're running a bubble, you're blocking, you're still running the backside post. Farmington must have forgot whether it's the pass play or the, might be if it's the run play or the play action that goes with it because they kind of got stuck halfway in between. Either way, 3rd and short Tigers. 4 down territory. They're still down by 8 at this point. Game's getting close to the end. We're in the 4th quarter. What, did you snap it too early? I don't think Farmington runs jet sweeps, now that I think about it. I don't know if I've ever seen a Farmington Tigers jet sweep. I don't know why they wouldn't run it, especially if you're in pistol, because I mean, it's so hard to guess. If you do a jet sweep right here, I have no idea whether he could go that way or that way pre-snap. You could do jet sweep that way. You could even do your counter tray off of it. So you get the whole defense flowing that way, and then you counter trade back that way while opening. Like, Farmington could have plays that set each other up, but they choose not to. Whereas you compare that to Mounds View. Mounds View's play calling has been way better on offense. Like, you can see, call the bubble, then call the fab after it. Call the power, then call the GH counter. Like, their plays all set each other up. Mounds View's got a really good system. Farmington has the plays, they're just not quite as good on the order of play calling, which, you know, that's a very tough thing to get right. But it makes it more difficult when your playbook is too big and you just have too many options to go to. Like, be like Shakopee. It's 1st and 10 Shakopee. All right, we're going to run inside veer, ISO, or rocket toss. If you're playing condensed, it's rocket toss. You give us an easy first-level C-gap defender read, it's inside veer, especially if you only have 7 men in the box. You are just giving us a weird look, and we don't know how to figure it out right away. All right, ISO, boom. And you know exactly what's going to happen. And that sets up their plays down the line. Now that sets up our waggle, that sets up our belly, that sets up our counter option, our counter tray that we call later in the game. I kind of glazing Shakopee again. I'll get to that in 2 weeks when we do the Sabres doubleheader. But it's just so important to have a system in place so that you can have proper order of play calling. Farmington does not have that. Ooh, does Brock get there? No, it's going to be 4th and 1. And this is sort of like the same thing because they call, I mean, again, there's no threat of a jet sweep. I get what they're trying to do here. They call split zone. Then right after that, what do they call? They call the play action off the split zone, but it's not the same personnel grouping. This is out of 11 with no motion. This is out of 10 with motion. Not to mention, it's your best player. Like, of course they're going to look at it. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to, like, trick Mounds View. Like, hey, we're sending a guy across. Are we going to hand him the ball off? What are we doing with him? You can't see because he's behind the line of scrimmage and behind our tall O lineman. I would like to see him get upfield a little bit more before he catches the ball. This is a great read by Mounds View, though. 44 does a nice job. And see how he wraps up. He's a little... No, his arm's actually around the waist. And I don't like that he leaves his feet. That's a big complaint. I do like what 21 does here. See how he's, like, getting in front to make sure, like, oh, no, you're not crossing that line. Now it's 4th and 1. What in the world? Has Farmington been talking with Woodbury about stealing plays? This is the exact same thing Woodbury did last week, isn't it? Just instead of having a, like, H-back up here, they split him out wide because you're double tight. Yeah, because you got 5 down linemen, 2 tight ends. This is your quarterback. Oh, God, Farmington. You have 2 running backs that are lead. Actually, no, not even running backs, because is that 6 over there? Okay, that is a running back. 33 is more of a fullback. He's your inside linebacker. But I'm complaining about Farmington. Go back and look. What do the Tigers do? Mounds View does one of their classic D-line shifts. The right tight end, the left tight end, and the center all jump. The center actually moves the football here. See, you can see the football poke right through here. Ready? Boop! There's a football. And then he's like, wait, no. Oh, and then he just ducks down in defeat after that. He actually plants his head down. Oh, poor kid. Backup center. You have to come in the game against Mounds View doing their nasty D-line stuff, and they're picking on you by doing shifts like that. That's a rough gig. But, I mean, that's huge for Mounds View. 4th and 1 just became 4th and 6. Like, now you got room to work with. Farmington's in 10 personnel. They're out of that heavy set. What do we got here from Mounds View? This almost looks like cover 6 now. You don't have any help in the backside flat because he's blitzing. So you're one-on-one back here. Your man on the edges. Man. Incomplete. Oh, no. Do they call a penalty right here? Mounds View stopped him. So Farmington, wait. So I know this game goes into overtime. I did not remember that Farmington had 2 failed red zone attempts. They get all the way down to the goal line, can't punch it in on 4th down because they call some goofy non-crossing pattern for some reason against man coverage. Go figure. And then Mounds View fumbles, gives you a gift from God, and well, again, the penalty really screwed it up. If it's 4th and 1 out of that heavy set, there's a pretty solid chance Farmington picks it up. But, you know, you jump offside or you get a false start, then you have a shot to at least do something on 4th down here, 4th and 6. Well, what's the pattern? It's that same thing where you have like a seam, a backside post, a curl, and then an out. Look at how tight Mounds View is. Like, he knows, okay, 1's manned up. I'm reading 2. 2 breaks out. I'm there. And it's covered. That's such a nice play by the Mounds View safety, number 21. I don't know. Yeah. Look at him. He gets across, gets a hand up. That's so well played. I don't know what Farmington was thinking there. Very nice play from Mounds View defense. We have a bubble. Yes, we do. It's a called bubble. Farmington, why? Stack the safety down, get him there, put him over there against 3-by-1. You don't need 3 guys over. Well, I guess it's empty. You're kind of forced to do something with empty personnel. But, I mean, you're in a 3-on-3 scenario here. You're giving Mounds View exactly what they want. Now you have block. Now it's up to this kid to try and come up and, I mean, that's an alley drill right there. Is he going to be able to fill and make the tackle? Yes, but, I'd say this is more so on the Mounds View receiver. Is that number 5 again? Yeah, all right. Where should he have gone with this bubble? You have block here, you have block here. They're both facing this way. So where do you want to go? Around them outside, especially with the safety trying to fill in between. You've got the angle on him. You get out here to the sideline. He's caught trailing you. You get around right there. You're gone, man. And then these kids have to try and chase you down, like, from there. And that's rarely... Like, there's not many kids that are going to be able to do that. Can I do EP versus Edina next week? I unfortunately will not be able to do EP Edina next week. I'm doing Anoka versus Wyzetta. Sam Boo was like, I need to see what your thoughts are on Anoka Wyzetta. Funny enough, that's another game that I've seen quite a few times, but I'm sure I'll have a lot to say about that. And it's been a while since I've talked about a team from the North or the West. Like, I mean, the last time I talked about West teams was when I did, funny enough, EP versus Wyzetta, and that was before the 4th of July. So, like, the entire month of July, I don't think I covered any teams from the West. Like, 2 weeks ago was Champlain Park and Coon Rapids, both teams from the North. After that, it was the Roseville doubleheader, so obviously 2 Maroon teams and an East team. And then this week, it's a South team and an East team. So, you know, I have not been out West for quite a while. Who is Sam Boo? Sam Boo is a wide receiver for Wyzetta. Sprint out pass. We have levels concept, flood? No. Sort of. I mean, you're still hitting the 3 levels with the curl and then the China thing on top of it. Nice. And you get separation. I mean, that's just killer against cover 4. I really like this because it puts this corner to bind. It shouldn't, because right here, actually, no. This is so creative against the cover 4. So, you know, you have a deep zone and he has the flat, right? And he's supposed to stay in his zone over here. If he sees the post coming across and he's like, all right, I got to take the post, correct? But then that means he can't take that because there's 2 guys coming. Is he supposed to take that one or that one? And same thing with this defender here. Does he take the curl or does he take the flat? Well, the flat is his zone, so he does what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to stay in a deep zone. He does what he's supposed to do. And that opens up the zone in between right there at the second level. Ooh, I don't like that Mounds View went out of bounds. I would have preferred to fall inbounds. Keep Screening clock. What happened? Is there a false start? Or is there something downfield that was weird? What happened? Because it's still 2nd down. It's 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 5. What was the... All right, there was some kind of weird penalty or something called here that I missed. And it was a 5-yard penalty after the fact. So I don't know what that was. Ooh, what's this hand signal from Coach Woodley here? He swipes from right to left. Swipes from right to left, and then opens and dangles his arm out there to the right. So whatever it is, it's going to Mounds View's right. They're doing something to the wide side here. I don't think it's speed option, because that's the... Or is it? Because isn't that speed option, the loose arm? It is! Okay, alright, so... Motion across. So this is the motion, and then that's the speed option. Alright, see, we're piecing things together. We're figuring it out. I got you, Mounds View. Oh, okay. And remember, so even though he's an H-back, it's 3x1. Block the DB, get number 5 because he's a receiver to go block the DB. There's our pitch key on the speed option. Tackle's coming up to get backer. Guard's got the edge defender. This is really well set up. Sure, it's a bad snap, but if we can get up here... Oh, but we couldn't. The defensive end for Farmington here, number 98, does a really good job containing, forces it back inside, and then the Tigers get the tackle. Farmington had solid defensive line play. He got a little bit too far upfield, which, you know, that's just kind of a given with the Farmington Tigers. Once you get to quarterback depth, like, you don't start spinning and running upfield. You got to be engaged with the man. Don't get at quarterback depth. Hold it right here. Don't get too far. That way you can force them back in, and you force them into your buddies. Oh, yeesh. Tigers. 3rd and a mile. What is Mounds View going to do? Do you risk an incompletion and keeping time on the clock? Oh. Or you do a fake bubble. They were trying to do a bubble and then hit the backside fade over here. Oh, it was open. But the only problem? Mounds View forgot to pass block. What does the guard do here? The guard, like, double teams like it's a run play. Why do both guards pinch inside? This is a nice little stunt here. So you send the end inside. Inside backer goes off C gap. It's a nice little twist. And this is not as much the tackle's fault. I'd put this more so on the guard. Why does the guard block down so hard? It's like he's doing a double team. Like he thinks it's a run play. Did he know they called a pass play? And see, this is the problem. When you call pass plays that take time to develop, you gotta be sound on stuff like this. Because if you have plays that take a long time to develop, that's extra time for the defense to get there. And look at 97. I am so happy with 97. Why? See how he doesn't jump? He stays on the ground. If he jumps right here, Jacob Sampson jukes him and he takes off running. But because he stays on the ground, there's nowhere for Mr. Sampson to go. He doesn't have an opportunity to make a move against a defender floating in the air, and he gets sacked. Okay, stop doing hand signs, man. Celebrate with you got 3 teammates right there to celebrate with, and you're actively walking away from them. Like, that's all culture for Farmington, man. You got to clean that up. Celebrate with each other. Don't stop looking at the sideline or the fans. Now, Mounds View's got a punt. Ooh, I don't even think... Did it get to the 40? Where are they going to mark it at? Oh, the 43. All right, so that's not too shabby of a field. Farmington definitely does better in space. Also, we're trips bunch now. So gun bunch trips. Gun trips bunch. Whatever they call it. And actually, it's not gun. It's pistol bunch trips. And Jonah asks us what he does and takes off running. Okay, Mounds View, where was the, no, that's right, this play's hard to watch. Where's the contain? Where does number 8 go? He abandons his flat zone. And it's kind of a clear-out concept. I don't know why he abandons a flat zone. Like, stay in your zone. What are you doing? The flat is, like, here. You are, like, 12 yards, like, deep from where your zone is. You gotta stick with your zone, man. 7 tries to come over here, but then he's, like, stops. And he doesn't want to cut in, like, too hard. If he cuts in, like, too far, he knows Jonah will just cut it out there. So this is pretty solid by number 7, using the sideline as an extra defender. 18 eventually, or 19, whichever number that is. The corner eventually comes up to help make the tackle. But if number 8 just stayed in his zone, that play never happens. And like with Roseville last week on that slant versus Woodbury, if the outside backer just stayed in the flat, that slant never gets thrown. Funny how that works. Like, literally all you have to do is just do your assignment and stay in your spot. Like, if you do that on defense against most teams in 6A, you're going to have pretty solid defense. Assuming your coach has a grasp of what the opposing offense does. Like, if you stay in your spot against EP, you might have some success. You got to be able to scrape with the pullers. The flexbone teams like Egan, Shaco, Centennial, you need to understand what the flexbone is and how it works. Like, if your head coach or your DC doesn't know what inside veer is, I'm not sure if Prior Lake knows what an inside veer is, then you're probably going to have struggles defending those teams. And then, obviously, the big one, Lakeville South. If you don't know what the power T is and you just run your base defense into it like Farmington did, well, then you're going to give up 50 points against us. That's just kind of the reality of it. Ooh, he throws it. Why is it thrown into double coverage? Why would we throw that? What's the concept here? So it's another one of those, like, I think it's a drag being called to the left. They're doing that goofy backside thing that they do where you've got the post, then you have like the in underneath it with the dig. Yeah, see, there's your dig that came from out there. There's your post. That Farmington loves these concepts on the backside. So whatever the pass play is, they're calling it to the left. There's your post. There's in, up, dig. There's the drag, and then he just runs it. If it's just like a fade and a drag, it's just like a stick concept. Because he takes the flat. Oh, no, it's a little razzle-dazzle. He did a curl. I didn't realize that he was running a curl. Or like a comeback. Well, no, it's not even a comeback. Is it a comeback? Yeah, because he opens to the sideline. It's a comeback. If it's a comeback, why didn't you throw it right away? I guess he was pressured and he had to move right here when he was supposed to throw. That's pretty solid by... Oh, no. Mounds View has had such solid defense up to this point. Why am I disappointed? So, we're giving up unnecessary gaps for some reason here. If number 8 is the blitzing outside backer, you got to blitz off the edge. You are edge contained. There's nobody else out here, right? You are the edge. As soon as he chooses to duck inside, like that, he's in front of the quarterback. The defensive end also washed way hard inside. Like, sure, you're pressuring him. There's now no edge contain, let alone any Mounds View defenders at the point of attack on an entire third of the field. Against Jonah Ask at quarterback, what's he going to do? He can scramble. Oh, he should have taken off running here, man. I get that kid's back deep, but he's covered. That's Mitchell Olsen right there. 21, who we've seen as a solid safety, is there too. Like, both the safeties are covering the deep route. This 100% should have been a scramble. As soon as you saw this, and I get it, some kids are hoping for a little bit of laundry right there. That's kind of hard to see. I don't know if anyone's going to call that. But regardless, like, my whole thing is you shouldn't have to be asking for penalties. If Mounds View would have just done this blitz properly, like they've done all game, then they wouldn't have had any issues. I don't know why if it's supposed to be an X blitz where he loops inside, why is the DN not going outside? And if it's supposed to be where the DN comes here, why aren't you going outside? Like, who's supposed to contain the edge of the defense here? These two made a selfish decision. We're both going to jump inside to try and pass rush a quarterback. Well, you can't do that against a dual threat quarterback, which is weird because you think these kids would know that practicing against a dual threat quarterback every day, but I guess not. Huh. Oh, was there a penalty on that play? Oh, they did call that. Someone must have called holding, because that was a 10-yard penalty against Farmington. I'm assuming it was a holding call. So we're in 10 personnel, 2x2. This time it's inverted. Usually the outside receivers are the one that are on the line. But why do you have it different? Because I think this might be Mr. Wyant out here. Is it? Yeah, funny enough it is. And Jonah's staring him down. Nope, he's going to scramble. Did we give up the edge of the defense again? There's no way. 44 is dropping back very deep. He does come up and attack eventually, but he's dropping a little bit deep. He's leaving the flat. Stay in the flat, and we won't have any issues. Gun bunch trips again. Okay, so 44 does play to the strong. So Mounds View does flip with the strength. So 93 and 8 are the weak side. 44 and whoever the other D end is the strong side. 19, I think that is. Yeah. Pretty clean pocket. Classic Farmington strike protection where they all kind of fan out. He steps up in the middle. Blitz came off the edge. Yep, because they moved him inside. They moved an inside backer to the edge there. Tackle's a great job. Yeah, both Farmington tackle and guard do a great job picking that stunt up. Well, that's not even really a stunt. Steps up in the quarterback, or steps up in the pocket. Clean pocket for the quarterback. There's nothing really open, though, other than 84, but he drops it. Ooh, and then come in for a kill shot. So now it's 3rd and long. How many opportunities is Farmington going to have here? Like, even Mounds View. Mounds View's had so many opportunities to close this game out, and they just haven't been able to do it. Farmington's had so many opportunities to tie this game up, and they also haven't done it. It's like these two teams are just, like, banging their heads against a brick wall, being like, you lose this game. No, you lose this game. No, you lose this game. Or no, it might be. It'd be like, I'm not going to close this game. No, I'm not going to close this game. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm not going to close this game out. Try again, because I'm not going to close this game out. Like that's almost what it feels like right now. Which is really weird, because I feel like the play calling's been pretty spot on, especially for Mounds View on both sides of the ball up to this point. The technique has been there for Mounds View, like, up to this point. It's just these last 2 drives on offense, Mounds View's kind of faltered. And even defensively, they're not, like, as sound as they have been. They're giving up the edge. I think they're just tired at this point, which makes sense. It's late in the 4th quarter. It's the first game of the season. Kids make mental mistakes as they get tired and fatigued. That's just the reality of it. Oh, I don't. Okay, that's a nice comeback to the sticks with your best player. That's a good call. I like that. Where was he hidden? Oh, he's just one-on-one on the backside. Why are we pressing him? If it's man coverage, how do we give up that much space? And 8 stayed in the flat. No. Whoa. Is it zone or is it man? They probably told him, like, hey, you need to not let the quarterback escape. You don't need to run upfield. See, like, here's my problem. The last few plays, the outside backer on the boundary side has just completely bailed and left the edge completely uncontained. But this time, he runs way too far upfield when, like, see, you either drop back too far or you run upfield and don't get to the quarterback. When in reality, all I want you to do is to stay in the flat right in between the two. It's like, here, this is what you want to do right here, and we're choosing to do either of the wrong answers when the winning reality is right here in the middle. Because then you're in this flat, you can pick the ball off, and if he chooses to run, you're in the flat right there to stop him, and then it's 4th and long. I also don't like that receiver here decides once he catches the ball, it's a first down, right? First down's right there, your foot's behind it. You choose to run backwards. Now it's not a first down. Thankfully, the Mounds View kids hit each other. 44 cuts inside for some reason. He's just flying in. 7 cuts inside. Like, every single one of them cuts inside. But, like, look at all this extra, like, curricular number 4 had to do just to make something happen. If he just fell forward, you know, it's a first down. You don't have to get hit or take any of all that shiftiness. Like, because you had the first down, then you gave it up, and then you had to earn it again. It's like, just take the first down when they gave it to you the first time around. Burnout pass. Do we have a blitz off the edge? Yep, number 8 blitzed. Oh, nice stunt. Oh, why is this bad D-line technique? Observe. That's a pretty solid chop right there. He's chopping, but he did it a little bit early. Decent hand fighting. I like the nose guard's hand fighting there. D-end is doing a long arm technique containing the edge. So these two, yes, good job. My problem is up here with, is this 93 on the weak side? It is. So what do you see? He kicks out to take the blitz. The center blocks down. A hole opens up. You stay tight to the butt of the down block. What does he do? He runs upfield. He should be taking an angle right here. If he takes an angle here, he would have had a much better time and he'd be right here, and that's a sack. Instead, you run way too far upfield. Like, he's the one that should have made the play here. You're doing the right job. You needed to step up earlier. He's doing a solid job containing. And then the nose guard ends up running upfield after that. You gotta rip right through there. Keep fighting that way. He just keeps running upfield. And then number 8 misses. 15 goes way too far. Ooh, he takes a hit. Look at this right here. That's a running back. He comes in, and it's legal. He gets him with hands. It's not a blind side. Just knocks him clean over. And then quarterback rushes for first down. Do we have receiver blocking? We do. Dude, Mounds View. Oh, that was hard to watch. They've been so good on the defensive line. If we just come where we're supposed to right here. Like, and look, see, the guard gets a piece of him and holds him. If you do your job right away and get here, then the center can't turn around and get a piece of you because you're already behind the center. You'll be right here and, and you would have been right there and you could make the tackle, and then he's right here and he steps up and then you're there and boom. Now it's 2nd and 15 Farmington instead of 1st and goal Farmington. 1st and goal? Yeah, 1st and goal. Dang. I mean, where would he have been tackled potentially? At the 40-yard line. And where does he end up? At the do they spot at the 5? They spot at the 5. You gave up 35 yards on just literally one little defensive line mistake, going a little bit too wide instead of going off the butt of the down block. That little mistake was the difference in 35 yards. It at the end of a close game where you're only winning 20-12. It's a one-possession game, and you just let Farmington, like those 35 yards, gave your opponent 1st and goal at the end of the game to try and tie this up. That's, ooh. 1, it's not a very good error to make. 2, critical time to make a mistake like that. Oh, but luckily for Mounds View, you do a shift, and then Farmington jumps again. I think that's false start number 5 for Farmington against this. Look, shift over, boom. The left tackle does a slight little bounce there when they do that. The right tackle jumps, the left guard jumps. Oh my goodness. Mounds View is nasty with that defensive line shift. Like they do that way better than Woodbury or Stillwater do it. Also, the corner might be lined up off sides here. Farmington, why are we calling hand signals? Chomp, chomp, Florida spin, whatever. He spins to the backside, and he just throws it away. Is he outside the tackle box there? That doesn't matter. There's a receiver in the area. Well, sort of. Was he pressured? What happened here? It's a sprint out pass, but he doesn't keep sprinting out. He just kind of... Is he supposed to keep going? If it's supposed to be a sprint out pass, which it looks like it is, he steps down, you come out, then why do we stop? Especially, look, number 6 does a great job. He seals him off. If you keep running this way, no one's chasing you. Like, you can run up here, make something happen, and then maybe Brock makes a little move here. These two guys come up, and there you go. I don't know why we stopped dead in our tracks on a sprint out pass. And then number 44 does a good job. Is he pressuring off the edge? He's being held, and then he just pursues. That's pretty good pressure. Nice job. They stack a safety down, or are they playing man? Yeah, they're playing man. All right. 3-by-1, 10 personnel, 2nd and goal from the 10. Because again, Farmington got that false start. Now you got to go 10 yards instead of 5. That's a bummer. I'm surprised Mounds View hasn't done it again. Sprint out pass to the right. I think it's the same play. Caught that at the 1-yard line? Ain't no way. Did he actually keep sprinting out? Yes. See, funny enough, now you're able to make a shorter throw and actually make something happen when you sprint out. Nice job. Was that the same play? No, because these two ran out, nobody ran in, and there was like a whip at the top. They were trying to go to that whip at the top, I think. But again, that's such a long developing play against a blitz. But the one thing it did do, Farmington realized we're getting man coverage here. Now you're not. I mean, you sort of are. He's manned. He takes him. He's manned. This is kind of a mismatch right here. You'd think you wouldn't want your outside backer manned up on Farmington's best wide receiver, especially one as talented as number 4. This is actually a great diving catch. Ball's thrown low. He actually got his hands underneath that. That is a nutty catch right there. Slow motion, frame by frame. It's in his hands. See right there? That's a catch. His hands are off the ground. Balls are in the hands. What an absolute grab. And you know what's funny? His feet are in the end zone. That's actually a touchdown right there from this frame. That is touchdown Farmington. But obviously, no official is going to be able to see that. That's impossible to see. There is no video replay outside of the state title game in Minnesota. There might be in the state semis, but I think that's it. State quarter, definitely no. And then here we go. Farmington needs a touchdown. They're back in this heavy package. This is like a pistol package. You're double tight to a running back and a fullback. And this is just nutty. Shift. Oh, Farmington. They didn't jump off sides. Oh my god. Farmington's going to run to the left. You shift it over to the right. There's nobody over here. I do not like how Mounds View's aligned here. You see they're playing a base 3-4 against a heavy 22 personnel look. I mean, look at this corner all the way out here. What is he supposed to do? Look at how wide 44 is. What's he supposed to do? There's nobody over here. There's literally nobody over there. Like, what in the world? And funny enough, that's exactly where... Oh, no, was there a penalty? Oh, was it on Mounds View? They gave Farmington an extra yard. It went from the... No, it's on the 1 yard line. Something happened. Someone called a timeout. Oh, I didn't see the chat over here. Talking to you earlier about... Oh, yeah. Has Lakeville South played Mounds View recently? Actually, no. The only time Lakeville South has ever played Mounds View was in the state quarterfinal in 2019. Actually, no, let me see if I can pull it up really fast. I might have it on my master Google Drive sheet. Funny enough, because I think you're a former Elk River kid, I actually shared this with Coach Cross from Elk River because he's a nerd with a lot of this stuff too. Where's 6A teams overview? So this is the last time Lakeville South played all these teams, and then this is where you can find live streams for a lot of the 6A teams. Some of them do have live streams, others don't. And some of them make you pay. Like I think I mentioned on a podcast recently with Minnesota High School Football Network, the only 2 teams that make you pay is pay per Kate crap from Edina and then pay per Irish crap from Rosemount. I don't know why those 2 make you pay, but nobody else does. Like Farmington, you can go to Farmington Tigers Live, watch any of their games for free on there. Same thing with EP, Lakeville North, Lakeville South. Minnetonka does a good job on their YouTube stream. Egan, where's Egan up here? ETV, they have a really fun live stream. Coon Rapids live streams all their games. Lakeville South, we've got, and Prior Lake, they're another one. Shakopee, all have their own Game Time Media live channels. ST Amada's live stuff. But going back to your question about the last time we've played teams, so the teams out of the Metro East over here, Eastridge, Forest Lake, Mounds View, Stillwater, White Bear, Woodbury, we almost never match up against any of those teams. Like the last time, just going through here, we've played Eastridge twice, and most recently was a 2023 state semifinal. Forest Lake, we've only played twice. We haven't played them since 2006. That was in the regular season. Next up is Mounds View. We only played them once in 2019, but we're going to match up with them week 1. Who else is on here? Stillwater. Only played Stillwater once in 2022. Only played White Bear once in 2022. Funny enough, those were back-to-back in the playoffs. This was the second round of the playoffs. Stillwater was the third round. I think that's when Stillwater had Max Chickenjansky still. And then we've played Woodbury twice in the playoffs. Most recent time was 2018. So, what is that? That's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Literally, I've got more fingers than times we've played teams out of the Metro East. And that's both regular season and playoffs. That's how rare it is for Lakeville South to play a team out of the East. I mean, especially in recent history, it kind of makes sense. If you look at the state brackets, usually most of the brackets have, if we win Section 3, we get matched up with like a Park or a Roseville, and they're the representative out of Section 4. So then we would never see a Section 4 team again until the state quarterfinals, and it's pretty rare for a team like a Section 4 team to make the state quarter. Like I said, unless it's Eastridge 23, Stillwater in 2022. It's just not the most common. Cross was health teacher. Yeah, dude, I love Coach Cross. Really funny guy. Yeah, you know what's fun? I think I responded to your comments earlier on. Awesome, very cool to hear. Good luck. Oh, I didn't see this. Might be. I must have missed this comment. There it is. Very cool to hear. Good luck. Hey, thanks. Yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully a good season for the Cougars. Elk River is one of my favorites for the 5A state title. It might come down to them in Chanhassen. We'll see what Cannon Falls, Barnesville, and then oh, who's the other one? There's one more team that does the Power T, 4A team, North Branch, the North Branch Vikings. They're the other team that does the Power T. But I think it's just those 5: Lakeville South, Elk River, Cannon Falls, Barnesville, and North Branch. Actually, I take that back because we had a coach leave Lakeville South. He's the OC over at South St. Paul now. So South St. Paul is the 6th team that runs the what do you call it? The Power T in Minnesota. Also, what were some of the other comments on that? Great video, in depth. That's right. We are. I don't know if you saw. I think you saw my response. We are going to do 5A, so we're excited for 5A. I don't know about 4A and below. I know some 4A teams, but yeah, as I said earlier, I don't know a whole lot about teams below that. And I can't help but like I feel for this kid from Prior Lake. Like if you talk with any Prior Lake football kid, they can almost all of them will tell you like, oh, it's a coaching problem. I feel like that's definitely an echoed sentiment throughout Prior Lake football. I don't know what's going on over there. It's hard to say. Prior Lake should be in the middle of winning like multiple state titles. Ooh, what do we got going on here? So Farmington tried to run like it looked like it was supposed to be a sweep to the left, kind of like Woodbury did. Woodbury ran the sweep to the left, tight end down blocks, and then you kick and you lead there. That looks like what it's supposed to be. Woodbury was not very good at it, and I don't know that Farmington would have scored on that one. Will they get it in here? Is it 4th? What down is it? 2nd. That was a timeout. So this is 3rd down right now. And they run the exact same play to the same spot. How? All right, I'm going to give Mounds View some shade here. Why did we stop our feet? The feet are stopped right here, bracing for a hit, but it's like, bro, you do know, like, here, let me erase a little bit. We are standing in the end zone. Like, you don't want to stop your feet. Yeah, this I can't explain. Boom, gotta get up there, gotta fill, and then 7's scraping. It's like, my dude. Oh, I really feel for the kids here. If you just keep your feet churning, and that's an inside backer, isn't it? That's number... Oh, no, that's the safety, I think. That's 19. Oh, no, it's 14. Oh, if he doesn't stop his feet, if he keeps his feet churning right here and just drives into Jonah Ask. Oh, that would have been amazing. I swear every team that runs Power T has been very successful recently. You are absolutely correct. Funny enough, so I think in your comment you asked like if any of these Power T teams talk with each other. Every single spring, we actually all get together up at Elk River High School, and we just kind of go over Power T things. We talk about like, hey, what are some defenses that you see? What are like fronts that you see? What plays do you run that are successful? What are different tags? Like I think Elk River has a tag called like Cannonball on offense or T2. Just little differences that they make. Yeah, and I love how Elk River calls their plays too. They keep it so simple. Like we call a play trap, and then we like assign numbers to it and everything. Whereas with Coach Hamilton, it's just 40, and that's the play. Like it's so simplistic, but it just hits so hard. And I swear, no team in 5A can figure it out. Like when was the last time Elk River was held in check on offense? You know what? We're gonna take a quick side to go look at that. Also, Mr. Rich, it is not 2019. It's actually 20-18. Because remember, Mounds View had a 8-point lead, so Farmington's gonna have to go for 2. What is the power T exactly? All the power, of course, all the power teams meet. We're all a little unit. We all love to talk with each other. So let me bring up practice scripts. I'm going to bring it over here so that you don't have to look at all the fun stuff that I've been drawing up for the season. Here's my test. All right. Bring this over here. This is just kind of my blank sheet that I use for the live streams. Funny enough, there's the Woodbury and EP stuff. So say that I just want to draw up 32 power T. That is the power T. Very simple. Hey, I mean, simple works, man. Like, if you compare that to, like, some of these other teams, if you just call a play 40, every kid knows what to do. Owatonna. Yeah, Owatonna, I think, has really complex play calling. Was Owatonna any good at, like, stopping the power T, or not really? I want to say that there were a bunch of high-scoring games between Elk River and Owatonna. Well, funny enough, I'm actually in 5A right here. Let's go down to Section 7. There's the Elks. Look at this. Chanhassen gave up 44. Brainerd gives up 50. St. Francis gives up... Okay, so Brainerd and St. Francis, not the best. But even when Andover beat them, they still gave up 31. Sauk Rapids Rice gives up 58. Rogers, a good defensive Rogers team, gives up 41. Cambridge DeSanti, not very good, gave up 54. But even like Alexandria, I mean, that was a team that you played again in the state final. You still dumped 44 on them. 61 there. You give up 59 to Andover. You know what? You actually, RS, you just made something click in my brain. So, really fast, we're going to go over to the YouTube, and we're going to go to my buddy Caleb at Minnesota High School Football Network. MNHS Football Network, because, where was it here? It was the most recent 7-on-7 video. Not that one. Why is that a Zimmerman? This is it. So, who does Lakeville South play week 1? We play Mounds View, who is a team that's new to 6A that needs 6A experience, that also sees the power T all the time and would talk with Mounds View about how to defend it. Andover. And funny enough, those two teams had a joint practice on here. So I'm assuming that if I can find some footage of that, yeah, see, here it is right here. Mounds View might have taken some tips. Well, I don't know why Mounds View would take tips from Andover on how to defend the power T. They don't necessarily stop it. But 2018, Owatonna locked us out in the state semis. Did they really? I know that Owatonna won in 2018 behind... I think they won 2017 too. That was when they had Jason Williamson. That kid was a stud. Elks beat Owatonna 19-7. I do remember that, yeah. They killed us in the state championship, 62. Yeah, Jason Williamson was on another level, man. That running back that Owatonna had back then was insane. But still, I mean, Elk River's consistently making the state title. Yeah, Williamson too much. I fully agree. I think there's still, like, videos from a lot of those games, like, highlights around, and on YouTube, on the, whichever it is. I think it's like just a prep football channel or Minnesota amateur football. You can see all those highlights. In fact, Elk River Prep Bowl. It might still be up here. Oh, yep. See, there you go. Elk River Spring Lake Park 2016. Here's the game we're talking about. Oh, STA. Oh, yeah. Definitely get some STA action. I think Elk River could easily beat STA. They might have... I'm trying to think here. Let me go to the section. Well, I'll get back to Farmington in a second. Farmington can wait. They're busy shooting themselves in the foot. So looking at the sections map here for 5A, and we're going to talk about this in our next podcast when we predict the 5A seasons. So it's a little bit different from 6A. You've got 8 sections instead of just 4, and one team from each section is guaranteed to make state. So like if I zoom in on, I think section 5 is the meme one right here. St. Louis Park, Minneapolis Southwest, Washburn, Bloomington Kennedy, and Bloomington Jefferson. One of those teams is guaranteed one of the 8 spots in the 5A state tournament. And whoever the winner is, probably has a date with either Chanhassen or Elk River in the first round of the playoffs, which is wild. Elks Fanatic. Oh yeah, I love it. Thanks for the shout out too. I know that like not everyone's into the whole breakdown thing. Like most kids nowadays are like, I need highlights. I need like short form videos and everything. I'm a nerd for this too. I really like to go in depth. I mean, so going like into these sections, like say section 5, Bloomington Jefferson wins that. Section, Mr. Rich, you also say Jefferson wins that section? I think so. Section 1, I'm probably taking Owatonna or Rochester Mayo. Section 2, I'll take Chanhassen. Section 3, St. Thomas is guaranteed. Section 4 is a tough one. It's gonna be between, where are they? Cretin, Durham Hall, or Matamidi. Matamidi was down last year, but if they get their act together this year, I'll take Matamidi. This has to be Robbinsdale Armstrong. Cooper, yeah, it's Armstrong. Buffalo's not competing with Armstrong. Park Center, no. And then Spring Lake Park is old and Irondale's old. I don't see either of them getting it done. If they ever had just a solid D, they will win it or advance very far. You know, it's funny you mention that. I was actually talking about a lot of D with Coach Cross this past offseason. The Elks have completely redone their defense. And, you know, so this is something, because I do like all the scout offense for Lakeville South. It's a big issue we run into in practice. That's why I was kind of like bouncing ideas off Coach Cross. Our kids all throughout youth football only run the power T. So like say we're playing Mounds View week 1, and I have to try and tell our kids, hey, you need to run Mounds View's GH counter. And they're like, huh? What's a spread offense? Like they can't comprehend when I say, hey, you have to play wide receiver and you have to go out wide. They're like, huh? Oh, yeah. 3-4 defenses are awesome, man. I love them. We actually, funny enough, last year at Lakeville South switched from a 3-4 to a 4-3, like the opposite. And, yeah, it didn't do so hot for us. Any changes that I've seen? And not really too much. The only thing, like, I guess changes in terms of what? Because I forgot which, like, part I was talking about. Like, Elk River's defense has been pretty solid out of the 3-4. Like, you mean changes to Mounds View's offense? Or changes to Lakeville South? In the meantime, I got to see who else I have winning. Did I say Section 6 is Armstrong? Section 7, obviously that's Elk River. I mean, who was the other competition? Cambridge, Esanti, St. Francis, and Duluth East? No. Ooh! I forgot Monticello is moving over to that section. That might be a problem for the Elks. With how talented Elk River is, they should beat Monticello, but I don't know. Mankato West talked about Jefferson D a few years ago. Coach Woody said that. All right, so Jefferson defense, I think I've talked about that previously. I got the 5A schedule up here somewhere. And of course, I closed it out of my Google Drive. Go figure. No, I don't want ads. I hate ads. No, I'm not testing my knowledge. Lord have mercy on my soul. So I go back to the drive and I look at the 5A sample schedules. Like talking about Bloomington Jefferson, because that's where I used to coach at before I moved over to Lakeville South. Like, so Jefferson runs a 4-2 flex defense. It's essentially a nickel package, which works against spread offenses, but against run-heavy teams like Hastings, Cretin Durham Hall, Matamidi, Benilde St. Margaret's. That's half your schedule right there, and I guess Kennedy is a bit more of a run-heavy. They're not a spread. That's 5 out of your 8 games in the regular season where your defense, like your base defense, is at a mismatch against your opponent's system. Monticello will be very tough. They return 6 starters on both sides. Can they score enough points? I don't think that's going to be the thing. Like with Monticello, I don't know how recently they've played Elk River, but they're more of an offensive scoring team. If Elk River, it's funny enough, I actually talked to the Elk River coaches about this. This is a tactic they used in the state title game this past season against Alexandria. Like, we all know Chase Thompson was an insane stud at quarterback, right? Amazing athlete, plays basketball over at Clemson now. He's the best player by far. Well, he's only the best player if he's on the field. If Elk River just dominates time of possession, then Chase Thompson is on the bench. He's not on the field. So Coach Hamilton did that. Like, Elk River didn't break away any big runs in the second half against Alexandria, but they just dominated. Eli Harris was a stud, yeah. Last year in the state quarters, they matched up. Oh, I must have missed that. Oh, did they? Was Monticello? Okay, I must have missed that then. Did I never see that? Well, let me go to Elk River here. Oh yeah, Monticello right there, 36-29. You're right. Huh, that's weird. I wonder what defense Monticello must have run. It's always impossible to see state quarterfinal games. Those are like always locked behind paywalls and all kinds of stuff. At least these games are put like on whatever it is, K45 TV, so you can see those. But yeah, they're hidden. Forest Lake, yep, that must be it. Yeah, and then looking at Elk River's schedule, like Bemidji, you should win. Sauk Rapids, Rice, you'll win. St. Francis, you'll win. Alexandria lost all their kids, you should win. Cambridge Asante and CDH, you're going to win both of those. My big question are the Armstrong and Monticello games, and they're both on the road. That might be the big test for the Elks. 5 down linemen, linebackers, 2 high safeties. Yeah, you know what? Let me go back to my script here and just let me get actual power T. 32 power T. I want the one with all the letters. There we go. That's looking nice. So we get, at least in 6A, a lot of what we call bear fronts. So and I know like Shakopee and Rosemount do this to us. So you have your nose guard and then you have your defensive ends that are normally like 4-0-4 techniques and a 3-4 defense. They bump them down into 3 techniques right here because, you know, what play do they want to take away? They want to take away trap because everyone's afraid of 40 and 41. That's just the reality of it. And then depends on where they put this outside guy. So if it's a 3-man surface like this, and depends. If we have a quarterback that runs outside, normally they're going to have a 7 technique out there to take away like 16 or 17 or 17, 18. But if there's nobody, their quarterback can't do that, then they usually put this kid head up on the tight end. So backer, and then, you know, we'll call these tackles. Tackle. Now, it's so hard to say because teams give us so many different looks. And then usually backer and backer stacked up there in 30s. And then 2 high safety is the most common. So it really depends. We get all kinds of looks. Farmington used to play us with like the worst defense ever because they had a 4-4, but they would just play an over front. So you'd have your nose, tackle, you'd have an end out here, and in a 5 on the backside. Then you'd have Mike, Will, then I don't know what they call their outside backers. You'd have Sam over here. Or, you know, you'd move him inside in a 5. Sam would take the edge, and then you'd have another backer out here take the edge. Say it's like a, you know, rush. I think rush is what Burnsville calls an outside backer. We'll go with a rush. And then corner, and a single high safety. That's always what... Free safety. There we go. That's always what Farmington did, and it's like, okay, well, we see gaps that you're giving us with this. Like, I wonder what we're going to run this way. Like, you have a 3 technique. We can block down. We don't even need to double the nose all that much. Boom, boom, get up to here. Seal the backside, unlike what Mounds View does. There's your trap block. You go kill the mic. And then you go have fun up there. You go have fun up there. You get out there, give him some sauce. Hand off here. Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful. And then fake going out this way. Oh, that's a beauty right there. That's classic Elk River. They love doing that. Too many easy yards at the point of contact. I fully agree. Yeah, it makes it way too easy for us when teams give us 4-4s. Like I said, that bear front earlier, I mean, we can get around it, and we actually talked about this at the Elk River Clinic with the coaches, because when we see a lot of those bear fronts, obviously, what are teams taking away? They're afraid of that play right there, the big touchdown one. They want to move guys. Tackle. We'll make you tackle. So 5 down linemen. Here's your bear front. There's your 6. There's your 6. And then you've got outside backers containing, 2 backers stacked inside, and then 2 safeties, actually. So you see, it's a 5-4 defense, so that this is really annoying to face. Strong safety and free safety. No, they're on the wrong side. There we go. But you have to look at what they're giving up. Like, okay, C-gap runs are wide open there. So, like, your 26, or not 26, 25, 36. All that stuff is like wide open. Personal favorite play for the power T, 40 and 41. I mean, that's the bread and butter, and teams can never figure out how to stop it. Like I said, teams try. Like Rosemount and Shakopee do stuff like this where they try and condense it down. But if they condense it down, it's like, all right, lead, sweep, like whatever. You take C-gap run plays like 26 or 35, or 35. 25 or 36 at that point. That's what they're giving you. It's the same concept no matter what offense you run. You always want to take what the defense gives you. Mr. Rich, you asked, should Jefferson be good at running the power T? I think they'd be okay with it. They have always had good running backs, but you have to think Jefferson has more wide receiver type kids. You can't really have wide receiver type kids and then run a power T offense. It's a little bit tricky. I think the nastiest defense that we ever saw is what we call the vampire front, and I was kind of talking with Coach Hamilton about this. This is what I'm gonna move him out of here. So I'm just gonna do linebackers and D line here because I don't really know what any of the positions are. This is what Centennial did to us in the 2023 state title, and it drove us nuts. They had 2 eyes, they had 5s, they had 7s. And then they only had 2 DBs, so it's a 4-5 defense instead of a 5-4. This time it's 4 down linemen, 5 linebackers. I think this is Maverick Harper right here. And they just stacked their 3 inside backers here, and they had one of their backers watching each of our backs. And it's like, that made it really annoying. But at the same time, you have to think about what counters that. Like, okay, or if they're reading the backs, then you got to start doing things that pull the guards and have like motion that goes across. Like if he goes that way, then bring him back around that way. Or if you have all these guys going that way, then you need him to come around that way. Like there's so many options you could do to counter stuff like that. And that's the beauty of the power T. Like little tweaks that you like making it, you can counter almost any defense. That's why I love it so much. The same with like a flex bone triple option. That's why I love Centennial's offense so much. It's sort of what Shakopee does it pretty good too. There's just so many little tweaks you can make that just attacks anybody. And it's so good. I know when Steve Hamilton came to Elk River in 2011, the first year, he initiated the T. Yes, that is absolutely true. That when you first switch to the power T, like, you have to understand how it works and those little details, because if you don't, you're going to get absolutely cooked. Like, if I go back to Lakeville South here, we'll go to 6A and we'll go to 2018. This is the first year we ran the T. We were 2-4 in our section. We were 3-5 in the regular season. So you see it didn't click. It wasn't until this Rosemount loss at the end that it started to click. Then all of a sudden against Shakopee, boom, it's firing off. And then, of course, you know, Power T scores a lot of points against Farmington. That's just the way it is. Then we had a big upset over CDH. We had a big upset at Champlain Park. Had a nice win over 1-seeded Woodbury as a 6 seed, mind you. And then ended up all the way in the state semis against Lakeville North. You know what, Mr. Rich? That is a great comment. Didn't Rosemount try doing the Power T? There are 5 6A teams that have tried to emulate the Power T. It was Rosemount tried, but they don't call it Power T. Rosemount calls it Wishbone because they're a base triple option team, but you know, they've got offensive dysmorphia. They try to do everything, but they did like go to Michigan and try and learn it. Eastridge did successfully run a 41 against Mounds View, which I'm going to come back to that. I want to look up a clip of that from 2023. So it's Rosemount, Eastridge, Champlain Park uses it at the goal line. Wyzetta uses it at the goal line. They both only run sweep, but they at least tried it. And then it was Maple Grove. Maple Grove runs a lot of power out of it. There you go. Yep. See, RS knows. Yeah, Maple Grove is the other one that likes to do it. But again, if you like, I might still have it. I'm gonna finish up the Farmington game, and then we'll look at some more Power T stuff because this is almost done. I do want to get to the Mounds View Eastridge game because I want to say that's when Eastridge had that big run on 40 or 41 against Mounds View, and then I do want to get to Eastridge versus Maple Grove from 2023. That's actually how I found out how Eastridge was going to defend us in 2023 because I found old footage of Maple Grove running the T against Eastridge in the 2022 state quarterfinal. And I'm like, hey, Coach Burke, this is what they did last year. And then that's how we were able to score so many points on Eastridge. Did Woodbury ever try to run the power T? No, Woodbury's too busy running every other offense in existence to try the power T. Ooh, what is this two? So this is a 2-point conversion right here. We've got, so right now it's 20-18 Farmington. And they throw a swing pass, just like Prior Lake does. Also, interesting formation. It's unbalanced. These two are off the line. These two are on. You've got a 70, an extra lineman out here, who misses his block, but Brock just dives to the end zone. I mean, this isn't even a solid block by number 84. He's getting pushed back. It's just the poor corner is not working the outside. He just lets himself get blocked. He's not even trying to block Shed or anything. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was really bizarre play by Mounds View's corner, especially in a game-winning scenario. If you block Shed there and get the stop, that's the end of the game. Well, I guess this is the end of the game. Funny enough, that was the end of the game. Oh my goodness. If this corner sheds this block right here, and like Brock is stopped just even half a yard short, 20-18, Mounds View wins the game. It's over. Because this is the end of the game. And we're going to overtime. All right, Farmington gets the ball first. We're going to go through this overtime really fast because this is a meme. So keep in mind, their best kid, number 4, is over here. They're going to run it to him. What in the... Was this like a split zone? No, it's counter tray with no blocking. What? Okay, I'm going to say this is on this backup center here. He's supposed to block down that way. You get a double team here. We definitely missed something. Jefferson should have ran power T. You know what, Mr. Rich? Your class could have run power T because you had Jay Webb, you had Malachi, it was Malachi Sorensen, and then you had Nick Niasende. Those 3 right there could have been your power T running backs. But who would have been your tight ends? I think that's the big thing. The tight end is one of the most important parts of the power T offense, and we just didn't have tight ends at Jefferson. I think that was the one missing piece in what's it called, that offense. Maybe you could have put Nick Niasende or Malachi at tight end, and then you could have put Daniel Freetag or some of those receivers as the running backs. Like Daniel Freetag could have been your middle back. I don't know if Tevin XC would have been big enough to do it. Jude Wilcock definitely could have done it. If Danny King played, he would have been a killer tight end out of that offense. Yeah, you definitely could have run it with that group for sure. Who are the other receivers that I'm forgetting? It was another slot. Jude I had at the slot. Daniel Freetag. I don't know. Tight ends do so many seal blocks. Yeah, the tight end is arguably the most important position in the power T. Some teams sort of realize that, others not. Farmington has no idea about that. I'll just put it that way. Ethan Kleiss was a stud. Yep, he could have been in the backfield. He might have been able to be a tight end. He was a great blocker. So was Jude. Daniel Freetag was also a good blocker. I was blessed. Oh, how could I forget? Marcus Lamonga. He always wanted to be a receiver. Put him at tight end. He's physical. Oh, all right. So Farmington can't score normally. We're going to throw a pass concept that doesn't work, and then he's going to escape. How is he able to escape? What did Mounds View's inside backers do here? Did Farmington know this was going to happen? He goes out there with a swing pass. The outside backer blitzes on this side, so he has to protect the flat. This makes sense. This one makes less sense. If this is an outside backer up here, where does the outside backer go? He drops back and he plays man coverage. Oh, so they're playing man. Man. Are they, though? Where's the safety going? Safety looks like he's manned up. If the safety's manned up, where's number 7 going? If it's man coverage, he should be in the middle still. Oh, that's rough. Out of alignment. Little details like that, man. You're out of alignment, and now all of a sudden, Farmington is up 26-20 in overtime. This is the biggest meme play. This next one, if no one has seen this yet, prepare to have your mind blown. This is how Farmington won this football game. I'm not even going to say anything. Just watch. That actually won them the game. Now, first of all, we need to talk about this. As soon as the ball's down right there, his knee is down. The kicker misses it because it's not ready. He can't kick it. So much is wrong with this here. And if you want to be technical, I'm pretty sure once he has the ball placed and his knee's down, I think he's down by contact. Now, what's funny is the corner here that's on the tight end is like, oh, we can do something? Oh, wait, what? Huh? And then tight end just magically hovers to the back of the end zone. Like, oh, razzle-dazzle. And I think 97, where was 97? 97's a tight end, so he's an eligible receiver, so he can go downfield. It's unbelievable, and that is the play that they won on. Jefferson, 2022, had good running backs and tight ends that could have been good. Did they? Yeah, I guess they could have. I don't know why Jefferson doesn't run the power T. So I guess my biggest gripe with Jefferson's spread offense, and I don't know if I ever mentioned this to Smitty when we were there, but like when you run a spread offense that's up-tempo, like 6A teams can get away with it because you don't have the same kids playing on both sides of the ball for the most part, but unless you're Farmington apparently. But, well, they don't have that many kids. But, like, you can get away with it when you have no one on both sides of the ball because your defense won't be as tired. It's completely fresh kids. Whereas with Jefferson, a lot of the kids you have playing on offense also play defense. So they go 3 and out. They got to go right back. They get ground down on defense. Now they have to hop back out on offense and go up-tempo up and down the field while they're already gassed. It's not good complementary football. That couldn't have been a designated fake. You were correct. This Farmington play was a complete botch. You can tell right here because the holder freezes in place, the kicker misses, and the holder panics right here. He's like, oh, crap, what do we do? What do we do? I'm just going to throw up a prayer. He literally just throws it up there like without even thinking. Like, hey, go catch it. And 84 just happens to be in the spot. Like, it is the luckiest botch play ever. You know, how many times have I said, like, lucky Farmington in this, like, breakdown? There's so many, like, razzle-dazzle plays that make no sense that between Jonah Ask and Brock Wyant, Farmington just bailed themselves out. Oh, no, Mr. Rich, this is overtime. This is now 28-20 Farmington. You can't see it because the scoreboard's cut off, but Farmington just scored 8 points in the first overtime, so it's 28-20. Mounds View has to score 8 points just to force double overtime. Yeah, nobody does want to win this game. That's part of the problem. Wait a minute. What was the penalty? Was there a penalty called here? Is it on the... Who's calling a penalty? There was some penalty called against Mounds View, because in Minnesota overtime, it's 1st and goal from the 10, and that's all there is to it. But they just got backed up to the 25. That's a 15-yard personal foul. I have no idea what was just called here, but something was just called against Mounds View, and now you're in one bit of a pickle. I guess it's 1st and 10 from the 25, so you at least have a chance to get another set of downs, but... You know, I'm actually not sure about this. I feel like it should still be 1st and goal, even if that is a personal foul. This might... I don't know. That might be a mistake. I want to say, because in overtime, it's just 1st and goal from the 10. That's it. If you get the personal foul, wouldn't it still be only 4 tries, even if you're backed up? I don't know how that works. I'm sure the State High School League has to have thought of that. Oh, we got a reverse. Ain't no way. Farmington fell for the reverse so hard. As usual, you got Tigers in the ground. Well, there's those 15 yards back. Yeah, I don't know how that's not 1st and goal from the 25. I guess not that it matters, because it'll still be 2nd and 10 after this reverse. What was Farmington doing here? They went with the motion. They went with the... They were expecting speed option. Dude, see, this is why you run speed option. And this is what I was talking about when I say, like, complementary play calling and how plays set each other up. This looks like it's going to be a Mounds View speed option. They even do the same pitch. And look, Mitchell Olsen even does a fake catch. That's nutty. And it looks like they've rehearsed that. Look at how... Oh, it's so smooth from Jacob Sampson. It's a speed option reverse. That's awesome. Did I ever talk to Coach Smith about it when you were at... No, I did not. I was just a lowly freshman coach at Jefferson, and I don't know if anyone really liked any of my ideas or inputs. The only idea of mine they ever put was in 2022 Week 7. We just beat South St. Paul by using the Daniel Freitag Wildcat package. But I noticed during that game, we only had the one play. It was like Daniel Freitag lead to the right or to the strong side. And I'm like, that's the only play we've run out of it. Hastings is going to game plan for that play. We need a counter type play that attacks the weak side. And sure enough, we put in that counter play. Smitty's like, yeah, that's a good idea, Lance. We do it. And Daniel Freitag scored 2 touchdowns on it. Because you can see Hastings all goes to the strong side with the jet motion. Jackson Donnelly, I think the first time we ran it, because he was playing the running back out of that package, he literally had nobody to block because all the Hastings defenders went with the motion expecting Mr. Freitag to go that way. And he's like, I don't know. And then Daniel Freitag runs by him for a touchdown. It's nutty. So either way, now it's 2nd and 10. I want coaches to stop adapting the power T. I fully agree. Like, other teams try to do the power T, but you can tell they just don't understand like how it works. And plus, I don't think any more teams are going to try the power T because so many, like, think of how many wide receivers and how much 7-on-7 there is out there. Like, 7-on-7 is huge. You can't do 7-on-7 if you don't have any wide receivers. That's why kids just don't like that. Is this a dive? Yeah, this is another dive play. 55, once again, has nobody to block. Oh, my goodness. 55. The poor right tackle, once again, does nothing. So if this is a dive concept, he kicks out. The defensive end doesn't do a good job fighting inside. It's a stunt where the outside backer loops across. If 55 goes and hits this safety right here, instead of just waddling around, that could have been a touchdown for Mounds View. But instead, we've got 2nd and goal, because this was 1st down. All right, so 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. St. Thomas would have been good with the power T. Yeah, that's true, because they had both Savion Hart and Love Adebayo. You just need a bigger fullback type kid to be your right back, and then they would have been studs at that. What do we got here? Is that just a power? Since when have they run power? I guess they just did, and there's that bad step again where he tries the down block and it doesn't work. You cut it back, and do they score on this? I guess if you just keep pushing, you can eventually get in. Look, 55 literally does nothing. Look at him. He just spins around, he stands this whole time, and Mitchell Olsen just pushes him into the end zone. Look at how many Farmington Tigers slip off of him. 1, 2, 3. And 97's a good kid. That kid's going to UMD, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, this poor kid right here is trying to tackle him through number 55. 55 has no clue what's going on, and there he is. The middle was wide open from the get-go. Yeah. Well, it's because, look, Farmington does that same stunt again. They're pinching their defensive ends in, and they're looping their outside backers around. The problem is the defensive ends run upfield and don't pinch very hard. Actually, this one pinched a little bit too hard and ran upfield. That outside backer, or the inside backer, ran upfield, and there's your running lane. Boom. Yeah, middle just opened wide up. That was just a bad play call on Farmington's part. You don't want to call, like, if you're going to send an outside backer or inside backer out into space and pinch a D end in, normally you want like a sprint out type thing or like in space. You don't want to do that into like, or when you're down in the red zone. You don't have a lot of real estate to work with. You can't afford to get spread out like that. So Mr. Rich, now it is 28-26 in favor of Farmington. Will Mounds View get the 2-point conversion to force double overtime? Let's see. Timeout, Mounds View, so they're getting the right play call, and they get the choice. So they put it at the left hash. So Coach Woodley wants it at the left hash. Chan could have done it in 2023. You know, I disagree. Chan 2023 had Maxwell Woods, and that was it. They didn't have any other running backs that were really much of a threat. I know that they had that heavy I formation, but those weren't running backs. They put a defensive lineman at fullback and another tight end type kid back there. Like I still think in that heavy run package that Maxwell Woods was the only running back on the field. Interesting that they go, okay, I was about to say, it's weird that they're 2x2. They go 3x1. Mounds, man coverage. Oh, that wasn't the right read. If it's man coverage, these two both bite down to the same man. Here's your open route right there. That's where the ball should have gone. It's like he stared down number 4 instead of reading the defense. And it looks like he just threw it too early. He's anticipating the receiver coming open on the little rub concept right there, when in reality, these two step down on the same man. He's left open. The safety's trying to chase him. There's the game-saving 2-point. Yeah, you're absolutely right, RS. He threw that way too quick. And that's how the game ends. Oh, poor Mr. Sampson's probably haunted by that one. If he would have hit that right there, not that it would have made much of a difference for Mounds View. If they won this game and went 7-1 versus losing this game in 6-2 as they actually did, they still would have earned the 1 seed and would have had the same playoff path. But yeah, let the play develop instead of locking on. You're absolutely right. Gotta let the play develop, and you got to be able to make that read. As soon as you see right here, these two are locking on to the same guy in man coverage, that means somebody's coming open, and somebody did come open. Oh, bummer. And that's how the game ends. So that's the end of that game. I'm going to change the currently watching really fast now that we've done a breakdown. Mounds View definitely has really impressed me. They're very well coached, and like I said in that podcast, we got a tough game to prepare for week 1 versus Mounds View. And now that I've seen like the coaching firsthand, especially on the defensive side of the ball, yeah, we're going to have our work cut out for us week 1. Only thing we have to go on is they've only seen the power T once. They only ran a base 4-4 defense into it. But yeah, currently watching bonus footage. Oh, no, I don't want to add in spacebar there. There we go. All right, now let's watch some other stuff. So we can go ahead and delete this game. It's already in here anyway. What did I say I wanted to see? It was Mounds, fake teams running the power T, right? South will beat Mounds View. We should, but I never like to get cocky. Waconia would have been good. Yes, if Waconia ran the power T with Alex Riley and Max McAnally, oh, that would have been dangerous. But thankfully, Waconia will not budge out of a spread offense, so... yay. Thanks to themselves for shooting themselves in the foot there. Okay, Eastridge versus Maple Grove week 11. So this is the footage that I found, and this is why it's so important to go back and watch clips, because we had no idea how Eastridge was going to defend against the power T. Prior to this game, we had not played Eastridge when we ran the power T, but thankfully, Maple Grove decided to use it against Eastridge the season before, and just like that, Coach Lance got power T footage. Beautiful. You can see outside backer, cornerback, safety, corner out that side, and they shift over to the wide side of the field. And that's how we knew how Eastridge was going to attack us. This is more of like a sweep. This is that same play that Champlin and Wyzetta run. Everybody runs this when they don't understand the T. Also, that's a pretty ugly backside block. But they all love this like lead back thing where the guard pulls. Also, guard's pulling way too wide. He's actually pointed diagonally. He's literally pointing that way. That's bizarre. He comes off way too wide. It's got to be tighter down there. Yeah, I want to see if I have one of them running like 25. Their 25 is really hideous because that's the same play the other way. Yes, they absolutely did. I don't know if they ran it in 2021 at all, but they definitely, obviously their scout team ran it a bunch. And this is the 2022 season. They ran it a bunch in the 2022 season. Oh, this is ugly. They tried to run 41 here. No, this is 40. Oh, it's to the left. This is 41. Oh, you were at that game? Oh, nice. Okay, oh my God. This is ugly. This is hard to watch. So, why does this play not work? J block there is on the wrong side. Tight end blocks a D lineman. So, for this play to work properly, you need to block that safety. You block that safety. Center's on away. You got a guy on you. Double team up to that. That backer. You go up and get this backer. You pull around. There's your trap man. J block gets him. And then you have to seal him off. These two are NPCs. We don't need to do anything with them. We did get the dub. We got really lucky that first game. Camden Dean, I think we scored on the same play both times. It was quarterback keep. And one was a quarterback keep. I think the other was a quarterback counter. Those were some fun plays. But yeah, Cam Dean, that kid could run. And then you pull up there to the hole, and then you fake out this way. Watch the two fakes. So That's what it should be. He pulls out way too wide because, Maple Grove is an I formation offense. They're trying to apply their pro I rules to the power T. Doesn't quite work. You can see where he's supposed to pull straight down the line, but he keeps pulling back, and then the tight end blocks the guy that he's supposed to be kicking out. Tight end doesn't get to the safety who's unblocked. It's just, yeah, they have no clue what they're doing. Was this the play we just saw? Yeah, that's ugly. Maple Grove not running the T a lot on that play. No. Yes, definitely. I mean, they are pretty well aligned. I think they know like the minor detail, because when you watch Lakeville South on film, you do see us like do our full measurement like Elk River does. So like the alignment, I think teams get down pretty well. The splits are a little bit wider than they should be. But the little details, kind of like I just drew up here, like this is supposed to be Elk River's 41, and it is not that, mostly because the tight end here is not doing his job. Tight end's actually ruining this play because he's pushing the defensive end into the hole where you want to run the ball. And he's right there to make the tackle. Like, yeah, the tight end really blew that play up for no reason. Here we go again. This might be one of the ugly... Oh, yeah, see, and then they try to do quarterback keep here. I don't know why. They're like, oh, we can be Elk River too. Is number 4 Sam? I don't know. Also, the order of play calling is wrong. They called 40 and 41. They called like 16 or 17. Where's the 25 or the 36 in between that? That's kind of important. Speaking of which, I think that might be what we get right here. Or is it the sweep again? No, it's a stupid lead sweep again. And who do they forget to block? Is that 80? It is. That's the edge of the defense. You actually have a fullback lead blocking against him right here. Number 5, and he just whiffs. You notice right away Coach Hamilton's hand signals. Yes, so like this and this can be a little bit predictable if teams figure it out, for sure. I talked to them about that. Okay, you know what, RS? I don't know if you noticed this. I'm not going to give you the answer right away. We'll play a little quiz with this. So, the state semi this past year, Elks versus Chanhassen Storm, it kind of seemed odd that not only did Elk River only score 21 points, it was 21-19. Do you think it's odd how Elk River had so many false start penalties? That's really uncharacteristic for them. Why do you suppose that was? Curious to hear your thoughts on that. And that's the same play again where they pull around. This time they actually got the edge defender. Nice. I don't know why those two stopped blocking. Same play again. If it's working, why bother changing it? Good job, Maple Grove. Oh, here we go again. Same play. Why bother? Has Eastridge adjusted their defense? No, okay. You can't play a base 3-4 defense into the power T. That's too easy, man. Even a team like Maple Grove that doesn't know what they're doing, like, you can still get away with it if a team's playing a base 3-4 defense. Oh no, here's another 41. And, okay. This time I will say Eastridge adjusted. They're doing a 4-4 front. Chanhassen's defense was yelling out at the line. You are absolutely correct. So if you go back and you watch the game, obviously Elk River's cadence is different from how other teams. They're not down set hut. It's literally just go. Well, Chanhassen figured that out. And so all of the Chanhassen defenders in that game were yelling out go anytime Elk River came up to the line of scrimmage. Like, I know Coach Hamilton was losing his mind. He's like, how is that not a penalty? Because, like, if you call out someone else's cadence, like if you say down, set, or hut as a defender, that's an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. But I guess if you call out go, because that's not one of those 3 words, you can get away with it. They called it on Gavin Schmidt. Yeah, see, I don't know. I think it's a penalty. It might be specific to only down, set, or hut. You might be able to get away with it if you just say go. You remember when Chaska had Reese Turner? Do I think they could have done... Yeah, Chaska easily could have done power T. Chaska's another team that's kind of gotten away from their offense. They used to be a pistol flexbone team, triple option, and they've just kind of stopped. They do way too much on offense now, too much spread stuff. Chaska's definitely lost their identity a bit, and they're slipping. They need to reel it in a little bit to, offensively. Choked on my words there, offensively. If I'm Steve Hamilton, I would talk to the referees before every single game about watching the D-line closely. Yeah, and it's not even the D-line. It's like linebackers are doing it, inside and outside linebackers. Like I said, it's very unusual when you see Elk River jumping and having false starts all the time. Screwed us out of 2 touchdowns. We could not. You're absolutely right. It had a very big impact on the game. Like one of the biggest setbacks or I guess hindrances for run heavy teams like power T's or flex bones like a Centennial or a Shakopee or even a wing T like Eden Prairie. When you get penalties and now you have like a 1st and 15 or a 1st and 20, it's just devastating. At least we've got plays like 40 and 41 where you can pop open a big one down the middle if you know how to block it right. Maple Grove doesn't know how to do that. We have the ability to pop it open with like triple option teams. Like a Centennial has to get lucky and just hope you make a really bad read, which sometimes happens. I know Lakeville South made some bad reads and outside veer. Yeah, I agree with the whole Chanhassen thing. It's like I get that there's team, I don't know how many teams out there that try and steal hand signals, how common that is, at least in Minnesota high school football. If there was a team that did that, I would expect Chanhassen. I know that Mr. Rich, it wasn't your year at it was the one year I wasn't at Jefferson, 2021. Coach Ladd was telling me that, and I think some of the kids the grade below you were, Chanhassen figured out a bunch of Jefferson's play calls. Like, okay, they're calling out, like, a ball, like football or soccer. They associated that with toss. Every time we called the ball, it was toss. So they figured it out, and they called it out right away. And I'm like, oh, well, Chanhassen knows how to... And this was in 9th grade football, mind you. So, yeah, Chan definitely is doing a lot of things right, and they are a very good program. Oh, Maple Grove just keeps running this. I want to see I need to see power. They do a power, and it just looks so ugly. Oh, this keep is pretty ugly, too, because the guard kicks out the guy the back's taking, and neither of them block the one defender they need to make this play work. Poor Max Kilser's like, hey, guys, do you know what to do here? And the answer is no. Ooh, what's this play? Same lead play. Varsity knew it too. Oh yeah, well, once one grade level figures it out, the coaches talk to each other until as soon as I found out that lightning is the blitz coverage, like the man zero coverage for Chaska, I told the varsity coaches right away for Jefferson. I don't know what they did with that knowledge, but I let them know that was a thing. Just keep running the same play again, and I mean it's the oh, they do toss. Did they get there? They got there. When they're giving the ball to the left half, the right half is lined up further than the other two RBs. Is sort of cheating from the... Yeah, it is a little bit of a giveaway. It's just... you can fix that with a minor alignment thing, though. I don't know if anyone's noticed that in practice. Speaking of noticing things, there's a missing tight end from Maple Grove right here. That's why you had to do huddle. Yeah, you do have to do huddles once other teams figure out your hand signals. I mean, it's funny, they call the play the other way, even without a tight end. Dude, Maple Grove is just built different. You can get away with 10 men on the field. And the same, lead play again. You just keep doing it again and again. This time they'll do it to the right. Yeah. No, quarterback keep to the right this time. Interesting. You were absolutely correct. On it was this play right here. Maple Grove only had 10 guys. But hey, if you... check and run it. You know what's funny? I think the coach down here, this might be Coach Lombardi. No, because he's a defensive coach. I can't be Coach Lombardi. I feel like they just told Max, hey, just run it the other way. If we can't get a kid out there, call a play the other way. Oh, this is ugly. So I think this is supposed to be a 25 or a 23. It's either a 23 or a 25, but it looks so hideous. Look at the fake right here up the middle. See how he's out here and then trying to hug the ball in like that? That's a little attention to detail. No power T team would ever carry out a fake like that. And you see who on the defense is going inside to get him. Nobody. They're all going to the ball. Reason stuff like that doesn't work. You got to pay attention to little detail. That's what I say, like, all these teams that emulate the power T, they miss out on the minute details like that make it work. Like, Maple Grove is able to do this because, they were clearly the best team in the state this year. Like, no question about that. Wasn't hand signs, was the code. Oh, yeah, Chan figured out the code words. Yeah, it was from the weight room. Like, dumbbell, that's to the left. Bar, that's to the right. Like that play where they were running right now and they hand it off to number 5. What is that play called? They fake it to the fullback. Which one was that? Was that this one? I think it's just a 25. It wasn't that one, was it? Where they handed off to number 5? Yeah, I want to say this is... So going off of Elk... Do I still have that? I want to see if I have that on my Google Drive. I know that that's on my other Gmail account. Elk River did share like a full PowerPoint presentation on the Power T offense with me. I didn't even realize it's all labeled. For us, we would call that power, yeah. Yeah, the Elks didn't do it a ton, but this play is supposed to be... Also, they're missing the tight end again? Yeah, they are. This play is set up off of 41 and 40 because you figure it's still the same fake right there. You still have a guard pulling around. You still have your J block. But now the guy that normally fakes out this way is getting the ball right there. Where was the J block? Well, that's a crappy J block. He's aiming at the wrong side. He's aiming outside shoulder instead of inside shoulder. That's a solid double team. This play's supposed to go around this way. It is tough when you have 2 edge defenders. Corner does a decent job sitting in the hole there. If any team... I mean, you can... So, like, obviously, there's rules around that. I don't know how specific the rules are in Minnesota about, like, stealing code words or signs. If you go to a game... or like pay someone to go to a game and you video record it, it's only illegal because it's like against state high school league rules to record another team's football game because that's considered their copyrighted material. That's why it's against the rules. Like say, and I'm assuming paying someone to do something for you probably is against the rules, but I've never seen a bylaw about that. But like say I wanted to go, like I did this in I didn't like steal hand signals or anything, but I went to Jefferson, had just played Waconia on a Thursday night. Friday night, South St. Paul and Hastings were playing over in South St. Paul. Those were our next 2 opponents. So I go to that game and I just watch it. Like that you can do. Or if I brought like a notebook and just like wrote down notes, I can do that. It's when you start recording videos of other teams that it becomes a problem. Absolutely, Lakeville South's youth program runs the T. It's the only thing we allow. We literally just this past week, but we had our varsity practices in the evening. In the afternoon before that, all the elementary and middle school kids come out, and we all run the Power T. We just run like the same 4 plays over and over and over again. We practice the minute details, the technique, how you're supposed to J block, and we absolutely love it. But it's important. You want to have your youth programs running all the same plays that your varsity program does. That way the kids know it all the way throughout and they practice it. It is awesome, yeah. It's really good you mentioned that. If you look at teams that don't practice or don't have the same offenses in youth versus varsity, you run into a ton of problems. Like a good example is probably at Jefferson. We have a 10 personnel spread offense. Teams don't do that in middle school. They would do I formations or like 12 double tight ace looks. It's just not the same thing. So when they get to varsity, now it's like, well, or even 9th grade, it's like, well, now everyone all of a sudden wants to play wide receiver now that we have 4 wide receivers, but no one knows how to play wide receiver. And it was always tough for me because there's so much for me to try and coach. Like just all kinds of minute details. And yeah. All right, where's Eastridge versus... I want to say it was Eastridge Mounds View that Eastridge ran. A 2 tight play. No, it wasn't. All right. I'm just gonna add all the games. I want to figure out what game it was. I know it was an Eastridge home game. So it can't be that game because that's at Mounds View. I don't think it was Lakeville North. Wouldn't have been at Mayo. It would have been funny if it was versus Woodbury. It might have been versus Woodbury. I want to say Eastridge 100% ran a power T play, and I think it was 40 or 41 from what I remember. Is it not? All right, I'm adding every single game. Oh, Park Cottage Grove. Is that it? No, I would have remembered this because this was at TCO. They do too tight? Oh. What if the Elks played the Cougars? How would that go? At least we should scrimmage in early August. You know, I don't know about that. It's hard to say. I feel like 6A, our kids are a lot bigger, and they probably would have a little bit tougher time going against a 6A defense just because we are like the biggest like differences between 6A and 5A. One, the coaches are a lot sweatier. Like that's just the reality of it. There's way more tryhards in 6A than there are in 5A. That's not to say there aren't tryhards in 5A. Like you still get like your Elk Rivers and your Chanhassens that are very well coached. T versus T. Yeah, it's pretty fun. When was the last time I saw a T versus? I don't know if any two power T teams played each other. Because Barnesville's 2A, obviously Elk River 5A, South is 6A. You know, it's funny you mentioned that now that you got me thinking about that. I think I mentioned this in one of the Minnesota State High School League podcasts. Or no, it was Minnesota Football Network podcast. Caleb and I were talking about, it might have been with Rogers, because Rogers, Elk River, and Zimmerman are all in the same school district. That school district, 728, is looking to redraw their district boundaries soon, because Rogers is way too big. There's too many people getting boundary to Rogers, so they need to send some of those kids north to Elk River High School. In the 2027 cycle, if boundaries are redrawn before then, we might see Elk River in 6A football in the 2027 to 2029 cycle. It's possible. Yeah, so maybe when that happens, we get a 2027 Elk River versus Lakeville South matchup. But yeah, Rogers definitely passed Elk River fast. If I go to Google Earth really fast, no, it's not in this account. It's in my other one. I gotta share that with this one. We'll go Google Maps instead. But if you go to Rogers up here, where is it? Plymouth. It's this city, Otsego. Like Rogers is big, but the city of Otsego through here is growing so fast, and a little bit of Dayton too. But all these Otsego kids right now all go to Rogers High School. Anything south of the Mississippi here all goes down to Rogers, and I think that's going to get changed. Honestly, hope not. It's really tough to compete with some of those schools who are double our size. It's very tough. I mean, honestly, Lakeville South's not all that big. Like, if I go back to enrollments really fast, we're one of the smallest schools in 6A. I'm gonna say enrollments. Here it is. So going by enrollments, yeah. So those two are tied for 30th. We're 29th. We're only at 1654. And we played Wyzetta, who has almost 2,000 more kids than us. Like, they're literally more than double our size. And we not only held our own, we beat Wyzetta twice in the last 2 seasons. They did beat us week 1. That was definitely an interesting game. We did a lot of stuff wrong. But, you know, it is possible to take on those big schools. Minnetonka's very well coached. That's a tough one. But Blaine and Prior Lake, not the best. Champlin Park, as we saw, not exactly the best. Like, I mean, think about how many of these teams Lakeville South plays and wins against. I know, yeah. When you really look at this, like, Lakeville South is not all that big. Like, I remember when Mayo came up to 6A last year, we dominated them in a 9th grade game. It was like 58-6. But their coaches said, oh, yeah, you guys are huge. Like, you could fit 3 Mayo high schools in one Lakeville South. I'm like, no, but we're only, like, 50 kids bigger than you. Like, it's not like we're super huge. But, yeah, Lakeville South is not a very big high school. Even if we end up dropping, we're gaining kids. We're not losing kids. But even if, like, other teams leapfrogged us, we would still opt up to play 6A football, but we're not playing 5A. Cougars are too good for that. Oh, what else did I want to see? Oh, that's right. I was trying to find where Eastridge ran the Power T, because I swear on my life there's a clip of Tanner Zolonsky running it. It's in one of these games. I just don't remember which one. Pro twin. Yeah, I did not label any of these plays, by the way. Too tight sniffer. I don't know what that is. Too tight. Here we go. Maybe we're gonna get something here. No. 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 Feed out. Back flat. Dive. I guess I don't know where it is, or it's labeled under something else. Maybe it's labeled by nothing. Offensive formation. By the bottom. I'm just going to look through all of these. Oh, and then play type. I want to set to run. You know, it's set up by gain or loss, too. I feel like it was one of the biggest run plays I had. No. That's slot trips. That's no. I guess it's not on here. Strange. You think we should have no huddle at Jefferson? Yeah, I think Jefferson probably should have huddled. When you, like, Minnetonka can get away with a no huddle because, I mean, going back to those enrollments, wherever it was, look at how big Minnetonka High School is. When you have 3,300 kids, you got plenty of bodies on your football team. You can run an up-tempo spread offense. When you are Bloomington Jefferson, that is less than half of that size, and you don't have that many kids coming out for football, a lot of kids are playing both ways. You can't get away with running an up-tempo spread offense. Especially when, because your defense is on the field a lot. It's just tough. Do you think it would be tougher for the Cougars to run the T against the Elks defense because they go against it every day and have seen it so many times? Or I think we're too... that's tough. I want to say we're probably too big just because, like... And obviously, as guys that talk about it, we both know how to stop the T, so I honestly would probably be a bit of a stalemate. It's just nobody would probably gain any yards on offense if Elk River and Lakeville South played. I think North Branch and Elk River have scrimmaged each other. That might be the only, like, head-to-head matchup of two actual Power T teams going at it. It's the only one I can think of, though. Yeah, Lakeville South has plenty of big kids, even if we're not the biggest on there. It would definitely be funny to see, especially in like a real game. It's like, oh, what's happening? Yeah, goodness, I can't. I'm so sad that play is gone. I have no idea. I swear on my life, maybe it wasn't Eastridge, but I could have sworn it was. Was it 2024 that they ran it? Who would they have played in 2024 that... Mayovers. No, it's not Mayonnaise. They didn't play Rosemount. Would it have been Lakeville North? I mean, they did blow out Lakeville North. 7. There it is. But I don't think it was this game, was it? And Lakeville North would not have fallen for a Power T play now that I'm thinking about it. They face Lakeville South every season. That'd be crazy. Fumble defensive touchdown. Lakeville North fumbled on, what is this? This is Power Blast. Okay, this is Power. Oh. I guess Sam Ripplinger must not have been down. If Ben Burke had gone to CDH, was he going to bring the Power T offense there? Honestly, I don't know. I think there's probably a good chance he would have, but would the kids at CDH have liked that? My guess is probably no. And that's just because this is Lakeville North's offense. I'm an idiot. I want D. There we go. Probably not, just because you think about the kids of CDH, they're more spread offense oriented. They probably would not have been too happy trying to run a Power T. Again, Diva wide receivers can't be Diva wide receivers if there's no wide receivers in the field. Yeah, nah, I fully agree with you. CDH would not have liked that, especially seeing all the 7-on-7 highlights that what's it, Minnesota High School Football Network has been posting. I highly doubt that CDH would have liked the Power T. I can't believe I can't find... Do I still have Wyzetta footage? Is there a Wyzetta from Minnetonka last year? Yeah, of course it's not on there anymore. Would it have been here? Yes, Wyzetta Minnetonka and Wyzetta Edina. I want to say if I go to Wyzetta's offense, they did actually run. We go to too tight. Yep, there you go. There's Wyzetta running the good old Power T. And it's labeled. We'll do Champlin Park after this because Champlin did it a little bit. Quarterback sneak. There's a touchdown against the Minnetonka Skippers. Coach Brown seems to think it's a touchdown over here. That's a quarterback kneel. That doesn't count. Oh, here's another one. Another quarterback sneak. Yeah, that's not the same one because the official called it right away. So funny enough, both their touchdowns against Minnetonka were on quarterback sneaks. Well, that's not 26. That's 11. That'd be 3. That'd be 36. This is more of a 36. But yeah, it's weird to see that. You can just tell from the minute details, like the blocking. They're doing like their inside zone gap fat man double team rules, so it's not like they're doing more of like what they would do on a duo. It's just not quite what a team that actually runs the Power T would do. So it is very strange to see Wyzetta doing this. Also, this is footage of Edina going against... Oh, see, dude, this... What teams can be good at the tush push? You were not allowed to push other players forward in Minnesota high school football, I don't think. So that would be a penalty. My mind just got blown right now because I'm an idiot. Like, it's been years since Edina's played against the Power T. Here's Edina's defense against the Power T! Since you're talking about Wyzetta, interested to see that Andover game week 1. Saw the other video, guys broke down, and Andover scores some points. Alright, you know what? I can tell you this since you're an Elk River guy. When I was talking with Coach Cross back in whenever we were up at Elk River, he was actually telling me that the Wyzetta, I don't know if it's Wyzetta's DC or if Coach Brown himself. Coach Brown's more of an offensive guy. Some of the defensive staff at Wyzetta did reach out to Coach Cross at Elk River and asked him, like, how do you even begin to practice for Andover? Like, what do you guys do to prepare for the Huskies? And he kind of like talked about what they do for their scout offense because, you know, Andover with their Star Wars Lightspeed offense, you can't prepare for them like any other team. You got to prepare for that up-tempo boom, 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 boom that Coach DeVellis does. I mean, he's got TIE fighters, he's got Star Destroyers, he's going crazy out here. But I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. That is how Edina most likely will defend against the T. And they're just playing a 4-4 defense. No, are they even playing a 4-4? Outside backer, corner, safety, inside. I think they're just playing their base 4-3 defense. Oh, Chase Pemberton was crazy good. Yeah, this I always talked about, and I think I'm going to mention this in our upcoming 5A podcast. It's so, I don't know if unfair is the right word, but I'd say unfortunate that only one team from each section in 5A is able to make the state tournament. Because like going back to where did I put classes? Going back here, competitive sections, section map. Only one team from each of these sections is able to make the state tournament. Like, and if you think back to just last season, like we'll go back to 2024, you could argue that, like, we'll go to section 7 up here. You could argue that both Andover and Elk River were state title contenders, and both of them should have been able to make it to state, but only one of them could go. And then you look at section 8, both Alexandria and Moorhead probably should have been in the state tournament, but because they're both in section 8, only one of them can go. Meanwhile, like we said earlier, a Bloomington, Jefferson, or a St. Louis Park is going to get to waltz into the game for free. So that's going to be wild. Or like Section 3. Like St. Thomas Academy essentially has a free pass into the state tournament. Like, do you really think Apple Valley, now Burnsville, Two Rivers, or Hastings are going to offer any resistance to St. Thomas. I just don't see it happening. Do I think I'll ever change? Yeah, I see. That's the hard part. I don't know if the state high school league is ever going to change it, because like with 6A, I'll bump with 6A really fast. It's easy to do like our tournament in 6A because there's only 32 teams, and like they have pre-drawn. I don't think I still have it up here, but there's pre-drawn brackets for all the state, or for the 6A state tournament. I guess my internet's crapping out. But it's really easy to just put that together. Go to my interactive season, and then here's the state brackets for 6A. The state high school league just picks one of those four based on who the top 1 seeds are, and make sure they're on the opposite side, and that's what they roll with, and then you just plug all the other teams in and go with it. With 5A, you're like, you had, what was it? In this, in the last cycle, you had 46 teams in 5A. Well, in this new cycle, you only have 43. Go back to 2021, the cycle before that, you had 47. So, like, it's constantly changing. How can you draw, like, set state tournament brackets if the number of teams changes every year? And not just the number of teams, but, like, the number of teams in the section. Like, look, Section 4 has 7 teams. Fast forward to 2025. Now, Section 4 only has 6 teams. Like, it's constantly changing. So that's kind of the difficulty. Seed a top seam in each section and then play it out that way. So every team has at least one really good team. I guess they could do something like that. Like come up with sections at the very end and have like your own state tournament or own like little section tournament. And you just kind of pull like different seeds from different sections and stack it up that way so that you're guaranteed to have a crossover matchup. That's actually a pretty solid idea. But then you take the top team from each section and you make them all 1 seeds. That way, say you've got like a team like a Cretan Durham Hall this past season that just got to waltz into 5A or into the state tournament. And then you have a 2-seeded Moorhead matchup against them. Then, well, now Moorhead has a chance to make state. They just got to take down a 1 seed from another section. I actually really like that idea. That's pretty solid. Yeah, that's actually really smart. I wonder if the state high school league has ever considered that. It would be a little bit tough because then it's like, well, how do you know what teams go where? But I'm sure somebody could figure that out. I really like that idea, actually. State champion game had Andover and Elks not faced off. Yeah. I mean, even think back to like 2023 when we had a section final between Mankato West and Chanhassen down here. That easily could have been the state title game, like Mankato West and Chanhassen. But because they're both in Section 2, only one of them can go to state. And like, look at how loaded Section 2 is. Mankato, East and West, Chan and Chaska. And, you know, Waconia's kind of dropped off after Max McAnally, but they were a contender too for a while. That's 5 teams, you could argue, all contend for state, and only one of those 5 can make it to the state tournament. Do you want 8 teams at state or the top 8 teams? So with 6A, the goal is to get the top 8 teams there, and you can kind of see that based on the playoff brackets drawn. But in 5A, it's more so about geographical representation. Like with Section 5 here, I kind of talked about how this is not the most competitive section. But I mean, think about it. If you don't do something like that, then these kids never have a chance to make it to state in their lives, like ever. But at the same time, when you do that, well, now kids out here that have a shot have to go through a lot tougher time just to get to state. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. And like I said, with the number of teams changing every year, it makes it pretty tough. Sections 2, 7, and 8 were definitely the toughest last season. If I just flip back 1 year. The Section 2 obviously has all those teams I listed. Section 7 has both Elk River and the Andover Huskies. Oh, that's the same guy. There's Andover. Has those 2. That's a tough one. And then obviously you've got Moorhead and Alexandria in Section 5 out there. Section 1 should be a little more competitive now because you'll have Rochester, Mayo, and Owatonna. So Owatonna won't just dominate that section anymore. But then you've got Section 3 that St. Thomas Academy just rolls over. Section 4 where Matamidi or Tartan are basically guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. Who was Section 5 last year? Spring Lake Park, well, Robbinsdale Armstrong. They'll yeah. I mean, okay. Cooper, St. Louis Park, Twin Cities Charter, Minneapolis Southwest, and Minneapolis Washburn. Are any of those teams standing up to Armstrong? Not a chance. Oh yeah, Edina, Wyzetta, and BSM are all in one section. Minnetonka, Chan, Holy Family, and EP. Yeah, it's definitely worse with other sports than football, but I think the 6A tournament is probably the most fair that we have in all of Minnesota. Although, you know what? There are some teams that say that we should not do a 32-team 6A tournament. I think most of the teams are actually out of the East because, I mean, if you think about the Metro East teams, going back to overview here, all the Section 4 teams, they usually can make it to the third round of the playoffs, but then once they run into actual contenders out of like the South or the West, then they start to struggle a little bit in that third round of the playoffs. And I don't know if any of them have advanced to the state semis in quite a while, but they argue that we should just play section tournaments with these 4 sections here, and then you just take the top team out of each section. But then again, you could argue that's unfair, because say Stillwater has to just beat these teams to make it to state. Meanwhile, Minnetonka has to play these teams to make it to state, like to the Final Four teams. That's definitely a lot more difficult of a schedule than that. So, yeah, there's really no happy answer. But then at the same time, if you do it the way it is, then some might argue, well, it's not fair because the teams in the Metro East just can't really compete as well with the teams in like the Metro West. Like, I don't know. And obviously the Metro West is a really tough division. I mean, look at that. EP, Edina, Maple Grove, Tonka, Moorhead now, STMA, and Wyzetta. Fair is where you buy that's true. Fair is where you buy a pig. You deal the hand you've been dealt and you play it. It's pretty much all you can do. You know, I guess I was picking who I expect to win each of these 5A sections next year. I'll probably do that on the live podcast, but now that I'm looking through these schedules, and not all there's actually some teams that are not listed on here that are in 5A, and that's because they play like a Twin Cities league. Like, I think Minneapolis Southwest is not on here anywhere. Who else? They should allow the tush push and MN. No, I don't think they should. Any big 6A school, Prior Lake would find a way to mess it up, but Minnetonka and Maple Grove would both be very good at it. It's definitely an injury thing too. Yeah, like you don't want to get kids hurt. Who else am I missing that's not on the schedule here? All right, I gotta write this out now because Duluth East. Duluth East only plays 3A and 4A teams because they're up way north. So Duluth East doesn't play anybody. MPLS Southwest. How many teams did I say that were in 5A? There's 40. No, this was last cycle. I want this cycle. 5A. There's 43 teams. Prior Lake getting it hard from Coach. I'm not going to comment on anything poorly coached, but I do throw some shade at Prior Lake. Funny enough, my day job is actually over at Prior Lake, so yeah. Yeah, there's 43 teams in 5A, so if you look at 5A, who else is missing here? I gotta go by section. Let's do section 1 first. This is a 6 team, so 3 Rochesters, Owatonna, Northfield, New Prague. Oh, wrong thing. Why is it still giving me ads? So Rochester, we got Mayonnaise, we've got Century, yep, so Century, Mayonnaise, and then John Marshall has, yep, there's JM, so they're there. Owatonna, New Prague, yes, and Northfield, yep, okay, section 1, check. All section 1 teams are in there. Go to section 2. I assume all these teams have to be there. Laconia, yes. Chanchaska, yes. And then Mankato East and West. Yep. Okay. So sections 1 and 2 are good. Section 3. I think all of these are in here too. We got Apple Valley, Burnsville. Obviously, you have STA. Where's St. Thomas? STA, yep. Two Rivers, yep. Who's the one? Hastings. Yep, Hastings is on there too. Okay, so the first 3 sections, there's nobody missing. Maybe this is where it's going to get confusing. Section 4. St. Paul, Highland Park. Okay. Harding, Humboldt, Matamidi. That's Tartan. So Tartan, CDH, and Matamidi. Matamidi, Tartan, CDH. So those are all good. I think it might be some of the St. Paul schools here that are different. No, I don't think I'm going to start another game at 2 a.m. I'm going to finish this off, then I might go to bed after that. We'll see. Who are the St. Paul schools? There's Harding, Humboldt. Are they on here? No, that might be one of the teams. Bingo. Because where's H's? H-I. Yeah, they're not on there. Harding, Humboldt. I don't know if I spelled that correctly. If I did not, I apologize, St. Paul. They should combine some of those St. Paul schools. Yeah, maybe they'll have to get there. It's hard to say. I know Harding and Humboldt used to be separate teams. They had to combine because they didn't have enough kids to play football with. Funny enough, I've joked for about a year or two now that Kennedy should just get absorbed by Jefferson and they should be one football team. And which, it makes sense because both of their youth programs play together. And it's like, how do you have youth football for Kennedy and Jefferson when their offenses and defenses when they get to high school are completely different? Same thing with Chan Chaska. Chan Chaska youth football plays together until, I think 7th grade, maybe? 7th or 8th, when they finally split the kids into actual Chanhaska. That's bizarre. Chanhassen and Chaska separately. Oh, they did that for hockey? Yeah, the only reason I think Bloomington won't do that, because if Jefferson and Kennedy combined for football, they'd be in 6A, and I don't think Bloomington wants to play 6A football. Harding, Humboldt. Who are the other teams? St. Paul teams. St. Paul Central and Highland Park. Is that who I'm missing? I think those are the only ones I'm missing, right? St. Paul Central and St. Paul Highland Park. St. Paul. Nothing St. Paul. Is it Central? Central. No, St. Paul Central's not on there either. And then Highland Park is also not on there. Okay, so yeah, a lot. That's going to be really weird to see that section when you have 3 teams in your section that are not playing 5A schedules. Shannon, Chaska, and Bloomington, then would be 34 teams in 6A. I don't think that 6A is ever going to not be 32 teams. And so that's actually a really funny point I'll talk about really fast. So the big issue with 6A, these at least these last 2 cycles, is we've had teams that have been cusp teams. Like this past offseason, I predicted Rogers, Andover, and Moorhead are all going to come up, and Mayo, Burnsville, and Buffalo go down. You never used to have that extreme of turnover in 6A, and that's because if we go back to 2019, football, I guess they don't have 2019. Let's go to 2020. Please have 2020. Yes, there we go. You used to have 2 private schools. You had Cretan Durham Hall, who used to play 6A and opt up, and you also had, that's Mounds View below them. Oh, it's this one. Totino Grace. So you had 2 technical 4A enrollment schools that opted up. And so cusp teams never had to play 6A because you had 2 private schools opt up to play 6A football. Kind of like Coon Rapids opted up this past season. But now that those 2 teams don't want to opt up anymore, well, now you're in a pickle because those teams don't opt up. Now you're ending up with what we see now, where a lot of these cusp teams kind of get thrown into 6A. I think Andover, Rogers, and Moorhead are all going to stick around. Moorhead's getting big. They've been on the cusp for a while. They're going to stay. Andover's growing. They're going to stay. The only way Rogers, they're next to STMA. There's Rogers. The only way Rogers drops down is if the border redraw just takes so many kids away from them that they go down. Why in the world would Coon Rapids opt up when they were just 0-9 last season? I've been trying to figure that out myself. New head coach, so that could be part of it. And there's 2 stories that have been floating around. So let me break out of my post here. High School Football Network. This? I didn't know Caleb made all these Instagram posts. I must have missed all of this. Or are these reels? No, this is his. I didn't know he had that many posts. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to go look. I'm out of the loop. But keep loading, because I was talking with him back when all this like talk was going down. I was the one that gave him the numbers when he made this graphic. And Apple Valley was technically the 32nd team enrollment-wise in 6A. They scored 50 points. Yeah, they were one of the, like, they averaged less than a touchdown a game last season. That's how bad Coon Rapids offense was. Like, if we go to click back here, move up to, oh wait, this is 25-26. They finally got this finished. They have all the teams in the correct sections for the coming school year. All right, well, that's awesome. But let's go back to this one. Coon Rapids, 0-9. Actually, it was less than 6 points. They averaged 5.5 points a game while giving up 46 points a game. And funny enough, they still weren't the lowest ranked team in 6A because they played a regular schedule, not a maroon schedule. 0-9 Burnsville, who played a maroon schedule, even though they didn't give up as many points and scored a little bit more, because they did that against other bad maroon teams, they had a lower QRF because the quality of their opponents was significantly less than Coon Rapids. But going back to the Apple Valley thing, so the two stories going around were Apple Valley gets put in 6A for like a week, and then teams have like a 7-day period to submit a request to move down a class. You can only submit to move down a class if at least 50% of your school's population is enrolled in free and reduced lunch, or if you are within the 10% cutoff, which at this point would have been 1,800 students. Apple Valley, obviously being the smallest 6A schools below that mark, they have the right to appeal to move down. It's very rare those appeals in 6A get approved. But from my understanding, and I actually asked Bob Madison, president of the State High School League, about this, what he told me was the State High School League was worried about Apple Valley being able to compete even in the Maroon division of 6A football. So what the State High School League did was they called a lot of those other cusp teams, like I think they called Spring Lake Parks. I have a contact that said they were called about it, but they called a bunch of those cusp teams, and the only one that said yes was Coon Rapids. And like you said, I'm not sure why Coon Rapids said yes to it, but they did, and they've moved up. I think the caveat with Coon Rapids moving up is they are a Maroon team. If you look, they're in the Metro Maroon, so they have an easier schedule. Like half their schedule is Eastview, Park, Hopkins, Roseville's the back half. And then even on the front half, Osseo and White Bear aren't the toughest opponents. Although, if with Coach Lamker running the old Osseo wing tee, that week 1 matchup might be interesting. White Bear, you never know. And then Andover and Blaine. Andover should kill them. Blaine, I don't know. Blaine's going to be down this year, but it's hard to say. So, I mean, it's not like Coon Rapids has the toughest schedule. But, you know, you're absolutely right. How do you get kids to come out to play? I think that's what Coach Vasquez is focusing on right now at Coon Rapids. He's really trying to rebuild the culture first and get kids excited about football. Because, yeah, if you're going 0-9 and giving up 50 points a game, then it's hard to turn that around. But, you know, it's been done before. Lakeville South was not very good prior to Coach Krebs taking over. And then once he took over, then eventually that transitioned to Coach Burke, Power T, and then everything brought in. Lakeville South just took off. How do I know Mr. Madison? I got to meet him at a football clinic recently. It was actually the Minnesota Football Coaches Association clinic, and it was like the first session was him talking about section placements. You know, me being a nerd, I got there 30 minutes early. I'm sitting in the front row, like, typing up a storm on my laptop, putting all this stuff together. And then as I was sitting there, other coaches started to filter in, and I realized, like, crap, I'm surrounded by, like, some of the biggest names in 6A football. Like, Coach Franz from Rogers is sitting, like, to my left. I got Coach Fritzy from Eastridge behind me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just, like, a nerd that's here to learn stuff. Meanwhile, I'm surrounded, and I think Mark Esch from Minnetonka was in there, too, and I'm just like, what do I say to any of these coaches? Like, it's a little bit intimidating, but super cool. Were there other teams that run the power T? Yeah, Champlin Park. Let's go over and look at Champlin Park footage real fast. Is there scouts from this past season? I don't know if they did it this year. Just go through games weeks 1 through 8, see if we can't find Champlin Park offense and see them running any power T stuff. Coach labels it as too tight. Oh, yep, there you go. Oh, beautiful. Now you've got Champlin Park running the power T. What did I say to the other coaches? I did not say anything to the other coaches. I think the only thing I did was I showed Coach Fritzy the post that Nick Kinsey was transferring, because that got posted while I was sitting in that session. And of course, he already knew. I'm like, of course you do. Yeah, no, it was just really cool. Like, I was talking with Coach Frickland of Park Cottage Grove. I got to meet him there. He's a really smart football mind. It's just cool when you get to just, like, mingle with other coaches and just learn stuff from each other. But it always pays to be positive with each other and not, like, talk down to anyone. Because if you do, football coaches do talk to each other. If you mark yourself for death, then that's not just with one team. And a lot of teams are going to know about it. Oh my goodness. STMA running a 5-man front against the power. They're literally running a 7-4 or a 7-2-2. That's crazy. 5-4. Actually, no, that's a 5-4 because it's 4 backers, 5 down linemen, and 2 DBs. It's not too bad of an idea. Do I think a 6A team should be punished for playing a really good 5A team as opposed to a struggling 6A team when it comes to section seeding? A really good 5A teams. You know, I don't know. 6A teams have not played outside of 6A for a very long time. The last time, is this the same game? No, this is not the same game. I'm doing some fun bonus footage now. I would love Rogers and the Elks. Yeah, it is a bummer that Rogers is not going to play Elk River. I mean, like, think about it. Elk River's 2 biggest rivals are what? Rogers and Andover. And in one offseason, you lost both of them. So, like, who's Elk River's rival now? Like, nobody? I don't know. But for the whole 6A thing, like, I know going back to competitive sections, the last time that this was done was in the 21 to 23 cycle. I'd rather play Becker a 4A power than St. Francis. You know, it's hard to say. So, you don't really get that in 6A because teams don't cross a lot more. But you do get that in, like, I was listening to a podcast from, it's Dom Izzo. He does a bunch of podcasts out in the Moorhead area. And he was talking with the coach of, I think it's Hawley High School. I'm totally blanking on the coach's name. But, where's Hawley out here? There it is. They're a 2A team. Well, they don't play other 2A teams. They play 1A, some 2A. They even play a 4A team, and they play 3A. So they play all these other teams around them that are in different sections, and that's where the QRF comes into play. It's the quality results formula. It is the most, like, closely guarded secret in Minnesota State high school football. Even I have, like, very limited understanding of how it works. Basically, it's just like an equation. You're absolutely right. Duluth East does it as well. Funny enough, I was actually talking with Coach Hamilton at Elk River about this because Duluth East only played a 5A or a 4A and 3A schedule last year, and they were 2-6. And I think it was Cambridge, Asante, or St. Francis. All right, let me bump this down to 5A. One of those two teams did not win a game last season. Section 7. Cambridge Asante went 0-9, yet they were seated above Duluth East. Because Duluth East's 2 wins were against 3A teams. It was 2 Harbor? No, it was Hibbing and Esco, which, you know, if you look at the QRFs of those teams are not very good. And then Duluth East lost games to 4A teams with not very good QRFs. And so because of that, an 0-9 Cambridge Asante team that played better competition in 5A got seeded ahead of Duluth East. So, yeah, that is just kind of the way it works. I mean, if Duluth East wants to play 5A football, they can, but then, you know, those are your closest games right there. You're going to be driving 2 hours for every game. But then again, going into 5A Section 8 last season, Moorhead already has to do that, and they're going to have to drive 4 hours one way for almost all their games this season. Yeah, I agree. QRF probably makes the most sense, but the only thing any of the like football coaches in Minnesota know about the QRF is that once you're beating a team by 35 points or more, like once you get past 35 points, the QRF stops tracking or like stops gaining points once you hit that 35 point threshold. So that's kind of the mark. It's like, all right, once you beat a team or once you're leading a team by 35 points, there's the running clock anywhere or the running clock to end the game. And that's it all kind of ties together. But if you go below that 35 point threshold, then your QRF won't be as high. That's pretty much the only thing we know. It's like, say, I don't know, what's a hypothetical? Say Minnetonka happens to get the better of Maple Grove this season and ends up scoring a lot of points on them. Well, if I'm Coach Esch and I want to, well, not that you need to boost your QRF in 6A. That's a bad example. What are competitive teams? Let's go to Section 2 down here of 5A. Say that, once again, Chanhassen and... No, see, even that's a bad example because a lot of these teams play head-to-head. Like, Chan will beat Mankato West, or whoever wins that is going to earn the nod. It's so hard to say. It's more so for the lower classes that play a lot of games outside of their schedule. Or kind of like with, you're going to see that in 5A. These teams that I was listing that are not in their sections, or that don't, like, play 5A schedules, a lot of these teams play, like, inner-city schedules against other St. Paul and Minneapolis schools. How do you seed those against teams that play actual 5A schedules? Well, you got to go by the QRF. It's the only way. Speaking of which, how many teams are on here? Why am I not counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 13. So there's 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 37. 34, so there's 16. There's one more team on here that's not playing a 5A schedule this coming cycle that I haven't listed. I got to figure out who this last team is. As soon as Coach Hamilton gets a decent lead, puts in the backups, give him more playing time, but a lead. True. And I mean, Elk River doesn't have to worry about that as much because Elk River plays a full 5A schedule. So it, like, as long as you've already beaten those teams, you don't really have to worry about it. Game. Let me see here. Was it Section 5 that's missing a team? Oh, it's this way. Minneapolis Southwest. Who are the others? St. Louis Park, Bloomington Schools, and Washburn. Washburn's on here? Or is it MPLS Washburn? It's not. They play at Washburn, but Washburn is not on here. That's the other team. So there you go. These are the 6 5A teams that are not playing 5A schedule. So that's going to be tough to seed them. And there are some games that cross over between 4A and 5A, like Jefferson plays Benilde St. Margaret, who's 4A. I think, is it Northfield plays Faribault? Obviously, that's a 4A team. That's an old school rivalry. All right, you want to talk about tough schedules? So Burnsville obviously just dropped down from 6A to 5A, and they're like, hey, we have a chance to compete in 5A now. Well, your first 3 games are Armstrong, Chanhassen, and St. Thomas. Good job, Burnsville. You're in 5A now. Like, here you go. Then you have to play Waconia after, like, Two Rivers, Apple Valley. They should be able to, and Tartan, they should be able to compete. Hastings and Waconia are maybes, and then those 3 are just guaranteed losses, pretty much. I agree. Seeing more crossovers is fun. And, you know, it's fun for the kids. That's why I like the 6A tournament, too, because you cross over with teams you don't necessarily see a lot. Like, I really hope if we do get lucky enough to win Section 3 and earn a 1 seed this coming season, then we get to play Coon Rapids, which I really want to do because Lakeville South has actually never matched up with Coon Rapids in our school's history. So that'd be a fun one to add. I think Coon Rapids and Ostia were the only 2 longtime 6A teams we haven't. Obviously, Rogers, Andover, and Moorhead we've never played. Like in this bracket, it'd be Parker, Roseville, which we've seen them plenty. Same thing over here, it'd be Parker, Roseville. And then this one would be Hopkins. All right, you know what? I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but you were talking about like how teams get automatic like lower seedings if they lose to a bad 6A team versus a good 5A team. Like, I want to say it was a few years ago. It was the 21 to 23 cycle. Brainerd and Coon Rapids both played 5A schedules, and they were locked into the 7th and 8th seed of their section, respectively, because they opted for schedule relief. And it's funny because I don't think Brainerd was that bad of a team. I think they actually gave Stillwater a run for their money in round one, and funny enough, Coon Rapids almost upset Prior Lake round one, but that's more about Prior Lake being Prior Lake than it is Coon Rapids being that good of a football team. Yeah, that should be a fun one of Elk River versus CDH. I have no idea how CDH is going to look after, Coach Burt comes in, then he decides not to. Now we bring in Kim Royston, and who knows what he's going to do. And CDH under Coach Walsh, you want to talk about offensive dysmorphia? CDH was real bad with that, and their offensive play calling was like 10 words long or something like that. And it makes sense from Coach Walsh's perspective. He was an NFL quarterback. His brain can process that fast. Your 16 and 17-year-old football players don't have that ability, so you got to be able to choose a system that works for kids in high school. CDH going to Elk River, that's senior night. Oh, I guess it would be because it's the last game of the, and it's week 8 too. Oh boy, CDH does not know what they've got coming to them. That's gonna be nutty. Oh yeah, Brainerd and Coon Rapids did play well in those games. So Stillwater is notorious for playoff choking, especially when they make it to the state quarterfinals, and Prior Lake in the playoffs, especially home in the playoffs, not very successful. Is Coach Walsh the St. Thomas coach? Did he take over at St. Thomas? I don't think he did. Because I think he was still coaching at Cretin last year. Cretin, Durham, Hall, football coaches. Hired December 2021. When did he leave? St. Thomas Academy football coaches. Oh, I definitely misspelled that. Oops. Oh well. Oh, look at that. Wait, Prior Lake. I don't think this is accurate because they're not scrimmaging Prior Lake. I'm pretty sure St. Thomas is coming to the scrimmage with us. Maybe they're not, and I got that wrong. Ooh, St. Thomas versus Cretin Durham Hall at TCO. Oh, that's going to be absolute fireworks. And they've never seen the Power T. Neither is Bemidji. Oh, yeah. Bemidji, oh, that Elk River Bemidji game might be over early because Bemidji's a triple option flexbone team, kind of like a Centennial or an Egan. So a lot of running in that game that might be done pretty fast. Travis Walsh. Travis Walsh is the head coach. So no, Steve Walsh is no longer, or Steve Walsh is not the coach for what do you call it? Ooh, Tom Menke. I got to meet him. He's a real smart football coach. You learn a lot from him. DB's coach for St. Thomas Academy. Love that guy. Where's Steve Walsh now? Kim Royston took over. Kim Royston's the new head coach. Steve Walsh. Where did Steve Walsh go to? Oh, did he really call the 5A title game? Oh, that's awesome. Advancement Major Gift Officer. Oh, I have no idea what that means. NFL Heisman Trophy finalist, alma mater, 2022. But he's not there anymore now. Where is he now? I check his Twitter account. All right, whatever. You can see my email. He hasn't posted anything. That's helpful. I have no idea where he's coaching now or if he still is. Who knows? Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess he was scouting the team, but thankfully he's not with Cretin Durham Hall anymore. They got a They got pretty high standards over there at CDH. Oh, but yeah. That's pretty much going to be what we see in 5A coming up here. I don't know, and it's going to be really weird to see how if Minneapolis Southwest is playing in inner cities. All right, I'm going to look at Jefferson really fast for Mr. Rich. So if Minneapolis Southwest is playing a schedule like that, suppose Bloomington Jefferson earns the 1 seed, they get a bye. Then the 4-5 matchup would be someone versus Minneapolis Southwest, and then they would have to play each other, and then the winner plays Bloomington Jefferson. Kennedy should be a 3. St. Louis Park should be a 1 or a 2. They could beat Jefferson for the 1, but yikes. A section final game is Bloomington Jefferson versus either Kennedy or... Oh, no, because Washburn is... Might be. Washburn was the other team, wasn't it? Yeah, Washburn and Southwest. So, okay, think about that. Washburn and Southwest are locked into a 4-5 matchup for Section 5 here. That means that St. Louis Park, Jefferson, and Kennedy have to be 1 through 3. So whoever's the 1 seed gets to play the winner of Washburn and Minneapolis Southwest in the first round of the playoffs. I think I might want to be the 1 seed in that section. And then the 2 seed, whoever the other 2 are, would just play each other. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Tanner Morgan, former Gophers quarterback, is a current quarterbacks coach at Bloomington Jefferson High School, which is crazy. I didn't see it. I don't think he ever posted it on his Instagram account. Oh, not Morg Ab, Morg N. There he is. Definitely. Family stuff, NFL practice, Twins game, public speaking, church stuff, 7v7 league. Yeah, I don't know if he ever talked about himself coaching at Bloomington Jefferson, but apparently he does. Like, if you go to Bloomington Jefferson football coaches, I'm like 90% certain I found him on here, right? JeffersonFootball.org, Damo, Dave Ladd, that's my guy, Coach Tree, Wardy, Ruff, Dusty's still there, Mac, yes sir, Mac and Tally, and in between them, there you go, the Tanner Morgan. Tanner. All right, you want to know a fun fact? I actually got my start to football coaching in, where was it? It was spring 2018, my senior year at the University of Minnesota. I actually they had a football coaches course at the U of M, and it was taught by Bethel's offensive coordinator at the time, Greg Peterson. I actually sat in that class, front row, next to Tanner Morgan, future Gophers starting quarterback. And funny enough, I actually had a higher grade than him in that class. And I was just some nerd getting his psych degree, and here I am next to a D1 Power 5 starting quarterback, and I'm like, oh, interesting. But yeah, that was really cool. Funny enough, Tanner and I both have the same birthday, April 17th. But yeah, that is cool that he's over there now. Yeah, Woody Bachman, what a guy. I love Coach Woody. What a guy. Did I ever finish my thought about the Minnesota High School Football Network? I gotta look at all these posts again and everything. How did I know? Because we sat next to each other and I got to see grades. I know he didn't get 100% on everything, and I got 100% on everything in that class. Ooh, you know what? I like this post because this was the start of the. I don't want to see Brody Bauer's response. This is actually the start of the collaborations between Coach Lance and Minnesota High School Football Network. This is when, and this was all the way back in goodness, when did he make this post? 23 weeks ago? February. This was on Valentine's Day. And yeah, I let him know, what about these 3 teams moving up? Then Caleb hit me up like, hey, what do you know about this? And I'm like, well, if you follow all these numbers and everything, it's very likely. And then he did all this speculation, like Rogers moving up, Moorhead, Andover. I didn't mention Spring Lake Park. Someone else told him about that, but I was kind of iffy on that. Elk River obviously stays in 5A. They weren't a cusp team. Those 2 opt up. Did I ever? I mean, I talked with Tanner a little bit, but I highly doubt he remembers who I am. There's like no shot. Mayo moving down, I called. Burnsville moving down, I told him about. Buffalo, I knew was moving down because I talked. Well, actually, I didn't know about Mayo, but I assumed so because they were the smallest cusp team of 6A. I talked with Burnsville coaches, and they were expecting it. Buffalo told me they were already expecting to go down. So these are some of the other cusp teams. Funny enough, Coon Rapids technically ended up down there. Forest Lake might be 5A in 2027. We'll see. And then this was the breaking news. So initially, I told Caleb that Apple Valley appealed the move down to 5A. The State High School League approved it, and then Coon Rapids came back up. And this is one of the stories. And the other story, obviously, is the one I told earlier where Bob Madison, the president of the high school league, was calling 5A teams like, hey, Apple Valley can't compete. Is anyone willing? You know what? Brain blast. Put the two together. If Apple Valley appeals to go down, somebody else has to opt up to take their place. So I'm assuming Mr. Madison was calling around saying, hey, Apple Valley's appealing to go down. Not appeasing, appealing to go down. Someone else needs to come up and play football. So they called like Spring Lake Park and some of these other teams. Actually, let's go back here a little bit. Who are the other cusp teams? This is the one I want. Enrollments. It would have been, so zooming in here so you all can see it. Burnsville, Mayo, Spring Lake Park, Brainerd, Coon Rapids. I don't know if they called Park Center, but these would have been the teams they would have called up and said, hey, maybe Buffalo still. I'll throw a Buffalo in the mix too. I'll add Buffalo. These would have been the 7 teams that the State High School League would have called and said, hey, can any of you move up to 6A because Apple Valley doesn't want this smoke? And I don't know what any of the other teams said, but Coon Rapids was the one that said yes. And now, within the matter of a week, Coon Rapids went down to 5A, back up to 6A. And then you get all these funny comments like, what teams are moving up? I think I responded to that. I think that's a Mounds View kid right there. Huh, interesting. Apple Valley been 5A. Like, well, no duh, they've been 5A. The whole point of this post was they moved up to 5A, and then 10 days later they moved up to 6A, and then 10 days later they dropped back down to 5A because they appealed. If Todd Bowman had stayed at Buffalo, they would have been solid. What do I think is Armstrong's problem? Lost the last 3 years in the first round of state. I'd probably say Armstrong's defense. So if you think about the teams that make it to state in 5A, you got Elk River, very run heavy. You've got St. Thomas Academy, very run heavy. Chanhassen with Maxwell Woods has been pretty run heavy. Even though Andover's their Star Wars offense, they like to run the ball too. It's a lot of very run heavy teams. Rogers, I know they got stonewalled against Rogers. And you got to think about, like, that first round of the playoffs, the state quarterfinals are all outdoors games at neutral site, like high school stadiums. So when you put a spread offense that's pretty, like, passes more than they run, like an Armstrong into that game, they don't have the style to be able to compete with teams that are run heavy in a cold weather outdoor environment like that. I think it's probably like one of the biggest things that's stopping Armstrong. And then the other thing is they ran a 3-3 stack defense, which I always kind of complained. I didn't realize this at the time when I was at Jefferson because we used to run that defense before I left. The 3-3 stack is essentially a nickel package because your 2 up corners are more safety type kids. So it's a nickel package that you're running in cold weather against run-heavy teams like Rogers, Elk River, Andover, or St. Thomas Academy. And, put those 2 things together, and that does not favor the Armstrong Falcons. But their coach over there has done a great job rebuilding their program, and they've gotten big wins. But, even just going back and looking at... I closed Minnesota scores, but I think that's the one thing preventing Armstrong. I think Armstrong easily makes it to state again this year. But yeah, good point. Second week in November in Minnesota outdoors is a horrible time to pass the ball. Yeah, and now that you got me thinking about that, so I was talking earlier about how some of these teams in the Metro East Here, Section 4 can, like, never really make it that deep in the playoffs. They all make it. A lot of them can make it to state quarterfinals, like third round. Like I said, state quarterfinals, neutral outdoor game in November in Minnesota. It's cold. Eastridge, Forest Lake, Mounds View, Stillwater, White Bear, and Woodbury are all spread offenses in a sense. Forest Lake is more of a gun flex bone, but they do like 11 personnel stuff. All the others are all spreads. Like that, their game just does not translate to cold weather very well. And if you bump into like some of these other teams, like if they bump into a Shakopee, a Rosemount, a South, an Eden Prairie, a Maple Grove, a Minnetonka, like these a Centennial for that matter, these run heavier teams, well, that's going to favor these run heavier teams. Like that's just kind of the same thing. That's why Armstrong, I think, is kind of hitting a literal brick wall, and it's the same thing with a lot of these Metro East teams. It's just a mix of those kind of factors, but I do think the Falcons are on the right track. I mean, they've got a good program running down there, and funny enough, I think I heard that Armstrong is changing their defense for this coming season, aren't they? I don't think they're running the 3-3 stack. I think they switched to a 3-4 defense. I don't know, though. That's just rumors I've heard. I've been kind of out of the loop in 5A. Pretty much what I hear from the Elk River coaches or some of the Jefferson coaches, that's pretty much all I hear about 5A these days. There's the enrollments. We talked about that. Yeah, who else is in Armstrong's section? I think they should easily win it. It's like Robbinsdale, Cooper, and then, which obviously Armstrong's going to beat Cooper. And who else is there? 5A, it's section 6. Okay, Buffalo's not going to beat Armstrong. Park Center, no. I don't know about Irondale. Maybe. Irondale's a little wild card. Okay, Spring Lake Park is way past their prime. You should beat Spring Lake Park. So, yeah, I see Robbinsdale Armstrong cruising to another state berth. Now, who are they going to meet in state? You figure you're going to have Owatonna, Rochester, Mayo, probably Chan or Mankato West, St. Thomas, Matamidi or CDH. If Matamidi makes it, that's I formation. That's another run-heavy team. Jefferson is probably my favorite out of this section, but you're not going to see whoever comes out of that section. Elk River, and then I don't know about section 8. I mean, Alexandria might still be good, but they lost a lot of kids. What happened to Spring Lake Park? Demographics changed. So if you look at the area of Spring Lake Park up here, I mean, they're completely landlocked. There's nowhere like to expand for the city. Like if you go and look at like Andover up here or the Elk River and Rogers area, look at all this empty land up here that you can expand and build like housing developments in. That's why the city of Otsego, there's like nothing here. See all these neighborhoods that have popped up here and how it's booming? That's why these programs are growing. Meanwhile, a Spring Lake Park, you're not growing. You're completely landlocked. They're actually tearing down houses to build cheap apartment buildings. And star football players are not living in cheap apartment buildings. So you just don't have the same talent pool at Spring Lake Park that you used to. And you're probably not going to see that anytime soon. Unless you manage to get a bunch of kids through open enrollment. But I don't think Spring Lake Park is getting that many kids through open enrollment. Which is a bummer. Spring Lake Park has a very cool stadium, and they used to be really good, but I think that's going to hold them back. Our problem is, yeah, with no Chase, no Daniel Jackson, no Gorghuber, and Chase Thompson being the big one. Yeah, I don't know what Alexandria is going to look like, but if you look at Section 8 up there, like who's their competition? Bemidji, maybe. Triple option Flexbone. I guess Brainerd's been solid. Sartell, no, probably not. Sauk Rapids Rice, they used to be good a few years ago, but they've kind of dropped off. That section's really up to grabs for me. I want to say Alexandria still. They're coming off big success, but I don't know what to expect from any of those other teams. And then, you want to talk about a loaded section? If I go to 4A and I go to Section 1 down here, this is like the most unfair section in all of Minnesota. So poor Austin and Faribault are in here, but then you've got Stewartville, who's coming off of 2 undefeated seasons where they won the state title in 3A. Winona, Casson Manorville, and Byron. Like, you've got 4 state title contenders all in the same section. In 4A, only one of those teams gets to make it to state. Now, what's the other one? Who's the section with, I think is it the orange one or the blue one? Yeah, it's the orange one. You've got Hutchinson and, there's Hutch, and then there's Ricori. Hutch and Ricori are in the same section. Only one of those two can make it to the state tournament. Meanwhile, like, up here between Grand Rapids, Rockridge, Hermantown, Cloquet, and Duluth-Denfeld, one of them gets to make the state tournament. Yay! Like, who are all these teams out here? Simley. Well, Simley was good a little while ago. St. Paul Johnson, I guess Hill Murray probably walks in there pretty easily. I don't know how Chisago Lakes has been these last few years. Maybe they'll be decent. Is this Apollo? Oh, it's St. Cloud Tech. St. John's Prep Private School feeds into St. Cloud Tech. Interesting. I guess they must have appealed to go down to a lower classification. Wait, Spicer. Is New London around that area? I didn't think it was. Oh, I guess it is. That's funny. Wilmer's right next to him. Go figure. Yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to predict how any of the football season is going to play out, especially now, because it's like, sure, I can go and watch a bunch of the awesome videos that Caleb's putting out on Minnesota High School Football Network and be like, okay, this is the podcast I was talking about. The Dom Izzo guy talking about Moorhead and all the sports up there. That's a blast. Looking at Minnesota High School Football Network, like, there was an Egan 7-on-7, and it's like, well, what am I going to learn from watching Egan 7-on-7? They're going to run a lot of waggle. They're going to do play action, post wheel. Like, a flexbone team isn't doing a whole lot of creative pass. And Egan's not going to pass the ball more than 2 or 3 times a football game. Yeah, there it is. Egan versus Apple Valley, Simley, and South St. Paul. That's just a meme of a matchup right there. Oh, that's the other team. That's South St. Paul. I was wondering who those red helmets were. I'm like, that's not... When are Caleb and I doing the 5A breakdown? We are actually recording it tomorrow, believe it or not. We're at least doing part 1 tomorrow. Part 1 is going to be recorded tomorrow, and we're doing sections 1, 2, 3, and 4. Which, funny enough, I'm going to have a lot to say about all these. I'm going to say, yeah, these 2 are loaded. Meanwhile, these 2 get a free ride to the state tournament. So, going to have a blast there. But yeah, part 1 will be recorded tomorrow, and then part 2, we will discuss sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then I don't know when that one's going to come out. We got to find time. It's probably going to be recorded, not this next week, because South has a lot of practice this next week, but probably during the dead period between August 1st and August 10th, because there's no football during that period. I imagine we'll record it then. But yeah, all right. I got to watch some of the Owatonna versus Elk River from 2017 and what happened here. How did Owatonna manage to slow down? Yep, see, they're playing a 5-man front.
And with underclassmen numbers like
5-man front, 2 inside. Oh yeah, 4 backers, 5 down linemen. That's definitely an annoying front.
We could possibly be seeing the start
of
a new power team
nasty.
in Class 5A.
This game hurts. Hey, you know, sometimes you gotta watch the painful games in order to learn how to get better. Like, I'll show you some Lakeville South footage really fast, because this is something that I felt I messed up, and I could have done better, and it ultimately came back to bite us. So, 2023 season, if I go to Centennial High School, boom, then I go to our defense. 2 of Centennial's touchdowns against us were on the same play. It was outside veer. Yeah, these 2. So this is outside veer. Our coaching staff at the time didn't know what an outside veer was. Oh yeah, Owatonna's got some big boys up front. We had no idea what outside veer was. We're playing a 5 technique. Tight end tackle, get a double team here. Now it puts your outside backer in a bind. He's supposed to take the quarterback, but there's no one to come over here to take the dive. So he has to take the dive. Now there's no one on the quarterback. Dalen Cummings walks in for an easy touchdown. And then this is a really bad one. Literally the exact same play. It's outside veer again. Beautiful double team up to the backer. Puts the outside backer in a bind. He decides to go there, and Dalen Cummings walks in for a touchdown. Now you may think, okay, outside veer, they did it twice. How did they know that that would be so effective? Well, you go back to Egan High School, and you watch our defense against Egan, again, our coaches didn't quite know what Egan's triple option was. Like, if you look at a lot of these plays, they're not labeled correctly. Like, this is called a 22 dive. Is it really, though? So this is a zone dive. Everybody's blocked up front. But now this play is called 16 QB keep. We sure about that? Nope, it's inside veer. Your first level C-gap defender was left unblocked. Therefore, it's an inside veer. And you can see it right here. Watch how C-gap defender right here is left untouched. That's inside veer to the right. But where's the formation I wanted to get to? It was this one, one after this. Here it is. This is what we didn't know. So if you'll notice, you look at the top, this is called 18 QB keep. Well, that's a weird name. That's not a play that's in Egan's playbook. But if you look, who's left unblocked? First level D-gap defender. It's the same thing we saw against Centennial, only instead of in T-backs, they're in I-backs. But essentially the exact same thing. Just move him off, move him up, and put him over there. Same concept, outside veer. First level D-gap defender is unblocked. You have a nice double team right here between the tight end and tackle on the defender that you push into the inside backer. And now your outside backer's in a bind. Does he take the dive or the quarterback? He just kind of stands there. Quarterback keeps. And there's your big run. And you think, oh, well, that was just one play. Like, when is that ever going to come back to bite you? Well, in the state semifinal game, because... yeah, like I said, here comes the exact same play. Result, touchdown. Especially this. I want defense only, please. I don't need to see us struggling. But here we go. Boom. And I think this has end zone view. Yes, we can watch end zone view. Same idea. There's your double team on the 5-tech into the backer. Check. Nice double team here on the nose guard at the point of attack. So now outside backer's put in a bind. Does he take the quarterback? Does he take the fullback? He chooses to take the fullback and run in between. Dalen Cummings keeps. And there you go. A play that we blew against Egan came back to haunt us, and actually it was the touchdown in 2 of the touchdowns. And we only scored 13 that game. Those resulted in 14 Centennial points. So there you go. One little mistake. Week 4 against Egan led to 2 touchdowns in the state semis against Centennial. Funny how things like that catch up to you. But now that Coach Lance is on varsity, we're picking up on things like that a little bit more. So we'll see how it plays out this season. Oh, but yeah, that might be all that I have to say for tonight. Like I said earlier, Caleb and I, for the Minnesota High School Football Network, are going to record a new podcast tomorrow. We're going to be doing these preview videos, but we're doing it for 5A this time instead of, because we finished all of 6A. Going to do sections 1 through 4 and just have a lot to say about those teams. It's definitely going to be long because it's 43 teams instead of 32. We got 11 additional teams to talk about, so... yeah, I guess we'll see how all that goes. Watch a little more Elk River before we finish up. Oh, that's Owatonna. Yeah, there's Jason Williamson. That kid's a stud. Passing game. Jason Williamson runs the ball. No, because it's 10 personnel. Oh, there we go. Counter tray. He just hits the edge. And Jason Williamson does what Jason Williamson does. Oh, yeah. Oof, duh. No, we're not going to watch the entire game is not available on YouTube, so I can't watch the entire game, Mr. Rich, isn't it past your bedtime? It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. I feel like I saw this play. It's literally the same play again. Elk River doesn't run a whole lot of plays. Ooh, what happened here? Why did this sweep get off? Oh, we didn't... If this is supposed to be sweep, then the tackle and tight end should be double teaming that lineman right there. Us, the outside backer. Yeah, you got a double team there. He should be. Yeah, I think that was just an offensive miscue. We missed somebody. Coach Lance is way past your bedtime. You were absolutely right. I'm just gonna finish this up, and then I gotta go sleepy because Coach Lance not getting sleep is a big problem these days. Ooh, power pass. Yes, sir. Boom. Beautiful. When Elk River passes the ball, man, it's lethal because you're just so used to, I mean, look at this. And it's a beautiful play action. It looks exactly like their run play. You get the fake there, you get the fake there. Is it the trap? Is it the power? Is it the quarterback keep? Nope, it's a pass. All 4 of those plays look exactly the same, and that's why it's so lethal. And then, all right, we're going to go throw shade at Prior Lake really fast. You can compare that to Prior Lake versus Forest Lake week 1. And then you get Prior Lake's favorite run plays. Run. And none of them look alike. There we go. 25 here. Lead, one of their favorites. They don't call it 25. Coach Dean just makes me call it that because we use gap systems at Lakeville South. So there's lead. 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 Oh, this is out of a different formation, but yeah, it's funny. And then their toss. Nothing looks like their toss. All the toss plays look exactly the same. And they opens the wrong way. And then the worst is buck sweep. Where's, yeah, buck sweep all looks the same. And none of those run plays I just showed you look anything alike. So you can tell right away which play Prior Lake's running. Like, it's so obvious. Whereas, you know, you compare that to Shakopee up here. Like, what's a game I haven't labeled? I'm going to talk about Shakopee. Let's do Shakopee Eastview. I don't know if I've watched this. This will be funny. Shaco should kill him. To the untrained eye, like a Prior Lake kid probably doesn't know what play Shaco's running right here. I know just because I've seen Shaco. That's their ISO play that they took from Centennial because everyone on the front line is blocked. Now you're in double slot. What do the Sabres got this time? Who's unblocked? C-gap defender, inside veer. What does the C-gap defender do? He runs upfield, dive gets the ball. And boom. Oh, Eastview jumped off sides there. That's wild. Is this inside veer again? Nope, rocket toss. Good call against a tight 4-4 defense. I have no idea why Eastview's playing so tight. Like, I don't know if Eastview knows what a flex bone is. I'm assuming not, based on this. Like, especially this. Okay. Inside veer. Was this the inside veer? There was a play before this. That was a penalty. Play 3. So, if you're playing a Shakopee or a triple option team, like, this kid seals the gap down, but you have to have assigned rules. Like, are you a dive player or are you a quarterback player? You can't just hover here in between and be indecisive. You need to attack right away. And obviously, they didn't do that. They're playing it like it's a zone read or something, and you can't do that against Shakopee or Centennial or Egan. They will crush you, especially Shakopee. Or Centennial for that matter. Coach Littlefield up there, very smart offensive coordinator. If you look at the order of Centennial's play calling, it's just lethal. This is like a midline counter option here. Beautiful. And what do? They both run upfield. Dive gets the ball. You get backers at the second level. And there you go. Shaco being Shaco. They love on counter option. But yeah, I think that is going to do it for this stream. Thank you all for watching. If you have not already, I don't know if you all are subscribed to the YouTube channel, but if not, although I don't know, I'm at 69 subscribers. That's kind of cool. But if you're not subscribed, please go subscribe. And then go follow the Instagram page as well. This is where I post updates about all the different videos that I'll do. And there's obviously a link to the live streams and everything there. Next week, we're going to do Wyzetta versus, or this is Wyzetta at Anoka. It was the week 8 matchup from last season. Full disclosure, I've seen that game multiple times before, kind of like Mounds View Farmington, but it's going to be another fun, close game. Yeah, anytime. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all next week, Saturday at 7 p.m., same time.